How's everybody doing tonight? Well, I hope. Welcome to the show. Who's here? Say hi. What's up, Alfredo? Hedgehog, Pixie. What's up, Brax? Oh, YouTube's being real quiet. Ah, Into the Indie. Ixic, hello. You're saying goodbye? Oh, you fiend. You glorious Tyrannosaur, you. You're just drinking your morning coffee? We love on different sides. Wait, I'm almost in our reality. Let me just... there we go. Okay, I had to squeeze in. Wait, I'm too close. Give me a second. Oh! That's a little better. Up, too far. Wait. Back. Okay, there we go. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the show. I remember that you were in Tokyo. I was so excited. You are my very first Tokyo audience member that I know about. How crazy is that? What's up, Petra? What's up, Sarah? Still too close. There is a very slight chance. I got excited, man. Listen, you know, you don't expect to necessarily to reach that far across this pale blue dot of ours. There's a chance I'm going to be in Tokyo. Very briefly, though. Not like a trip to Tokyo. But I am trying to go to PAX Australia. Sort of a matter of whether or not I can afford it. I know a lot of streamers do the thing where they're like, I'm raising money towards that. Maybe I'll do that, but I don't know if I stream enough regularly to feel like that's justified to do. But regardless, I'm trying to go out to PAX Australia, and I have been told by other people that have traveled more than me that a good way to make that journey more manageable is to do a little stop off in Tokyo. What's up, Chris? How's it going, buddy? Why is this light off? There we go. Be a little brighter, please. There we go. Everybody's always asking, how's Outer Wilds? Nobody's asking, why is Outer Wilds? Folks. There we go. Now you can see what we're doing. We're doing D&D stuff tonight. We're taking a little break from video games. We did a lot of video gaming for my channel in the past week or so. We played Outer Wilds. It was amazing. Did my stream cut off literally 30 seconds before the end of the game? Yes. Did I try to recover it by doing a weird half measure at the end? Yes. Did it work? I don't know. I don't think it was the biggest end of the world, though, because we got to see all the stuff that really mattered, and it was quite an emotional experience. And I do plan on making a longer form video. I sort of started working on it. That is going to be a more reasonable catalog through my journey of Outer Wilds, as well as my thought process throughout. What's Outer Wilds? It's a great game. Who's Outer Wilds? Why? Oh, you're saying... Oh, I'm being dumb. You were being a part of the joke. Sorry. Sorry. I missed the joke. I was being... The joke went with my hair. Out of here. How long are we going? Where do I submit questions? Well, we haven't officially started yet. So if you want to ask a question that is a question that you could type in the chat, you could literally ask it right now, and I could just try to answer it. If you want to ask me about a specific piece of homebrew that you're working on, or if you just want to ask a question and come back to the stream later, in my Discord is where all of those are submitted. And the place to submit them is linked in the announcement for this stream right now, so it should be very easy to find. If you don't have Discord or don't want to deal with Discord, you can just ask a question in the chat, though. That's fine, too. If you have a piece of homebrew you want me to read, you do have to submit it through Discord. I don't know. I didn't answer your question, though, did I? How long are we going? What time is it? It's like 8:30, 8:40 my time. I'll probably go for a little while. In the last time we did this stream, we literally got through every piece of homebrew everyone submitted and every question anybody asked. So usually we'll go until either I feel my battery run out or until we get through everybody's questions. First live stream of yours, I have to ask, how's your journey been into Warhammer so far, and what's your favorite faction in each setting? Well, well, well. A Warhammer fan. Wow. Okay, my favorite Warhammer faction by far is the Orcs, hands down, in Warhammer 40k. Nothing comes close. I like a lot of this stuff, but the Orcs are my favorite, by far. I'm really new to Warhammer Fantasy, so I don't know enough about it yet to tell you what my favorite faction is in Warhammer Fantasy. But, yeah, so I don't know yet. I like all the weird stuff. I like the silly and the weird stuff usually, so the Skaven seem kind of fun. The Orcs seem kind of weird. Not the Orcs, the Dwarves seem funny in their own sort of way. So I don't know. We're gonna see. I have to get more familiar with Warhammer Fantasy. I'm liking Warhammer stuff. It's fun. The thing about Warhammer is that it's ridiculous. So there is this element of you need to decide that you don't mind that it's ridiculous. And if you can put its ridiculousness, like, if you cannot be bothered by that, there's a lot of, like, really fun, like, moments and stories that can happen within that setting of ridiculousness that wouldn't be able to happen if you didn't have that ridiculousness, if that makes sense. That's a weird phrasing, but I feel like Warhammer is a medium for world building and storytelling that is really unique, but I also totally understand if it's completely unappealing because it's ridiculous. But I love it. I think it's fun. Also, and I know this isn't 100% true, but it's been around so long, and the, like, meta narrative of Warhammer in terms of how much of a influence the audience has on, like, also creating stuff for it, it does have this element of, like, feeling like a group creative writing project. And I know that's not exactly true, and there is, like, these are the lore, this is canon lore, this is not canon lore. But even just the fact that there's been so many authors that have gone through it, there's something kind of fun to that it feels almost like this giant creative writing experiment that people, like, participate in and build this thing together with. Sort of in the same way that the SCP Foundation is. And there's something kind of, like, beautiful and fun to that in a way that I don't think we experience that much in, like, big creative art projects. Like, the closest thing to that I could think of would be, like, I don't even know. Like, if Marvel movies never developed into all having one tone, and they kind of stuck to what they originally were doing, where every director really had their own take on the movie, so they all had, like, completely different tones. If they had stuck to that, I think the Marvel Cinematic Universe could have sort of been that, but it has been sort of homogenized, where that they all kind of have the same tone now. What's up, Redmer? I'm still rocking the simple mug, although I don't show it to you guys that much, but it does have a picture on it. But the picture is not advantageous to me holding it. Crazy Moose! You glorious Tyrannosauri. What are you doing? You gifted 5 memberships? Oh my god. Oh my god. You're wild. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Okay, wait. I'm going to see what Will's question was. Gonna get the kiddo to Ben. I'll be back. I don't have any specific homebrew. I'm looking for peeps to bounce off the phase 2 of a boss fight I saw from me. Hell yeah, dude. Steal it. Would a word I can't pronounce, predators, be too difficult to have in a D&D game? Do you mean like the predators from the movie Predator? I think you could pretty easily make a character that is very similar to the Predator in Predators. It wouldn't be able to do everything that it does, but you could capture that feeling of like a incredibly skilled, dangerous hunter that has a bunch of gadgets at their disposal to fight tactically in a jungle and hunt and track. I mean, honestly, you could just go almost any ranger and just flavor all of your spells like weird little gadgets, and you could go Githyanki, so you would be kind of an alien. And that would just be that. Maybe go Gloomstalker Ranger, so that you can always be invisible in darkness to try to replicate the feeling of the cloaking. You wouldn't have like literal dark vision or like a plasma blaster or a giant explosion when you die. But that could be really close. An artificer would also work, but for the purposes of being like really good at hunting and tracking and that kind of stuff, I think that it might be better to go ranger and reflavor spells as tech than doing literal tech with artificers, just because artificers are intelligence based, and a lot of the skills in D&D that you would apply to stuff that would make you feel like a predator are not intelligence based. They're often wisdom or dexterity based, which is going to be your bread and butter if you're going ranger. Let's see. I'm going to be running a D&D for my 9-year-old daughter and 2 of her friends very soon. It is an undersea campaign and their first time playing. Do you have any suggestions for good undersea stories homebrew? 2 things. 1, you want them to feel very much like it is their story and like they have a lot of power in that story very quickly, especially if they're young. In my experience playing D&D with kids, they need it to be more immediately satisfying to hook them into wanting to play for a long time. So don't be afraid of making them maybe more powerful than you would make players if you were playing with adults. And also lean into when they want to do something that clearly they as players are very excited about. So, for example, I'm trying to think. I don't know if I've ever played a D&D game for like teenagers or children that I was facilitating where they didn't want a pet, or they didn't like try to not fight any of the monsters, but like become friends with all of them. So if that happens, just like be ready to lean in, because that's going to be the kind of thing that they are going to like take away from it more so than the cool fireball that they have. But in terms of fun underwater plots, I mean, depending on what sort of world building you want to do, you could do a lot of stuff with like D&D has a lot of different types of merfolk. So there are like regular merfolk, which are like sort of what you imagine, just like underwater people. But then there's also the sanguine, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, which are like the shark merfolk, and they're like a little mean and scary. So you could do maybe some stuff where they're like helping the merfolk, Hooray! Saving the merfolk from some oppressive sanguine, especially if you're trying to teach them to like fight the man. You could lean into that kind of stuff. But yeah, honestly, the most important thing I think is keep it fairly simple and straightforward in terms of what their goals are, what the threat is, and make sure that very quickly they feel empowered to be the heroes. Whether that is you just allowing their fights, like leaning into when they want to do overpowered stuff with their powers, or genuinely like tweaking the numbers a bit to make them just do better. Does that make sense? I hope it makes a little bit of sense. Wait a second. Why'd the music turn off? Music. All right, we'll switch to piano. I accept. We're keeping the music kind of chill tonight. I hope you don't mind. Got a round 2 brewing with the 4th wall boss. One of the last players made a deal with their last character and never made them pay up that campaign. Now the player's new PC has to pony up. That's crazy. meta stuff like that, depending on the group, can be really, really fun. Really, really fun. Besides D&D, what other TTRPGs do you play? In the main podcast that I make, Unbalanced Encounters, we're doing Tales of the Valiant right now, which is very D&D adjacent. I really like Powered by the Apocalypse. If I'm not doing D&D, that's the other like comfort zone for me. And there's a lot of games that use Powered by the Apocalypse. Basically, the game uses 2d6 for most of your dice rolls, and there's like tiered successes and failures. So it allows for a lot more like nuanced, the dice leaning the stories in weird ways. Do you have any tips for voicing numerous NPCs in the same campaign? I can't do that many unique voices, so they all overlap. I think that the two things, if I have an NPC and they have a voice that isn't just my voice, I will come up with 2 adjectives to remind me what that voice is, and I don't worry about the voice being anything more than that. So it could be like high-pitch British, or like low slow, or stuff like that. And it sort of helps me focus in to kind of remember that voice. But the other thing that I try to remember, and I think it actually impacts the voice too, is like vibe, I guess is the way I'd put it. But like usually I have some other descriptor that is like they are impatient, or they are overbearing, or they are obsessed with the party, or they're jealous of the party. Some emotional side that is like a part of their character, so that if they are basically all just a bunch of high-pitched British voices, they still kind of express themselves in unique ways. It also like can make it so even if they do sound exactly the same, like you kind of are you have to like, oh, this one's totally different because they are always angry. And an always angry character that's a high-pitched British voice is going to sound very different than like a very slow talking high-pitched British voice where they're just sort of like mellow, you know? How would you create? I'm gonna actually change the music a little bit. We're gonna go to a playlist that I haven't used in a long time. It's a little bit more upbeat and it's more vibe, I think, for D&D stuff. How would you create a mechanic that uses death saving throws as a resource for spellcasting? I probably wouldn't, only because that is such a thing that the players don't have control over, and to create situations where the player does have control over them, it is completely diametrically opposed to like so many other aspects in D&D. Like a character needing to get to 0 hit points, needing to get to the place of needing to roll death saving throws is very hard to do intentionally without it like either completely breaking the game's immersion or being just like weird and uncomfortable. So I probably wouldn't. Been trying to homebrew a custom setting similar to I'm going to go through chat for a minute here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to switch to looking at homebrew in the Discord, by the way, just so you know. And I'm reading both YouTube and Twitch chat. I see both of you. Don't worry. Been trying to homebrew a custom setting similar to Purgatory Realm, but every time I get started, I get sidetracked and start over. Any advice to stay motivated for this Eldritch Pirate campaign? Why are you starting over? Get sidetracked, but just because you get sidetracked doesn't mean you have to start over. Just like whenever you get interested in an idea, write it down, keep it, and then when you have another random idea, write that down, and then instead of it being like, oh, these ideas don't mush well together, and so I have to get rid of the first one, think about how they could mush well together. So like, for example, if in this purgatory world you wanted everything to be very gray and flavorless and like kind of just like everything is just like bleh. Cool, that could work really well, and then it probably would impact like the way that people like consumed food in that lived there, or like made art, or whether or not they did or didn't. And then maybe you'd be like, oh, but what if there was like purgatory was actually full of spirits of potential, because purgatory is this sort of in-between space. So there were these like things that could like burst life into you in one way or another. So there would be like a weird amount of like almost like artists or like diabolical people in purgatory, because they would be inspired to do beautiful things or horrible things. But it's supposed to be gray. Okay, cool. Those two can mix together, and now you have the situation where the only people in purgatory that are not affected by purgatory are essentially those that are like the most creatively and powerfully inclined, where they become almost like super people in that world, and maybe that's almost like a separate society. I don't know, like you know, just don't things don't have to fight each other. A lot of the uniqueness that you come up with is going to be the way that you sort of mush stuff together. What's your opinion on reflavoring? I think it's amazing. Sometimes I like it. I like a mechanic, but don't want to stick to the set class background. Yeah, I think reflavoring is, I think for the purposes of using any of the official content, if you want to just use the base mechanics and completely change the flavor, you should. I think when you're making homebrew, you should try to make sure that the mechanics are uplifting a new, unique flavor, much more so than that matters for using anything official, because the whole point of making homebrew is to, like, help people tell new stories. If you want to just build a bunch of new base mechanics, you can. But if your goal is to, like, I want to build something that a character could be, or something that would, like, sit in the narrative, I think the flavor is just going to enhance it. But for official stuff, yeah, man, just change it up. Instead of death saves, do you like using madness for corrupted spells? I don't know exactly what that is, but I accept. I think it's worth noting that you don't need to do a voice. Yes, Bookworms. You also, that comment you made a little while ago, and that was a lovely first chat. It's a very insightful note to have here. Welcome to the show. You just simply don't need to do a voice. The other thing that you could do if you don't do voices, but you want everyone to, like, feel different, is literally describe them. So, like, if you say that you see this little old lady, she has a crazy sort of, like, hiccup in her voice, and she, like, is constantly fidgeting her fingers. You can just say it. Music was a little too chill? I think so. I think it's more reasonable when we're actually diving into the meat of something. A really cool hack for making characters. Go to random adjective generator, get 3 of them, and try to think of a character they would describe. Yeah, that's not bad. I think one of the tricks that a creative writing teacher taught me once, and it's like, it's not going to save the day, but it's super useful, especially in D&D, is whenever you make a character, give them at least one, like, trait that is completely unexpected. So if you're going to make, like, a big, scary, evil boss, make them really interested in botany and flowers. Or, you know, if you're going to make, like, a stuck-up little, like a punk teen from, like, a weird little, like, hamlet town, and he's kind of like the bully in this little peasant village, you know, maybe he also, like, really likes astronomy. It's gonna make him feel different. Had a question. I'm planning on making some dinosaurs for my campaign. Very nice. And want some tips on balancing the CRs and making them feel unique with the moves so they don't seem repetitive sheet-wise. Well, the thing about dinosaurs, thing about any monsters in D&D is they only become repetitive if you just fight them a lot. So if I was going to suggest you're making a bunch of dinosaurs, I don't think each dinosaur needs to be super complex, but I think that they all should feel very different from each other. So, like, for example, if you have, you know, if you have one dinosaur that is like a T-Rex that's, like, big and does, like, this big single bite attack, on paper, that's a thing that's big and move fast and single target does a lot of damage. And if you want to have, like, a Spinosaurus or something, which kind of, before the retcons, was sort of similar in vibe to a T-Rex, maybe instead of giving it this big single bite attack, you lean into giving it this big crazy sweeping tail attack, so it feels just feels different in combat. Because the players don't, in theory, fight the same monster 100 times. Or if they do, you need to have situations where either the environment is dramatically different throughout those fights, or the goal is dramatically different throughout those fights. You know, fighting a monster feels very different than needing to save something from a monster, or steal something from a monster, or escape a monster. And even if they're dinosaurs with the intention of the players being able to, like, tame them and, like, get a pet dinosaur, they still probably shouldn't be that complicated because a player's character sheet has a lot of things going on. They don't need their pet to have a million things going on too. So if you want to give them like a pet dinosaur, aside from having just basically its stat block, it probably doesn't need more than like 1 or 2 special things it does. First stream, submitted some homebrew, hoping for some good insight. Hell yeah. What's your favorite piece of homebrew you've made? I don't know. That's a good question. I think my favorite pieces of homebrew that I've made don't know if they are necessarily like the best, but they've been homebrew that like my players really liked, that I made for very specific players. So the 2 that came to mind is I had one player who was playing a Kenku barbarian, and she was really into death. Her character was. So I homebrewed her like a giant scythe version of a great axe that had special bonuses to creatures that were. It had like a special execute move it could do to creatures that were prone, and it just had like a bunch of cool death aesthetics that she really liked. The other one that I was thinking of is I had a player that was playing a fire genasi ranger, and she really was into like the fire element and wanted that to be more of her character. But this was a long time ago, and before there was much homebrew for D&D 5e. Not much homebrew, excuse me, much like new subclasses. So I think she was just like the hunter ranger, like the basic hunter ranger. I made her a homebrew bow that became like her signature weapon that was an expanding weapon and grew over time. And that was very cool. It had powers where she could like make little bursts of fire that she could teleport between, which was cool. What do I think of Heliana's version of Familiars? I don't know what that is. I'm not really a fan of the 2024 mechanic changes. Yeah, dude, yeah. You can submit stuff just for 5e, just for 2024, or stuff that's intended for either. Just let me know which one you're doing so I have a sense of, like, what we're comparing it to. My favorite monster for a level 1 or 2 city adventure would probably be the, what is it called? The Stalker? What is it called? Is it called the Invisible Stalker? No, that's not it. What is it? What is the creature called? It's like CR 1/2. It's invisible. You can't see it. It just leaves no footprints, and there's like ways you can see it. What is it called? Let me see if I can find it really quickly. It's a really cool monster. Skulker, maybe? No, that's a feat. Let me see if we can find it. I bet we can find it. It is, and I think it's a monstrosity. Let's see. It might just be called a skulk. I'll see. We'll see it when we see it. It is called the skulk. This thing. Good call. Who said that? Alfredo. So this is what it looks like. It's invisible. But I really like it because it has ways you can see it. So it can be seen if this is the most grim one. You can see it if there's a candle made from an unidentified corpse's fat. Children under the age of 10 can see it. And you can see it in reflective surfaces. Because a creature that's invisible all the time is not like the craziest threat for a higher level party, but it's a really big deal for a low level party. Like, it's a hard thing to fight. It's a hard thing to even know where it is so you can fight it. So this monster has like an adventure built into it because you essentially have to learn enough about it to learn that, like, you know, there could be a whole quest, you know, this could be a whole quest tree, you know, a child's saying that they see a strange creature, or somebody said they saw something in a mirror, or like you could do all sorts of, like, this is a whole adventure. This is like a session at least worth of material in just this stat block. Do I think D&D is a good way to teach kids, teenagers how to work as a team? Yes, I do. I also think, though, that the best way to do that is to, like, go into that, not with that being 100% the goal. Like, part of what makes D&D work so well is that, like, the goal is fun. And it is fun that is a larger vibe of fun, and it's a little bit of a more tricky vibe of fun, which is not individual fun, it is group fun. But the fun is still key. So leaning into the, like, and that's why teamwork matters, is you got to be careful with how heavy-handed you are. Also, I think that children and teenagers in general really like learning, but they really really hate like being told that it's time to learn. So you got to be really, it's like experiential. Let them, you want them to be able to come to that decision on their own, that matters to a certain extent. Oh, I'm glad I've made your Doom Scroll a little bit less Doom vibed. Sorry for circling back a little bit, but a lot of players see stuff like Critical Role and compare themselves to the professional voice actors there. There's nothing wrong with people with that comparison, but holding yourself to a standard of people who literally do voices is unreasonable. Yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't compare yourself to professional voice actors. That's not going to make you feel good about yourself. They do learn from metaphor. I mean, listen, there's a reason why, like, folk tales and fables are like important lesson teachers for lots of the children. They work well. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. I think we're going to switch modes. We're going to start taking some callers and seeing what homebrew people have that they're working on. So if you would like to call into the show, and we'll keep answering questions in the chat as we go, but I want to, if people are taking the time to be in the waiting room, I feel like we don't want to make them wait too long. That's not nice. So if you want to call in, go into the Discord. In the waiting room in the streaming section, you should be able to see one that says waiting room, and there's already some people in there. And you can also post your homebrew that you're working on in the event homebrew tab that I have linked. We are going to start, let me just actually, I should probably set up the voice on my side too, so they can hear me, right? That would be silly if they couldn't. Baba Booey! Okay, I think it's working. Let me grab Crazy Moose. We'll start with that crazy man. That crazy man, that crazy moose. Knock, knock. Who's there? Crazy Moose. How's it going, buddy?
I have been abducted.
You have? How are you? How's it going?
It's actually going pretty good. I found it funny that someone earlier was asking about dinosaurs. Because today, I've had this little idea lurking into my brain for the longest time, and today I wrote lore for it, and I just wanted to see where you felt about the lore, if it's a little bit clunky around the idea, before I started pouring my brain into mechanics.
Do you want me to read over it, or do you want to talk about it?
Either or.
Let me read the opening paragraph and then see what you're going with here. In the lowest depths of the abyss, beyond the reach of civilization and sanity, there prowls a colossal terror older than most mortal races. A primal force clad in scaled fury and ceaseless hunger. I like that a lot. I might get rid of the phrase most, the word most.
All right.
I don't know if that matters for pedantic reasons, but it's like hitting me with all of this really heavy language that's working really well. And then most, it sort of feels like it's tempering itself a little bit. Like I almost want to be like the way this is written, it sounds less like official document and more like a speech about how badass this monster is, and I think that's good. But most is like, it's almost like when somebody's trying to make a good argument and then they put little caps on it to like be like most of the time, and it's like you don't weaken your argument. Hit hard. All right, let me keep reading. King Ma, the demon lord of primordial evil, is not merely a tyrant of teeth and shadow, but a godlike predator who embodies the raw, unshaped fear that lurks at the dawn of time. Okay, so what's this guy's deal?
So the idea is, he just hates technology, magic, and civilization for the most part. He hates the crawl of time towards order. He wants everything to go back to the way it was when he ruled as the apex predator.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He thinks that might makes right, and there's nothing else.
Okay, I have a couple thoughts. Okay, so the way this is written overall is very poetic. Like, there is a lot of... It's not flowery because it's really intense, but for lack of a better term, like flowery, flavorful language. The most important thing I would say, I think all of this could work. Like, I like the vibe. It's kind of fun to take, like, these sort of primal ideas of, like, almost stereotypically what you'd imagine of, like, a T-Rex, like an alpha predator, apex predator, and then put like sentience behind them and almost make them like ideologically bound by them as well. Like, that's very cool. For sake of use, if you're gonna be writing in this way, you do want to make sure that you're still including some like big anchors for the reader to ground them, to like get them in the right mindset for what they're leading into. So what I mean by that is, in each of these paragraphs where you start talking about it after you name the feature, I would go out of my way to make that sentence that first sentence as quickly as possible, tell you the gist of the vibe, and then go into it. So like with the first one, I would probably start by saying that lean into like he is worshipped through fang and claw dominance and consumption. Like that could be the whole sentence. But that should be what we start in with, because I'm just trying to imagine, because we're really just looking at flavor text right now, and from a vibe perspective, I think it's really solid. So now I'm sort of looking at it from like a usability perspective. Also, the writing is good. Like it's not overly wordy. It's fun to read. You can be as wordy as you want if it's fun to read. So what I'm looking for is how quickly am I going to be able to remember what's important for this guy when the players inevitably like figure out a way to talk to him and ask him a question that I'm not expecting. So like I'm looking for like this flavor text is like the big keys. And to me, part of that is going to be this opening bold phrase, but like you might even, honestly, it might even benefit you to break that first core idea, if it needs to be expressed in more than a sentence, into like a little paragraph. Like opening paragraph is like super basic. This is what this is. Next paragraph is like going into detail, leaning more into examples, vibe, that sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yes.
Because at the end of the day, what is this? Like, on one hand, this is part of a story. Like, you're writing it like a creative writing project. But on the other hand, it's a tool. And you want to make sure the tool element doesn't get swallowed by the story element, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But I really... But if you're asking for, like, my general vibe, I think the idea of, like, an ancient demon primordial dinosaur monster king is fucking awesome. And speaks to, like, a sort of more classic D&D villain that is a very fun villain to engage with.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Did I answer your question?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like I said, like I had this idea bouncing around for a while, just decided today to get around to writing it. And then as I was writing it, I saw, oh, that's today. And I showed up in chat.
Well, I'm glad you popped in. It's very cool. All right, cool. Anything else before I hang up on you?
No, go ahead. Hang up on me before I say I love you or
All right.
something.
Oh, fuck. He got in one in. Anyway, also, hi, Chaotic Neutral. How you doing, you sensual beast? You behemoth? You tyrant? Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you for coming on, Crazy Moose. You're a champion. How was Baldur's Gate 3? Rex says, my vacation ends with a Cinder stream. The Emperor provides. Amen. How was Baldur's Gate 3? What were you doing? Can I tell you something? Okay, I'll talk about what we were doing on stream for a second, but can I tell you something funny about Baldur's Gate 3? I have never gotten past Act 1. I feel like I've missed the boat. Like, I feel like I've gone too far in the past, but maybe one day. Maybe I think that when the new patch comes out, I'm gonna play with one of my buddies who plays on Xbox. It's a toxic fuckboy dirge run. The only run I've ever done was a dirge run. I don't know what a non-dirge run feels like. If you are here from Chaotic Stream and you want to know what the heck is going on here, hello. Hi. My name is Cinderblocksally. We are talking about your D&D homebrew, answering people's questions about their D&D homebrew, talking about game design. If you want to send in some homebrew you've written that you have a question about or that you're working on, you can through the Discord. The information is in my little announcements tab thing. And you can call in if you want. We take calls. And if you do call in, we put you to the front of the line because I don't want people waiting. That's what we're doing now. Does that sound fun? I hope so. The new subclasses look really cool, but I'm more excited for crossplay. Just because the people that I want to play D&D with, not D&D with, I mean, some of them are people I want to play D&D with, but the people that I've wanted to play Baldur's Gate 3 with that have the time commitment to like want to play together, are that to be able to potentially play together, usually are playing on like Xbox. Friggin' Xbox. Okay, let us grab. If you don't have a document, that's fine. You can also write the information out in the actual, like just in the chat, and I think I actually have a document. This is scary. Opening my documents. Let's see. What's a recent one? Oh, it's just a homebrew challenge night. We'll use this. This is a good one for that. Okay, scroll down. You guys can't see what I'm doing. Oh my god, that was so smart of me to do that off screen. I'm so smart. I'm the smartest man in the world. See, now it just looks like a black document. All right, let me grab somebody else from chat. Who was? Let me grab somebody else. We're gonna grab Petra. Petra's been here a minute. Hey, Petra, how's it going?
What?
Hello.
What the fuck? Hi. Hold on. Let me pause your stream or mute your stream first.
Yeah, sure.
Oh. Hi. How you doing?
You don't want to have an echo?
No.
All right, that's reasonable. So, in your message,
I'm a rogue. I'm a monk. I don't need an echo. Sorry.
Right. That's fair. Crazy Moose exists everywhere. You really do, man. Also, Rex, I don't know if I said thank you, but thank you. Okay, so you in your message you said you're working on a trick shot arcanist rogue, and and you want to make sure they feel unique, and you don't want them to feel too much like the battle master or the arcane archer, because you said you were pulling a lot of inspiration from that, correct?
Yeah, because it's like one of those subclasses that gives you a lot of options. Right now, the only ones that do that I can think of are the battle master and the arcane archer.
Okay,
but yeah.
So here's what I'll say. If you want to build a subclass that's inspired by another subclass, so like if you wanted to make like the battle master of rogues or something like that, that's totally a reasonable thing to do. You don't want to pull too many mechanics from one subclass to another word for word, just because it creates situations where there's too much of the same feeling. That's a much, much bigger issue when you're building a subclass within the same class. Like if you were if this was going to be a fighter, that wouldn't really work. But because it's a rogue, there's a lot more wiggle room for having features that sort of do similar
Overlap.
things. Yeah, there's more wiggle room
Yeah.
for it. But my bigger thought would be, and I think this is maybe the thing to think about. If you want us to go through these trick shot options, we can talk about them. But
Yeah, absolutely.
but
Yeah.
I want to say something before we do, because I think it's going to
Yes.
maybe make you want to change all of them. But I don't know, and I want to go into these with a very specific perspective. And that here's the perspective. Let's think about how different. Let's think about the wild magic sorcerer, and then let's think about the wild magic barbarian. So both the wild magic sorcerer and the wild magic barbarian, they are doing wild magic. That being said, their wild magic tables are completely different, and the way that they access that wild magic is completely different. So, and that's because they are at their core completely different classes. So it allows them to both touch wild magic, but in a way that you could have a wild magic sorcerer and a wild magic barbarian on the same team. They will never feel like they're doing the same thing.
Right.
What makes that work for the wild magic barbarian is, I think, basically, and this comes into play in a lot of different ways, is that it is built specifically with the barbarian's core class mechanics and play style in mind. So their wild magic table is much more beneficial than the sorcerer one, and it's also activated by a rage. You have much more agency in activating it, and it's tied to while you're raging. So what I would do if I were you is, instead of copying like battle master maneuvers or arcane tricks or arcane archer maneuvers,
I think they're called like.
Think about how, or copy them to a certain extent, but think about what does the core rogue do that we could tie these into in a way that is going to make them feel uniquely rogue. And I think of three things off the top of my head. One of them is sneak attack. So having trick shots be tied into when you sneak attack, or being tied into affecting your sneak attack specifically, is immediately going to make them feel unique and different. Another thing that only rogues get is cunning action, the ability to bonus action, hide, dash, or disengage. Or I think those are the three. But so you could have trick shots that are specifically tied to using the cunning action. They also have, what is it called? I think they get at level 5, the thing where they can use a reaction to half the damage to a single attack. It's not, it's
uncanny dodge.
Uncanny dodge. So like, if you wanted to have them get ones at higher levels, maybe at level 9, they get more trick shots that are related to those sorts of things. So that's the first thing that I would say going in. So like, maybe some of these don't work currently, but maybe if we meld them a little bit, then they could feel more uniquely rogue. But if they don't, that could just be another way to think about how to make this feel distinctly rogue,
Whoops. Yeah. And you are right. That does make me want to change all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to go through them, but I do think that, because I don't want to be like, this is not good work. I haven't looked at it yet. I don't want to assume in any direction, or that it's, I don't want to tell you that it's good or bad. But I think that from a core design perspective, if your biggest concern is feeling like these things are too similar to Battlemaster Arcane Archer, or you're trying to make them different, that's the path to making them different. And to be honest, that is enough of a path that, like, you kind of don't worry about them. You kind of don't need to worry about them stepping on the toes from a flavor perspective, because they're gonna feel so different,
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're doing.
Yeah. Do you want to go over these trick shots, or where's your head?
Yes, I do want to go over them.
Let's pick
first,
a couple. Let's not go over all of them. Let's just pick a couple.
Yeah.
Let's pick 3 that you want me to look at, or I can just read the first 3. What would you prefer?
Let's see. I definitely want to take a look at Recall.
Yeah, sure.
And one of them I called like Scattering Shot. I'm definitely changing the name of it at the very least.
But take a look at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let's see. Probably. Well, there's a lot I want to go over, but I guess warping shot.
Rylex said something really interesting in the YouTube chat. They said you could copy some of the 2024 rogue mechanics where they have the ability to basically do less sneak attack damage but do other effects. So you could have instead of having these be resource based, you could have it be like, in order to do a trick shot, when you sneak attack, this trick shot costs 1d6, this one costs 2 or whatever. And that could be a way that you balance them also. That could also be kind of a fun way, depending on how powerful they were, to make it so they weren't resource dependent. Like you could just always have them, which does play with, like, you need to make sure none of them are too jankily powerful, but it's very satisfying to make a power that has no resource, because then it's just a toy the player always has, which is like a nice thing. All right, let's take a look at some of these. What was the first one you said you wanted me to look at? Recall shot?
Recall, yeah.
You can magically recall a weapon you've thrown within your last turn to attack a creature that is within 20 feet of the weapon you've thrown, making an attack roll as the weapon bounces hit your target. Is the intention here that you are bouncing a weapon between two targets, or that this is something you're doing like on another turn? Like you hit a creature this turn, and now you can just make the weapon swing to someone else on the other turn.
How should I say this? It's more like a proximity mine. Like you throw the weapon lands or it gets stuck in a wall, and it stays there until the next turn. And when the next turn comes in, you can use your attack action to attack as if you're
within that area. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a very cool idea. You got to reword this a lot. The way that you're going to want to reword this is sort of what you just did. So it's like, as an action, you can pick a spot you can see within 60 feet of you, and fling a dagger or thrown weapon to that spot. Until the end of your next turn, if a creature gets within that area, you can immediately have the weapon launched towards them and like make a sneak attack against them, as if you had just hit them with a sneak attack or something like that. But you want to have that really mechanically written out clearly, just because that's going to be one of those pain points of confusion. But I think as a core idea, that's pretty fun. I don't actually know how powerful that's going to be, because it's essentially taking a turn, using an action to make do sneak attack next round is sort of the same as, like, it's kind of the same issue that True Strike used to have, where it's like, I can use my turn now to maybe hit better next turn, and like the numbers across the board, it's just better to try two attacks. Like the only circumstance that's going to be useful in is if you can throw it at something that's like out of your range, or I guess there's an element of like proximity mine to it where it could just like sit there for a while. So I think you have to like pick a direction to lean in to make that feel like it's actually valuable. Maybe it like sits like a proxy mine where it like sits for like a minute. It's almost like a spell. That way it feels like you're not wasting your turn, not just using two attacks on two different turns, you know?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna go the proxy mine route.
Let me take a look at scatter shot. Throwing your weapon in the air, you watch as your weapon breaks apart, and the debris and the scattered debris hits multiple targets at once. It varies 15 feet center a creature you choose. You can roll sneak attack dice and creatures within it.
Sorry, I'm cringing.
No, same exact feedback though. You just gotta you gotta rewrite this. Think about what this is doing. This is essentially making a little fireball, right?
Yeah.
So just write it like copy the language of fireball. It's gonna take a third of the words, and it's gonna be a lot more clear.
It's probably more like burning hands. Actually, it's a cone.
Then why is it? But it's a cone that starts at the target.
Shit. You know what? Hold
is the cone start at the target, or does the cone start from you? So decide what you're doing. Decide if you want it to be like you're throwing it at a target and then it's exploding in a little burst, or if you want it to be an alternative way to throw the dagger where you hit everything in a 15-foot cone. You could have it where you throw it at the target and then it blows out behind them like a 15-foot cone. So if you want to do that, you're going to want to copy basically the language of the spell Ice Knife, which kind of works that way. Honestly, That or the radius explosion is just the way that Ice Knife works. You throw it, hits the target, and explodes. So just copy the language of that. If you are wanting it to be more like the initial dagger is not doing any damage and it's just creating an area of effect, then you want to look at words like spells like Burning Hands if it's a cone, or Fireball if it's in just like an area and a big little poof burst.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good.
But again, also that's unique. That's definitely unique. Depending on how regularly you're going to get these, you're going to want to potentially temper how much damage transitioning a sneak attack to an AoE will do, because that does dramatically improve its power by a serious margin, which is not the end of the world, but it's very strong. So maybe play around with it not doing quite as much damage if it's doing AoE damage. Maybe.
Okay.
Let me take a look at Warping Shot. You imbue your weapon with transportation magic. When you throw a weapon, you can use a bonus action to teleport to your weapon. If there is an object or a creature occupying the space you teleported to, you move to a space within 5 feet. I think that works. I think you could also just have it so the weapon has to target an unoccupied space. That you could just avoid needing to have that language if you wanted.
Okay.
So am I reading this correctly that it's essentially an action teleport?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, yeah. I think that also works. You might want to put a specific range on that. You might want to not have it be the range of the thrown weapon, maybe. Only because that's all of these are good, but they're also all like magic level powerful, at least. Like specifically this last one is, I don't know if it's an official magic item in D&D, but it is one that I have seen in many D&D games, a dagger that when you throw it, you can teleport to where it lands. And that's usually a pretty, not a magic item I would give to a 3rd level character. Doesn't mean you can't do this. You could definitely do this, but you're just going to want to make sure that, like, if you're going to be doing, if you want to keep it as powers like this, then they are going to need to be on a resource. Like, this is too strong for it to be something you could do regularly. And also, these wouldn't work with removing sneak attack dice, because they're not really tied to sneak attack.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be like when you hit a creature with sneak attack, you could bonus action to teleport next to them or something like that. Like that could be a way you could tie it into sneak attack if you wanted to do something like that. You don't have to. But I think it's good. Honestly, man, in terms of the concern about these things feeling too much like Battlemaster or Arcane Archer, I don't think that you need to worry about that much.
Okay.
I would spend more time thinking about how to incorporate these specifically into a core rogue and make sure that they feel good on a core rogue, keeping in mind the way that rogues play and the tools they have, and then maybe tweaking some of these or adding some or changing like the mechanism for using them to fit that a little bit more.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's all though. I think it's so far so good, man.
Okay. Yeah, my idea is, I think you ever seen those videos of like trick shots, people doing trick shots? I think those are pretty roguey, and I wanted to put that in.
Yeah.
And also the more I think about it, I keep going into the street magician route, you know?
Listen, ain't nothing wrong with a street magician. You just got to make sure you don't really give them actual magic, because then they don't feel a street magician, you know?
Yeah. So like the first feature for this subclass, I did give them 2 cantrips. Do you think I should like maybe not give them any cantrips at all? Give them skill proficiencies?
I wouldn't give them more skill proficiencies. I think if you like the idea of them doing a little bit of magic, there's nothing wrong with them doing a little bit of magic.
Okay.
It's just a matter of if you like the idea of the street magician doing a little bit of magic, or the street magician just being like a magician in our world where they're just good at faking it.
Sleight of hand.
Yeah, that's sort of the question. And there's not a right or a wrong answer there. If you wanted to lean into it being more sleight of hand, you could maybe build a mechanic that allowed them to mimic the effects of some cantrips, but using sleight of hand as the skill involving them as opposed to something else. But I don't know if you need to do that. That seems like if you aren't interested, if you're not interested in doing that, that sounds like it would be a headache to put together. If you are interested in it, it might be fun to put together though.
Yeah, I'll definitely think about that.
Yeah. Cool, man. Any other final thoughts, yearnings, aspirations before I hang up on you?
I'm sorry for keeping you so long. Just one last question.
Yeah, sure.
I want to ask about specifically like for Battlemaster and Arcane Archer, their subclass progression as they level up. What's like the idea? Like, why are they balanced the way they are? I guess I want to ask.
So Battlemaster is balanced the way that it is because it's entirely built around using those battle dice, and getting access to special maneuvers, and they just are entirely built on maneuvers. So you get more dice, the dice get higher, and since you are using the dice in the maneuvers, that inherently makes the maneuvers stronger. Like if you're rolling a d6 and adding that much damage versus a d12, it's a big deal. And the maneuvers are built in such a way that they are situationally useful at low levels or high levels. Like switching places with a character, or getting a higher bonus to your attack to hit, or pushing a creature, or potentially disarming a creature. That's as useful as at level 1 as it is at level 20. So they don't really need to get access to new maneuvers. They're sort of built more around, you're like picking as you're getting maneuvers. You're just getting better at all of them. And I think the Arcane Archer is built kind of differently. I don't think the Arcane Archer is super well designed. The Arcane Archer is designed for its, like, the maneuvers, quote unquote, that the Arcane Archer gets are more powerful, sort of, than the Battlemasters, because they kind of do bigger things, but you get a lot less of them.
Oh, right.
And then then outside of the, like, Battlemaster maneuvers are the main feature of the Battlemaster. The Arcane Archer's trick shots are not their main feature. They get a bunch. You'll notice that like every Battlemaster subclass feature is either like something really flavor based or tied to Battlemaster maneuvers. A lot of Arcane Archer features just give you other ways to feel like your arrow is kind of magical, like the ability to like swing it around and stuff like that, where it's not directly a maneuver thing. It's just like an extra feature. So that's the main difference, but that's sort of the difference between how they progress as far as I can see.
Okay.
I'm also not looking at either of them right now, so that's going off a little bit off the dome, but there you go.
I have to think about how it would work, how the progression would work if it's a rogue.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question you have to ask yourself is, how much do you want to lean into them just getting a bunch of trick shots and those trick shots getting better versus them getting a bunch of trick shots and then them getting other stuff? Because there's really not a right or a wrong answer there. It's just sort of thinking about like how you want to fill that design space.
Okay.
I would probably lean into them getting other stuff a little bit, only because they get a lot less subclass levels than fighters, and fighters don't have to wait that long between features. Rogues get 3rd level, but then they don't get anything else until I think 9. So it might be a little bit of a letdown if the 9th level feature is just your 3rd level features get a little better and you get more options. Like it might feel more gratifying to just get a whole new thing. So but that's very much like a opinion. I don't know. Take that or leave that. That's not an official thought. That's a half thought.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna hang up on you now, though. Okay.
Okay. Woodfire Pizza. How's Pizza gonna get a job now?
Okay. I love you. Bye. Click. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Glory unto you. Glory unto you. All right, let me grab Fluffcopter. I've been running. Oh, let me look at chat for 2 seconds. I've been running a campaign for my first campaign for a few months, but I feel like the plot is a mess right now. Since I didn't really know what I was doing, I kind of added random things that felt cool. Any advice? pick something to become the main plot and then make it dramatically change the world in a way that the players have to deal with. And now that is the main plot. So, like, if you're like, there's an evil necromancer in a tower, and a corrupt king to the side, and the fey creatures of the west, and an earth elemental, and some mysterious time travelers. That's a lot. Okay, well, guess what? That necromancer, that was just one of 16 other things, just figured out how to make it so plants spread zombie plague, and anybody that eats the lettuce gets the zombie plague. And now, all that other stuff might be happening, but it's not taking precedent right now. The zombie plague is happening. And before they can deal with anything else, zombie plague happens. And maybe some of those other plot threads could be tied up with zombie plague. Like maybe those fey creatures that were causing trouble, maybe they don't like zombie plague. And now maybe suddenly, instead of them being a conflict that you need to solve, they become potential allies in the war against the zombies. That's my thought. Anything that we talk about, Petra, anything that we talk about on these homebrew helpers, you can feel free to send them in for a homebrew review stream. Just make sure that they feel good. Make sure it's as, I would say get it as ready feeling as you want before you send it, just because that's kind of me going hardcore mode. And I want to make sure that I'm giving you feedback that's helpful and not something that you would like come to on your own just by doing it, you know? All right. Thank you for the questions. How do you balance giving your players magic items and gold? I like my players being a little overpowered, and the way that I like magic items, and this is sort of how I think about magic items in my game. I want every player to have at least one magic item that is like very special to them and unquestionably very good and helpful for them and the way they play their character, like in an almost obvious way. And then I want to give the group a lot of magic items that do weird, specific things that I don't think about how they're going to use that much, and I don't care who gets. So, like, for example, a ring that is an ordinary ring, but when it is fully submerged in water, it weighs 600 pounds. I don't know what players are going to do with that, but that's a cool, weird magic item. And I find that as long as everyone gets one really powerful magic item that they feel good about, that's the most important thing that matters. And then other magic items is more, for me at least, about them coming up with fun ways to solve problems or to fuck with me. And in terms of balancing them, I think the most important, easy thing to balance magic items is don't have them affect... This is so annoying, but it's annoying how much it actually works. Don't have the magic items impact the creature's attack roll, the creature's AC, or don't have the item give too much of a bonus to attack rolls, too much of a bonus to ACs, or too much of a bonus to spell save DCs, because that is where imbalance comes in the most, is when players are hitting way too hard for their level or too impossible to hit for their level. If neither of those is happening, it's probably okay. So try to give the magic items that do things more so than magic items that just make them stronger. And then also make the magic items that do things very limited in use. Like they work once a day or they work once ever. In terms of gold, it just depends on how much gold is in your game. If you want to, I find it's easier to run gold in my game by assuming that gold is very valuable and not giving that much, but making it, you can buy a lot of stuff with it. So players aren't dealing with 1,000 gold and then items that cost 1,000 gold. It's like a magic item might cost 200 gold, but most players are going to have between 100 and 400 gold at any given time. And like, it's not going to get that much higher than that. It kind of just depends on the world building you want to do with your economy, you know? How's my day gone so far? My day has been really nice so far. I put together part of a bookcase. I actually put together the end of a bookcase. I have another bookcase I need to put together. And I was going to hang out with my brother, but we had to reschedule, which was fine. But we had a really good recording session for Unbalanced Encounters, my podcast, and it was great, and it was really fun, and it was wacky and a little scary, and it was lovely. My character in this new campaign, I love him so much. I can't wait till I can tell you about him. He's so different than my character in the last campaign. So different. Oh, so different. Where do you add your questions? In the Discord, you can put them. The link to where to put them is in the announcement page, or you can go into the Discord waiting room, or you can just ask them in the chat. Yeah. All right, I'm going to grab Fluffcopter. Fluffcopter.
Hello.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm doing okay.
What are we looking at?
Unfortunately, we're looking at this one because, like, during the stream, I started working on something that, like, I'm actually more excited about. But like, we'll go with this one because
it's okay. This is we'll be. There's always more time for chit chats. You know.
Yeah.
This won't be the only chit chat.
Later. Yeah. Right now, we're looking at the class that I submitted twice already because I'm not very creative.
What are you looking at specifically? I didn't actually see your question.
We're looking at the Crescent Moon subclass, mostly because I think it's too powerful right now. But I like the vibe. I like the mechanics, but I think they're too powerful.
So tell me what the goal is for what is this supposed to? Before I read it, what is this supposed to feel like specifically?
Crescent Moon is basically about like mechanically. You know, let's start with vibe first. Like it's about like thrill seeking and about like finding stuff that is like secret or like esoteric, and like discovering like secrets and stuff.
So thrill seeking, but also sort of like revelatory.
Yeah. Basically like you know, like each subclass basically like finds like different kind of like a different way to like interpret absorbing energy, and like, you know, like finding new information. And this one is like basically like going very aggressively very like aggressively into the, you know, into the front lines and like finding secret, like very
They're charging into the darkness.
Yes, basically.
Okay. And mechanically, you want them to be. I'm looking at it. They're more of like the Dex, quick, nimble guy.
Yeah, they're basically like melee fighters, sort of like the Gish, sort of like.
Are
idea.
all of the subclasses getting? I'm looking at radiant weapons. Are all of the subclasses getting a feature where they enter into a different mode for a short period of time, or is that unique to this one?
They all play off of the light manipulation in some sort of way.
Okay. Here's my initial thought. I don't know if radiant weapons. I might be missing something, but I don't know if radiant weapons needs to be like limited. It doesn't seem like the idea that you now can use the finesse property and the throne property with your scythes, and they teleport back to you. That doesn't seem too powerful to just have on all the time.
I think the powerful part is the light die, because like the damage turns into the light die damage, which technically grows, which is where I'm really wary, because like the growing damage on weapons is risky to put on pretty much.
How does the dice damage grow in these things?
I put it the same as Bardic Inspiration die, same growth rate.
Okay, so it's gonna start as like a D6 and it's gonna become a D12.
Yeah, and like it's basically right now it's designed to be put on sides, not sides, sickles.
Yeah. I think it's. Listen. Call me crazy, but I think it's fine.
You think so?
Think about it like this: if the intention here is that you are going to be using these weapons the whole campaign because you have a subclass feature designed specifically for these weapons, they need to get stronger.
Yeah,
because,
definitely.
Like, so I think them growing with the damage die of the Bardic Inspiration isn't nuts. I mean, maybe keep it 10 minutes if you want, but that doesn't. None of this feels overpowered to me at all.
Huh. It's just
Like-
like I'm thinking about like later level stuff because like
Are they gonna get
maybe-
like 16 attacks at later level?
no, they're getting like 1 extra attack at 5th level.
Yeah, that's
But,
fine.
like if you're like growing like the damage, you're getting like fucking like 3 attacks, like 3 attacks, assuming you're wielding like a sickle in each hand. So like that's like 3 attacks, like D10 each. It feels powerful. I
if
don't
you're
know.
really worried about it too much, then what I would do is change it so that it's not doing scaling damage die where it changes the sickle. It's empowering the sickle for that short period of time with extra damage. So make it a little stronger than it is now and keep it limited use. And maybe make it like I might play around with, what if it was like, okay, like what if, for example, you activate it, it's only on for 1 minute, but instead of it changing the damage die to the light die, you get to add extra radiant damage equal to the light die. So you get like a super fucking like crazy light show razor blade dance mode that you can enter. Maybe do it because it I see what you're saying. Now I see what you're saying. I'm not. I think that if it's as is, I think it's fine. I really think it's. I would say play test it before you're too concerned with it because it does feel. I'm not super worried about it. But if you do want to push it in one direction or the other, see how crazy it is if it's just on all the time. See if that's actually an issue or not. Or see if it becomes an issue or if it is more evocative, if it's shorter in use, but it's like making all of your attacks almost do like these little light burst smites as you're bashing with radiant damage. That's additional damage.
Yeah. Because like I like the core mechanic. I like the fact that like, you know, it grows with your light die, so like your actual light die matters. I like that like it uses your light dice as a resource, so like getting more of them actually does something.
Yeah.
Like mechanically, like it fits together, but like I don't know how to like make it weaker without like taking away that like interconnectedness. That like
You
I
could-
really like in design.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that you could do is you could have it so it's not doing that on every attack. Like, it could do a
that's
certain amount
fair.
of damage, but then one attack per turn scales with the light die or does extra damage based on the light die or something like that.
Oh, that's
like,
actually a really good idea.
that could work too. It could be just like a once a round thing. It's good that you're thinking about it, but I do think you should not necessarily, if you like this as is, don't immediately take it off the table because it might be fine too.
I'm just like, I don't know, like.
But yeah,
big
just making it
numbers
once per
scare me.
turn. Respectable. Making it once per turn is a good balance if that's a big concern.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I also considered like taking away the extra attack, but then like, what do you replace it with? Because the extra attack is so like iconic for a 5th level feature.
The only thing that I would say is if you wanted to get rid of extra attack, you could give it something that is essentially adjacent to extra attack, where, especially because you're throwing these things, you could give it like almost like a like Captain America shield bounce mechanic that activates at level 5, where maybe at level 5, if there's a creature within range, you can like bounce it between them before it teleports back to you. That could be a thing you could do if you're like, I want to give it something extra attack adjacent, but and just because it kind of fits the vibe, I think, of the bouncing around of quick little light blender. But I think it's fine. I think extra attack's fine.
Okay. I don't know. I just I like the visual I have in my head is just like I love it so much. Like I want it to like work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, play around with it. If like I said, if it feels too strong like this, maybe make it so it's doing extra damage, and that extra damage is once per turn. Or if you want to be more like, make it feel more like a Nova character, more like Paladin-y, make it again every attack, but a much shorter period of time.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Can I just like ask you like one extra thing?
Sure.
About the 10th level feature, because like I have like the 3rd level feature for the entire class. I don't know if you remember, like we had like that thing where like where you when like someone is like casting a spell, you have like an intelligence check to like absorb that spell, and we agree that like that's kind of like the what's it called, the rogue thing, the trickster thing.
Yeah.
So instead, when someone casts a spell, you add a light die to your pool. So like it ties back into like the central thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you're not like under like manipulation, you just gain temporary hit points equal to that light die. So like 10th level, I pretty much across the board agree that like you add like an extra spice on top of that feature.
For sure. So I think this works. I just skimmed it.
It's basically the what's it called? The Gnostic thing.
Yeah, well, let me ask you a question. Do you want this to have more of a utility roleplay feature, or do you want it to be more of this? Let me rephrase that. For all of the subclasses for this custom class, this homebrew class, do you want 10th level to be more of a utility roleplay type feature, or do you want it to be more of a combat type feature?
Former, definitely former.
Okay, then I think this works. The only thing that I would just say is it's a little lighter on the power level. It's very situational. It's both situational in terms of when you can use it and how it's going to be helpful. Like, there are going to be a lot of times where this isn't helpful, even when you do get it off. So just think about how much real estate, how much power you want this 10th level subclass feature to have across the board of the subclasses. Like, a lot of times, because there are subclasses, like, you know, like a lot of fighters, for example, their 7th level subclass feature isn't that strong if they have a really strong 3rd level subclass feature, and they're kind of designed that way. Like, so just think about like how much power you want 10th level to have. If you want 10th level to feel like it has significant power, you either need a way that you can use this more actively than needing somebody to cast a spell or be a spellcaster, or it should have some more mechanical element. Like, for example, you have advantage on all insight checks against the creature for a certain period of time, or something that has enough mechanical crunch that the player can unquestionably understand how they can use it. Because this works, but there's a lot of situational DM interpretation here.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So just think about how much you want it to be that. But I think it's fine as is. It's just not that strong.
Yeah, like if both power, if it's both like not strong enough, and doesn't have like enough like application, I think like you can like make it stronger by like adding that application instead of like erasing this and putting an application.
Oh yeah, no. I wasn't saying to change it, but it like you could definitely put more if you wanted to.
Like that's like some extra pepper on this. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, that's basically my question.
Cool, man. All right, thanks very much for the call.
Okay.
All right, knock.
Who's there?
Click! That's how we do it. We hang up on you. Thank you for the call, Fluff. You're a champion. Morion, you are not an idiot, you silly goof. The Q&A thread is linked in the announcement tab in my Discord, but you can also just hop in the waiting room. That's fine if you want to call in. I like talking on the phone when people are able to. It's nice. It is often easier to navigate what they're looking for. Next in the line we have Schmungus, the Schmungus Among Us. I know, Fluff. I'm a beast. I'm sorry. Can't stop, won't stop. What's up, Schmung? How's it going? Schmungus, you must unmute and undeafen. Hey, buddy. How's it going?
It's going good.
Let me see. Did you send in some homebrew for us to look at?
I think I did. It should be linked as just D&D Homebrew Collection.
Yeah. Let me pull it up. What are we looking at specifically, my friend?
Just want to quickly look over my monk subclass and my warlock subclass, because I just feel like the power creep on them is either a little too much or it's just done weirdly.
Sure. If we only look over one, which one would you prefer?
Let's do the warlock.
Okay. If the warlock's quick, we can look at the monk. But if it takes time, let's just look at this one. The intelligence. And your biggest concern is if it's overpowered. Is this designed with the 2024 rules or the 2014 rules?
2014. I mostly play with a lot of like newer friends who are new to it, so I'm using the older ones because
Gotcha.
the newer ones are just harder to get into.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm right there with you. I also I'm just used to it. This spell list, did you just take the time to make sure none of these spells are already on the warlock spell list?
So I don't have any lore written in for these because that's a whole other issue, and I have.
No, that's fine. I'm asking very specifically. Did you just make sure that none of these spells are normally on the warlock spell list? Because if they are, then they don't need to be here. Because this isn't giving them these spells automatically. It's just giving them the option to choose from them. So if it's already on the warlock spell list, so they already have that option.
I did make sure they were different from the warlock spell list.
Cool.
Unless I'm wrong about a couple of them, they should not belong.
I just always like to ask people that because it's just a lot of people don't think about it. It's like a really easy thing to forget.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the spells. I mean, the spell list is fine. I honestly don't really put much power into the warlock spell list because it's like, again, it's unfortunately not that great a feature in 5e.
Yeah.
Let's look at first level. Algorithmic aid. You gain proficiency in 2 of the following skills: investigation, history, nature, religion, arcana. If you already have proficiency in one of those skills, you get expertise. You can use charisma in place of intelligence for the chosen skills. Fun. I like that. Your patron grants you its expansive knowledge and learning capabilities. Whenever you cast Identify, you can do so without expending a pact slot. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. Okay, so good rule of thumb when you're designing anything for D&D. Don't give any features where there is a potential that the player will not have access to it. So this feature is only valuable if the player decides to learn the spell Identify.
Okay, so should I change it so that it just says you always have the spell Identify?
Yeah, and a good rule of thumb in general is that if you are giving a power that is based off of an option, giving the player give them automatically that option. Giving them automatically that option helps a lot. Fluff also says that Mind Spike and Intellect Fortress are both already on the Warlock spell list, so that's actually a good thing. It means you have 2 more spells that you can decide to put on this list. So that's that's a great problem to have.
Okay.
In terms of power, I don't think this is that powerful. The skill proficiencies, being able to use charisma for them and expertise for them is really strong. That's very good. The Identify feature is very ribbon feature-y. Like, the Identify spell is really more or less powerful depending on, like, being able to cast Identify without expending a spell slot is nice, but also how many sessions are you going to have where you're going to be wanting to cast Identify a bunch of times? Like, I don't know how often this is going to get used. Maybe that's okay, but I think that I might either move. I might play around with changing, either getting rid of this feature or moving it somewhere. I don't know if I'd move it somewhere else, but I think they need something at first level needs to feel a little meatier than these, and it could be. I mean, it could go in a lot of different directions. I think that this is algorithmic aid. The first part is really solid. I might play around with something else instead of this one. It's just a little lackluster.
Yeah. I could see that being slapped onto. So my spoilers for my last level ability. There's some issue with that. I'll just get that fixed now that I know what you've kind of given me ahead of time. Case in point, it basically lets you cast a warlock spell that you know for free, or has a weird like ability where if you observe a magical effect, you can absorb the knowledge and then replicate it once per long rest.
I mean, you could do something like that. That's a very well. Let me just read it. Let's talk about it when we get to it.
Got it.
All right. At 6th level, your patron grants you aid with unwavering quest to gain and disperse knowledge. You're immune to the charm and frighten condition. In addition, you can reach out to the mind, your mind, and aid your allies. As a bonus action, you can create a telepathic connection with creatures within 15 feet. Don't make this both of these features. Pick one. Either you're getting immunity to charm and frightened, or you're getting ability to talk with radio brains. Don't do both.
Okay.
Let me look at 10th. As a reaction, when you fail a saving throw, you can absorb knowledge of the effect. You gain advantage on ability checks and saving throws of the ability score you failed until the end of your next short or long rest. Oh, that's interesting. That's kind of fun. I might not make it ability checks and saving throws. I might just make it a saving throws.
Just saving throws?
Yeah, it feels a little bit. We're getting a lot of skill stuff with the level 1 feature. I don't know if we need more.
I was hoping that this, in my opinion, there's not a lot like of the warlocks. There's not really like the sleuth. Like, I guess it doesn't really need to be, but like I was almost figuring this is going to be the most sleuth kind of warlock subclass. Like they are.
Sure, but how are you?
They're the closest to an investigator, if anything.
Yeah, but don't you just have? Then you would take investigation, right?
Yeah. They're the most knowledgeable of that.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just don't. I don't know. It feels a little. The problem is it's a little like underwhelming.
At that level feature.
It's not terribly underwhelming. I think the disadvantage on saving throws is interesting, but again, it's going to be one of those things where it's like, you getting advantage. Excuse me. It's good. I think it's solid. I don't think this skill. I don't think we need with the skills. Also, it just feels extra. It also feels like it would create weird circumstances where you would like, you could have a player like trying to figure out how to intentionally fail a dexterity saving throw so they could have advantage on dexterity checks. You know, I just don't want to deal with that.
Should I put a case point where it's like when you fail an opponent or like a harmful effect?
I would just say if you want to, I'm not going to tell you what to do. If you want to do that, you can. I would say that I don't think that makes it better. I think that is making it more complicated to fit in a thing it doesn't need.
Got it.
Let me take a look at 14th level. Your patron opens your mind. You can cast one spell from your spell list as if casted using one of your pack slots without expending a spell slot. Alternatively, as a reaction to observing a 5th level spell or lower. All right, here's what I'm going to say. I'm actually going to stop reading this here. I would never give a feature that lets you just get more spells. I think that's just basically, it's not giving you a subclass feature. It's just giving you more of a core class feature.
Got it.
If I were you, I would look at, if you want to do the reaction, you can absorb a spell. I think that you could do something like that. That's probably fine. I would take some time and I would familiarize myself with the other warlock subclasses. And the way that they get features. 9 times out of 10, a warlock's subclass feature at 14th level is a once-a-day thing that is like a big showstopper move. And this doesn't really feel like that. But usually, warlocks get something that is a big showstopper move that is not a spell. I think that the only thing close to that, I think the Genie Warlock, I forget if it's their subclass feature at 14th level or just another thing they get, is that they essentially get a version of the Wish spell.
They get Minor Wish, which is like 6th level or lower. They get to cast any spell.
Yeah, so like I feel like other than that, it's if you have the opportunity to give something special and unique that could make them feel like a big flashy guy, I would go with that direction. So like, for example, if this one is all about like intelligence seeking and knowledge and stuff like that, maybe some like big AoE that tells you that like you could have it where it, like literally you learn like the stats and vulnerability, like you learn all the saving throws and all of the immunities and all the resistances of a creature or creatures within a certain radius. Like it could just literally like give you a bunch of metadata that you could then use in game, or it could be something that is what's happening like on like a flavor way, but it's like, you know, you gain intrinsic knowledge about a creature and its weaknesses the next time it is hit with an attack, it takes a shit ton more damage, or it has some penalties because people can now see around its defenses, or you know what I mean? Like,
It's like you know so much about it that it's not a threat anymore.
yeah, I mean, there's some sort of big power that could impact the game mechanically that could be a representation of you deeply understanding that creature, whether that means like you can navigate its defenses, or you just know what it's better at and worse at in a way that the rest of the group can also like take advantage of that. But something like that I might play around with.
Okay.
Just because I feel like the flavor of this thing is not about you get access to more magic. The flavor of this thing is you are gaining knowledge and wielding that, you know?
Okay. Yes, that makes more sense.
But I think it's, if anything, it's underpowered across the board, I would say. I don't think it's overpowered in any way.
Okay.
Yeah, any other particular questions about this subclass?
I would say, so the flavor of this subclass, if you kind of figured through it, it is like a larger than life algorithm. It's like your I have no mouth, I must scream.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of
Yeah,
monstrosity, where
the
it's
big
like
computer
it is super
building
knowledgeable and just overwhelming.
Computer. Yeah.
Giant computer, pretty much.
Yeah.
So a lot of its flavor is like it knows so much and it's always learning so much that it kind of keeps you on your toes all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any like effect that you would suggest I could incorporate where it's lacking that would kind of play with that idea as a subclass?
When you say it keeps you on your toes, do you mean that it like, what do you mean by that?
Like if it's always learning, you're never really caught off guard, because that's kind of what my like.
Oh, I see.
Where it's like,
I mean, you could play around with you not being able to be surprised. You could play around with giving you some sort of ability to manipulate your initiative because you're reacting more quickly to things. You could give them some sort of class, subclass feature that triggers as a reaction. So like if you give them the core feature that is like a reaction based feature, I mean, you sort of did that with adaptive learning. I think that I think that's the only other thing that I would say is maybe something like the only other thing that I would say, I don't want to push too hard in any directions because I don't want to like tell you to rebuild this entirely because I think it's got a lot going for it. Most of my ideas, I don't know exactly how I'd fit in. The first idea that came to my head is like, what if there was a feature where it was like, when you roll initiative, you can do something where it forces a saving throw on a creature or a number of creatures, and you can learn something about them immediately. So it's like when you roll initiative, it's almost like you're like battle scanning. You know what I mean? Something like that. Yeah, something like that maybe.
What about a feature where it's like when you roll initiative, you can target people with like some kind of effect, and then if they fail, you can learn when they're like relatively when they're going to go, or like not like fully knowing where in an initiative they're going, but like almost like, do you know if they're going to go before or after you kind of thing?
You could do something like that. That I don't actually know how helpful it's going to be honest. Like learning creatures' initiative, you're going to know their initiative by the end of the first round regardless, you know?
Oh, that's true.
I would play around with, you learn something that either, like again, sort of what I said with the 14th level feature is, I mean, this could be the 14th level feature, but you learn either something mechanical about the creature's literal stat block, or you learn something, quote unquote, but what that is, the way that it represents itself mechanically is you and your allies gain some buff while fighting the creature, or it gains some debuff while fighting the creature.
Like you can, like, I don't know, you could call it like
I'll just give you two examples. Like you could, like let's say you have a feature called like detect weakness. So that could literally be when you scan the creature, you learn its lowest stat. Or when you scan the creature, you learn any damage vulnerabilities it has. But you could also do it where it's like detect weakness. For the first round of combat, everyone has advantage on attacks against it. Right? Like that's not like that's sort of what I mean. I'm not saying to do either of those, but like that's sort of what I mean where it's like you could do something literally mechanically based or something where the flavor is you're learning something, but the mechanics express themselves in a different way.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because the only thing that this is really missing right now, aside from I think some figuring out of the 14th level feature, is a feeling of combat chunkiness. And while I appreciate the desire to not make something particularly like DPS damage focused, you still want it to feel like it's getting some valuable stuff in combat.
All right. I could see, because like I really want to do like psychic damage because that's kind of the mental stat. Mm-hmm. But like arguably that's already what.
No, I'm not saying make it do damage. I'm saying give it something it can do in combat, and that doesn't need to be damage. That could be buffing allies, debuffing enemies, that sort of thing.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate the call. Any final thoughts, questions, yearning as aspirations before I politely hang up on you?
I'm the schmungus among us.
And that gets a hang up. And thank you very much, Mr. Schmungus. Thank you. Thank you. Click. All right, let's see. Who's next? If you want to see, fun fact, in the waiting room, the channel right above it is called Waiting Room Queue, and you can actually see where you are in the queue. If you're like, how long do I have to wait? All right, let's see. Give advantage, perhaps. Let's get Mr. Popper in here. Ahoy, hoy, Mr. Popper. Unmute when you have a second to show me. And oh, you got to notice that we're here. You're both deafened and muted, which means you can't hear me in the Discord, which means I have to pray you're still on the stream, or I'm going to just put you back in the Discord. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room. I will count to 7. And if you do not unmute and undeafen, I will move you away. Hi, Lazy. How's it going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mr. Popper, you go back into the waiting room. All right, let's get Rylex in here. Oh, Mr. Popper just made it. Hey, Mr. Popper. Welcome, welcome. Hello.
Hey.
How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. You?
Oh, very well. What can I... Did you send in some homebrew, or are you... do you have a question for me?
I sent in a Google Doc link. Yeah.
I found it.
Prepare. It's very long.
Well, we're not going to read almost any of it. Tell me what the point of it. Tell me what the point of it is.
It's a monopoint system. It takes away the extra feats for balancing purposes, but based on your class level and other stuff, it averages out monopoints for a based on power system. So you can read it right there. There's the math for it. It equals out a pretty good average based on your level in class. I would think so.
Okie doke. And let's see. I want to know if the mana point system looks good. Do any of these abilities seem underwhelming? So what is this replacing spells?
No, not at all. It replaces feats and it makes them overpowered.
So what are you specifically looking for help with here? This is a very large document and I'm not going to read the whole thing. So
yeah,
guide me in a direction.
Just the first section is I just really want to know if this monopoint thing looks good to you. Just with a professional opinion, does this seem like something that works?
I cannot tell from this layout. I don't really understand. The other thing is I don't know if it works because I don't know what they do.
It's basically currency for activating an ability that isn't a passive of some sort.
So let's say I'm a level 5 ranger. I have a wisdom of 14. How many mana points do I have?
What level are you again?
I'm a level 5. I'm a level 5 ranger, and my wisdom is 2.
So 2. So that means you're a half caster. So we go down there. That makes you get a proficiency bonus of 3, spell modifier 2, 6. Caster type is 1 times level, which is 5. You have 11, and then plus your spell slots, which is like level 1 spell slots, level 1, level 2 spell slots, level 2.
That system, you going through it, is too confusing. Which to me makes me say that this system is probably too confusing.
Okay. Thank you.
That's the main thought. The main thought is if you are building a system that you want players to keep track of, especially if it's something that's going to change and you're going to need to keep mind of it, you don't want to have to do math that gets anywhere near algebra or pre-algebra. I'm serious. You don't want to multiply or divide whenever possible. If you have to, that is the only math equation that you're doing, and it has to work in a way that it doesn't lead to any non-whole numbers.
Okay.
So, like, for example, having mana points equal to your character level could work. Having mana points equal to half your character level rounded down could work. But you don't want to be doing stuff where you're multiplying and then adding and then multiplying and then adding. That's just going to genuinely confuse the hell out of people. And it's going to lead to a ridiculous amount of people not having the right amount of mana points. And not having the right amount of mana points is going to be a deep weakness in balancing it, because you are going to be balancing this for the amount of mana points you expect people to have, because you're going to expect them to do the math right. But if they're not doing it right, then that just throws everything else off. So I would simplify the math for this system.
Okay.
That's my main feedback. Like there's this is just it's gonna be very, also, like, you're doing stuff like multiplying by 0.5 and 0.8. Like, you don't want to be doing that. You want whole numbers. You want to be doing addition and subtraction, or multiplying or dividing by 2, and really nothing more complicated than that. Because people might not be playing with a calculator. You know what I mean? This needs to be simple enough that somebody that wants to play with pencil and paper can use it. I think that's a good, like...
People.
You know what I mean? Like,
that got to me. People won't be playing with a calculator. That got to me.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, listen, if you're running games that are closer to, like, AD&D, Pathfinder shenanigans, where people are using, like, spreadsheets and stuff, then maybe this will work for that sort of game. But I think that most people will not get through the mana point system to even see what the things do.
Okay. That's the general just I needed for that.
Yeah.
What I mostly need help with is the Zyrath section in my world I'm doing right now. I'm trying to format. Zyrath is Zyra City, the dungeon desert. That's the name of the place.
Is that in this document?
Yes, tab. It's in the second tab. There's Zyrath Dungeons and Zyrath, and I just have notes for when I'm taking notes for this stuff. Just like, I'm going to type the name and summarize it so I remember all this later.
All right.
The Zyrath is basically it's a dungeon desert city full of like a ton of dungeons, just holy moly guacamole. And it's got like a ton of secrets and that fills it in, pull it together. But I'm trying to format those dungeons and I'm getting the art blocked. Just gonna.
So you're trying to format the dungeons into a adventure? Is that like you want to? I don't understand what your question is.
Yeah. I'm trying to make the dungeons not just seem like boring, just like a flat wall.
The way that you make a dungeon not feel like a flat wall is you sort of I think there's really three things to think about. One is they need to be varied, both in terms of how they feel, the types of problem solving you need to do to get through them. So there's like not a lot of monotony. Two, you want to, there needs to be, this is more dependent on the group, but the more emotional, like, story reason for needing to navigate the dungeon, the less you need to worry about them feeling important, because they are going to be important because they are a thing they need to get through to do a thing or to find a thing that is important for the story. Three, They shouldn't be random. There should be like dungeons are world building. You know, when you put a crazy evil scientist laboratory in a place, that is going to have an impact on the people that live around it. And you know, like
I have done that.
So those are the main three things I would say.
Yeah, the first 3 dungeons that worked on are food dungeons. They supply the food for the city.
So yeah, I think then making sure that there's a story that the players care about, that is forcing them to navigate these dungeons is probably just the most important thing then.
Involving the story and inputting it.
Well, because without a story,
yeah,
the players always have an argument for not going in the dungeon. And with a story, they want to. You know, you don't want to be in a situation where you're like trying to convince your players to play the game. You want them and their characters to want to get invested in the things that you are invested in. And that's tying the story into that, tying their character's backstory into that, you know? If one character is trying to get to the, you know, if one of the characters has some like a chef that they remember from their childhood that was like the one person that was nice to them, and they were taken away by this evil kingdom or whatever, and they know that chef has been put to work in this strange city of food and kitchens, they as a player and as a character are going to want to find that person in that dungeon, you know?
Oh.
So making sure that there's a reason to go, and if you can, tying that reason to a certain extent into either the story of the campaign or the story of the characters.
What would you do as a dungeon idea? So I might use that.
What do you mean?
Like, if you were to make a dungeon, what would it be?
Well, I've just been playing a lot of I've just been playing a lot of Outer Wilds, so I would probably make a dungeon that changed dramatically over time. Like, maybe a dungeon that was, like, slowly filling with sand, or a dungeon that was breaking apart, or something like that. I think the idea of an environment that is changing over time is really interesting and fun.
That sounds really interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, man, no problem. Any final thoughts before I politely hang up on you?
Can you make it unpolite for me?
Sure, fuck off. And that's how we do it. Thank you for the call. Much appreciated. I love the idea of a dungeon world. I do want to say, I'm sorry if I don't have like a million ideas for you. This feels very much like something that you are building that feels like close to your heart. And I have a hard time giving feedback to like outlines that somebody's, because this could be so good or so bad depending on how much you like it and want to run it. Do you know what I mean? Which is why the main advice that I had. But I also want to say the main thing that I just said to Mr. Poppers, all of you listen to this. If you can make your players interested in accomplishing something that requires them to go through a dungeon, that dungeon almost doesn't need to be exciting. Because the excitement is the anxiety of the need to accomplish it. There's a weird amount of power that you have as a dungeon master to make a game feel more thrilling by the amount of investment, emotional investment you can get your players and your characters to have. And the easiest way to do that is to make it relevant to something that matters to them. It doesn't need to be that their best friend it doesn't even always need to be a bad thing. It could be like, we're trying to build a tavern. It's like, okay, cool. Well, if you go into the Bramblewood, at the heart of the Bramblewood is the best barley in the kingdom. And if you can get that barley, you are going to be able to make the best beer in the kingdom. That's not a bad, that's not like a saving, that's not even like something bad is happening. But that's but like the player that's obsessed with making a bar, or if the whole group is, like, that's going to become priority number one. You might find yourself shifting the dynamic of the campaign to one where they're just going across the land, finding the best ingredients that are guarded by ancient legendary creatures. You know what I mean? I had one D&D game group. One of my D&D groups that near and dear to my heart, we played Curse of Strahd together. I was not a dungeon master, I was the player. And then We played a long campaign that I ran for them. They got obsessed with this idea of there being a intergalactic battle of the bands, and that they were going to be the best band. So the campaign just took a dramatic left turn, and it became, okay, I'm going to build a series of basically dungeons that are different planes of existence where they have to navigate the strange place to get to the place where they could do Battle of the Bands. But it was not a complicated game. There was not a lot of plot, but they were deeply passionate about it. You got a lot of power in the way that you build things up. All right, let's see. Rylix is up next. Let me grab Rylix. Ahoy hoy. Greetings and salutations.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Scared the shit out of me. You're loud. I'm lowering you, don't
Oh, sorry about that.
No. That was me. I had my volume cranked. How's it going, buddy?
So, I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing very well. Did you send in something for me to look at, or are we just chatting?
We're kind of just chatting, but I did send in like a description of what I wanted to chat with. If you wanted to maybe read that, but it's all that's in my head at the moment.
Oh, you said
I've barely been writing it down.
Yeah. Just tell me about it. So let's just talk it through.
So first and foremost, this isn't really for D&D. It's for Call of Cthulhu.
Cool.
Same tabletop RPG, different coat of paint.
Yeah.
But I'm the DM, and I'm wanting to try and create this new idea, and it just literally all flooded to me last night.
Cool.
So imagine, if you will, like an eldritch entity was listening to like some
Oh, you cut out for a second, buddy. You cut out at the least opportune time, my friend. Rylix, I think your mic got disconnected. Oh, you're back. Wait, you cut out.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. But you cut out. Literally, you were like an eldritch, and then you cut out.
an eldritch entity listened to some diner's radio and started taking a lot of the songs that it was hearing to create like a Hellraiser-esque soul siphoning hotel.
Cool. Based on like music you'd hear at a diner.
Yeah, but they like really like got into like certain songs. So like Copacabana is like their like diner mixed with like literally Copacabana.
Yeah.
It's a puzzle thing for the players who came here for some reason. My current running idea is that they're a bunch of concert goers and they found the cheapest hotel they could get to, and this happened to be it.
Mm-hmm.
So like they're trying to figure out a way to get out over this hopefully the night and try to survive till morning, whilst trying to figure out what are the songs that they have to do. Maybe if they know the song, they might know how to solve the problem, and like have it be like a cool like dungeon, but like all the puzzles are based off of funny songs that have really upbeat motions, but also horrible lyrics, like Copacabana.
Cool. Yeah. So first of all, great idea. What specifically are you looking for help with or to talk about?
Like, what would be the way to string all these together? Like, the hotel is kind of the easiest form to kind of be like you're trapped in the hotel. Where does it go from there?
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you want the origins of this eldritch creature, or at least like not necessarily its origins, but the origins for this place that it's created? Do you want the players to be like figuring that out as part of the mystery, or is that more the backdrop for the story you want to do?
Column A, column B, more figuring out that this is part of some eldritch entity's plaything kind of thing.
Okay, so it's almost like a revelation that this is not what it is. Things are not like this is an alternate space. Okay, so if I were you, then I would do a couple things. Number one, make sure that you're picking songs that are very, very known. Like the players might not recognize that you are describing something from Copacabana, but as soon as the connection is made, they're like, oh. So you just want to pick songs that like, you want to pick songs that your players might recognize. But the other thing that you should do is that if this eldritch creature was specifically in a diner, you could also incorporate features from the diner in a sort of larger than life way in the hotel that sort of add to the surrealness of it. Like what, like maybe like it, you know, maybe it has like a weird 1950s aesthetic, but beyond that, maybe like it doesn't have chairs, it only has stools, or like, you know, like just stuff like that, stuff that just adds to these little bits of flair that when they, or like maybe like the name, like you know how like some hotels will have like a symbol, like the Hilton has the big curly H, like maybe things like that sort of foreshadow and make reference to one of those old 1950s diner radios or things like that, so that like it's just that the aesthetic of the place is sort of built around that, to the point where when that becomes revealed, it's a little bit of like, aha, oh, that's why that's like that, that's why that's like that, you know what I mean?
I totally have an idea for that now.
Like,
that's awesome.
Here's what I would say: push the idea that this is an eldritch entity's misinterpretation of what reality should be to the extreme, and say, if the only thing an eldritch entity knew about our reality was what they saw and heard in a diner, and then they were using that to create a sort of like almost like eldritch Venus flytrap to catch people in, what would they make that place like? Like, what would they interpret the appealing version of reality to be if their only frame of reference for reality was a 1950s diner?
So like all of the greasy, sweet foods,
all the
neon lights.
Yeah, chrome and white and really vibrant colors. Everybody is like dressed a little like, you know, dressed sort of in that 1950s diner way where you're almost sort of dressed like an airplane steward, you know? Like maybe there's a lot of roller skates. Maybe everybody's on roller skates.
That's totally gonna be the room service.
So that's what I would say. I would say just crank that up to 11, and even to the point where you could even have it, you could intentionally put stuff in that sort of defies logic, that makes them as players go, this is fucking off. Like, because that's what you want. You want them questioning specifics so that they start to use those specifics as like clues, you know?
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, that's I'm literally like writing all of this down in a notes function on my phone.
Yeah, I think it's a really fun idea. Whenever I've only played Call of Cthulhu once, and so I'm not super familiar with what it feels like to play all the time, but the main vibe that I got from the one time that I played it and the vibe that I get from everyone else playing it is that a big part of the fun of Call of Cthulhu is the investigating of the mystery and the sort of uncovering and the tying threads together. So lean into that with the stuff that doesn't make sense. Like, try to put here's what, like, you watch the show Severance? So you know how Severance does this really well, where Severance has a lot of stuff that without context genuinely doesn't make sense, but it isn't so unrealistic that you think it would like break reality. But they all end up becoming very much tied to what is happening. Just, you want to do it like that. Like, there should be some stuff going on that makes the players go, that's fucking weird. All right, I guess this place is weird. I guess the water fountains here are just milkshakes. Okay.
Yeah.
But then when the clues start to come together, those oddities can sit out in their mind and go from unusual things to clues, and they can start to play investigator, puzzle solver, you know?
Gotcha. Yeah, totally.
Almost like the context of some things reveals the context of others, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, that's great. That is a great idea.
Yeah. Those are my main thoughts.
Awesome. So then I guess another question I have for you, if you open up that playlist, besides any of those songs, do you happen to have any ideas for a song that you think would be pretty cool to have that kind of like, what would the Eldritch Entity might turn into a puzzle for the people, for my players?
I would grab music from Fallout.
Ooh.
And grab the song from Wall-E.
Oh my god, I yes.
And grab stuff from like the Stepford Wives type music, like Pleasantville. I would go in that direction just to try to look for songs to find. Yeah, like really poppy, upbeat 50s, 60s music. BioShock.
Gotcha.
BioShock would also be really good. Yeah.
Yes.
Video games and movies that take place in or reference the 1950s aesthetic have done a very good job of picking really good songs from those eras, so you don't need to sift through all of them if you don't want to.
I'll definitely have my smorgasbord.
Yeah, cool, man. This seems like it'll be a lot of fun.
Thank you. It's literally last night I was on the toilet just listening to Copacabana as like one of the songs on my playlist, and I was like, this would be a great horror movie. Like for like them realizing the ghost is Lola. And then have like the rest of it be everything else, and it's like, oh my god, this is so good.
Yeah, it could be a lot of fun. Cool.
But yeah, I guess that's really it. Thank you so much.
Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
My name's not Patrick.
Did I call you Patrick?
No. I'm not a Krusty Krib. I don't know.
I'm hanging up on you. All right. Oh, was he referencing a SpongeBob lyric? I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm 1,000 years old and I've never seen television. Thank you very much for calling in. How can you make a music a puzzle? I mean, you could have, if you wanted to, you could pick songs that you are playing in this, like, here's how you could make music a puzzle. You could have a playlist of 3 or 4 very classic 1950s pop songs. And you could have, every time they go into a new room, you could, as a player, as a dungeon master sitting around the table, you could start the playlist over. That is something you would be doing intentionally. The players would notice it. They would ask about it, and you'd be like, this is what you hear. And they would notice every time we go into a new room, that song starts. Why is that happening? That might make them question reality. That might make them actually start to think about the lyrics of the song. Things like that. You just want to draw attention to the music, and then you want to have whatever that attention is drawn to, you want that to lead to something actionable that the players can then investigate or interact with or use to their advantage. If your players are so dumb that you doubt they would catch that hint, then maybe that puzzle would not work for you. The strange thing about D&D is that some things that are the best for one table are going to be just the worst for another. Speaking of lazy Indo, I'm going to pull you on right now. You ready, set? All right. Unmute when you have a second, buddy. Unmute and undeafen. Unmute and undeafen. Hello. How's it going? I can't hear you. Is your mic connected?
Oh, yeah. Hello?
Oh, there you go. How's it going, buddy?
Good. You?
Oh, very well. What can I do for you today? Are we looking at something you sent in, or are we chatting?
Oh, we're just chatting.
Lovely. What can I do for you, bud?
Well, because from my campaign I'm running, you must have heard the dinosaurs and everything.
Oh, yeah. You were asking the dinosaur question.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for you, but I want to hear your question first.
Okay. Well, for me, it's going to be a lot of traveling. So I was like curious if like there's any tips, because usually like there's the random encounters or you do this and that, but I'm trying to like to make it like a little more like, you know, something different.
Mm-hmm. I have a couple ideas immediately of ways you can do the travel, but let me ask you a question.
Okay. Yeah.
What if we think about D&D as like as like having both a vibe and a bunch of like different types of things that are satisfying to do?
Yeah.
What do you want? What space do you want travel to play in your game? Do you want travel to be strenuous? Do you want it to be sort of whimsical? Do you want it to be a challenge? Do you want it to be a vehicle for world building? Do you have like a priority in that direction? And then separate from that, are you looking for things like challenges that will lead to not necessarily actual like stakes and conflict, but that will lead to those sort of more introspective like character building moments? Or are you looking for like travel encounters that are genuinely like a challenge where failure will lead to like bigger issues or bad things, that sort of thing.
I mean, it's more like, you travel to like find like quote unquote like the MacGuffin, but like the travel is like, it's more like I like try like be a little like scary, like mysterious with the like the survival, because you're on an island with dinosaurs, so but what if like they eat you or something?
Well, the reason why I ask is because there's something that my dungeon master does for my show that I really like. But it's not exactly, it definitely doesn't fit every table, but it is really good for building character moments. And what that is if there's 4 players in the game and we are traveling, let's say we're traveling for 5 days, we'll roll a d20 or whatever. And then, if you roll a 15 or higher, there is some sort of positive encounter where it's like it's something beneficial happens. If you roll a 5 or lower, it's some sort of danger encounter. But the way that we decide what happens is the players decide. So let's say I roll badly. Then the DM will roll a d4. He assigns each player a number. He rolls a 2. So my buddy Craig then has to decide and so then my dungeon master will ask a prompt. He's like, okay, Craig, what did your character specifically encounter that got you guys in trouble? Or what specifically happened? Like your character specifically got separated from the group. He will come up with some issue that a specific player has to that isn't necessarily directed at a specific character, but it's either caused by a specific character or directed at that specific character. And then he has the player decide what that is. And then he rolls another d4, and whoever the d4 is of the second one, their character is the one that solves that problem. And they have to decide how their character solves that problem. And then they sort of role play out the scene. And it creates a lot of very kind of like fun, unexpected character growth building moments and gives the players some opportunities for like world building or to build the sort type of moment they want to have. And you can like break that scene up with like other characters getting involved or something. But like that basic, one character picks the problem, one player picks the problem, one player picks the solution, can be like a really fun way to add something to travel that isn't inherently like danger or conflict, because you as a dungeon master might incorporate rolls and checks and things, but at the end of the day, the players are going to have a lot more agency over that than you are, and you're sort of deciding to do that. But that can be a lot of fun. That's like my go-to is have the players build a conflict, and then you as the dungeon master have to be the dungeon master to see if they solve it or not. But let them be the ones to try to navigate that space. Does that help a little bit?
Oh yes, that do helps a lot. It gives me some good ideas.
It also just means you don't have to figure everything out.
Yeah.
Put a little bit on them.
Mm-hmm.
How many players are you running this for?
I think it's like 6.
Yeah, they have 6 fucking brains. You have 1 brain. Make them do work.
Okay, yeah.
You could even have it not be all the way, right? Like you could if you don't want to give that much control, you could be like, you could roll a dice and then you could be like, okay, you player, pick a damage type. And then be like, why? Pick a damage type. All right, acid. And then you as the dungeon master, all right, cool. I'm going to figure out how to incorporate acid into this next encounter, or make acid like the solution to this next encounter. You can sort of build off their ideas like that. That depending on how meta you want to get with the players, that can be really fun. And it also makes travel feel a little bit more nuanced, because you're sort of pulling the camera away from the group to have the conversation as players, which in a weird sort of way almost acts as like a refrain. Like there's an element of like a time passing that can happen when you're pulling the camera away. It's like, okay, cool, you guys travel for 2 days and then this happens,
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
And also another thing is, for the combat thing, since I'm just gonna be mainly like running beast, not gonna get like too in depth in different types. but and try to like to be like a little different than just get there, hit it, and just stay there and hit it. But because of the opportunity attacks, I'm not gonna move the creature because it's gonna get hit anyway. So I was just planning like to give it like an attack that it sets up on its turn, and the next turn it does that attack, so they have to move out the way. So just to
you
like
could
make
you
them
could
like
definitely make
strategize a
stuff
little
like
more.
that, but you want here's what I'm if your animals shouldn't act stupid. Like, I mean, they might act stupid, but like if an animal is losing the fight, do you think it's going to stand there and keep taking hits because it doesn't want to get
No.
opportunity attacked, or do you think it's going to run away or reposition and risk the opportunity attack? So I would play the monsters the way that they would act and not worry too much about like the meta of it. And then the other thing is, and I said this I think earlier, but I'm going to reinforce here, especially if you're running a campaign where you're doing primarily like beasts and basic monstrosities, you are going to want to play around a lot with the environment and the goals of the combat. Like, the goal of the combat is not always going to be fighting, especially with natural predators. Like, a predator is looking for food or looking to defend its territory, which means that realistically, they could probably go a long way and never kill a monster. Because if they can make themselves a big enough threat where they seem like they're not food, or figure out that we are just making this thing afraid because we're in its territory, we'll just get the fuck out. Like, you create a lot of opportunities for the players to navigate that conflict in a way that isn't inherently combat. So I would also like lean into that, lean into the power of the natural world. And like, what if, they might get attacked by dinosaurs that are like, I'm going to eat you. But just as likely is they're going to get not attacked by dinosaurs, but snuck up on by dinosaurs that are like, you got food, I'm taking that. It's a lot easier for me to steal your rations than it is for me to fight you. You know what I mean? So like, there's all sorts of stuff you could do. I would say go out of your way to don't think about the combat necessarily in terms of like, how is each fight going to be? You want to do that, but there should be reasons behind the fights happening and intentional decisions you make based on the environment to make sure that those fights feel dynamic and different.
Yeah, okay.
Like if you're going to be in a jungle, maybe at one point, like let's say they're in like a jungle where there's like gorges and fissures and rivers that run below, and like geysers. Maybe you have a combat where there's like a big geyser chasm, and every round water erupts out of it, and like players could realize that they could like use it to propel themselves up in the air and like fight the creatures in the trees, or that it could be dangerous. Like there's all sorts of stuff you can do, but you want to make the environment kind of dynamic so that the combat stays dynamic.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So yeah, and also I like to keep it like a little mystery. They know like there's gonna be like some dinosaurs and everything, but like try to be like more like mysterious, so it's not like oh well, we know it's a friendly dinosaur, so we're not gonna attack it and everything. More like the element of surprise. I don't like doing surprise rounds because I do this and then we move on. More like I give them a chance to, I don't know, if they want to run or if they want to like start a chase mechanic and everything.
I mean, I think that's reasonable. You kind of like, you don't really know what a creature is going to be like necessarily. Lots of creatures in D&D look scary when they're not scary, or vice versa. I just think it's a matter of just making sure that you give players an opportunities to engage with that and, figure out what's going on. If you have a monster charge up into the campsite, they're going to fight it 9 times out of 10. Like, if your idea is like, yeah, but they should have figured out not to fight it. Why? It charged into the campsite. But like, if they see a monster like drinking out a water hole, and that water hole happens to be where they need to go to enter a cavern that's underwater, maybe they don't know if that's a monster that they can just walk past, or that they have to distract and make go away or fight, You want to just make sure you're creating opportunities for them to like have the space to have that mental question and try to figure out how to navigate it.
Yeah. Also, there's like 2 things for, if they want like to tame and ride, and also like the prices, because I don't want to make something, strong, cheap, or something weak, expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Also, taming shouldn't be too,
How would a
difficult.
cooking contest play out in D&D?
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's prices or not. That's just going to be like, that's just you deciding how much money you want them to have versus how much money things cost. But why do dinosaurs need to be something they can buy? Like, maybe there are like little pet dinosaurs they could buy or riding dinosaurs, but if they want a really cool one, most real cool dinosaurs aren't like sold. Like, if you have one, it's like it's rare and you're not selling it. So you have to go get one. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I understand, but it's more like there's some cities where it's somewhat civilized and others, it's like a stable,
Sure,
there's
but that's
not,
what I mean. Like,
the
are you going to be able to buy a T-Rex? Probably not, but maybe you'll be able to tame one. So, like, maybe, yeah, the sort of basic dinosaurs are available to buy, and they essentially are just reflavored versions of, like, pack animals that you could normally get. So it's not a horse, it's like a whatever it is, or it's not a you'd make them basically basic dinosaurs that would still be cool, but they wouldn't really do anything particularly crazy or vicious because, why are you selling those in a big city? Or, if you decide, oh, I really want them to be sold in a big city, but I'm nervous about my players getting them, then just, be reasonable with how much gold you give your players so that they are not a reasonable thing for your players to buy. How much money things cost in a game is entirely dependent on how much gold you give your players. If you give your players a lot of gold, they're going to be able to spend a lot of money. If you don't give them a lot of gold, they're not going to be able to spend a lot of money. Things don't need to be that expensive if they're not getting a lot of money. It just depends on like what the tone of the game is. Do you want to? I was talking about this at the beginning of stream. If you want, do you want a game where getting 100 gold is not a big deal, or getting 100 gold is a really big deal? Maybe 100 gold gives you like 2 potions, or maybe it gives you a couple nights in a really nice hotel, or maybe 100 gold gives you a legitimate magic item and a week in a really nice hotel. It really just depends on how wealthy the economy of your world is.
Yes. Well, of course, the last thing before you inevitably hang up on me, it's
Sure.
I've been also checking for like the potion brewing and everything, but like all the ingredients, it's pretty complicated, and there's not really like any like more simpler ways to do it. So,
what
like,
kind of
if you have,
potions
like,
do you
any-
want them to make? Let me rephrase that.
Well, it's
What kind of potions do you want your players to have access to learn how to be able to make and potentially make?
I mean, it's like this bottle of like poison oil. You can spill it, or you can use it, and it's like it sticks to the thing you're attacking, or it's like powder that can be light on fire if you use like the right things.
So
more like
what I'll say, it's
utility-wise.
literally the exactly the same feedback as I had for the gold. If you are making custom potions for your players to make, then you can decide how often you want them to be able to use them, and then you can make a mechanic that they can engage with that lets them use them that much. And if you don't want to have to build something super complicated, you don't have to. If one of your players takes alchemy supplies and you want them to be able to brew potions or herbalism supplies or whatever, you could make a list of 7 potions. You could give them that list, and you could say, at the end of a long rest, you can make an alchemy supply, an alchemy skill check, an alchemy tool set check to try to make one of these potions. This is the DC for each of these potions. Some of them are a lot harder to make than others. If you succeed on the check, you make 1 brew of that potion for the next day. Like, you could just be that. You don't need to worry necessarily about building whole big complicated systems unless your players are excited to use them.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does really make sense.
Yeah, so don't worry about figuring out how to navigate a overcomplicated system, especially if it's one that you aren't immediately excited by, unless your players are actively willing and eager to like lean into that. Because otherwise, what's the point,
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Cool, man. Any final thoughts, questions, aspirations before I hang up on you?
What's your favorite dinosaur?
Velociraptor. Click. And thank you for your call. Thomas, thank you for the 2, said, how would a cooking contest play out in D&D? I would say the best way to do a cooking contest in D&D is to get all of your player characters involved and to do it like an Iron Chef type show where they are doing a cooking competition that's live against another group. And I would probably make it a series of skill check challenges where the players could decide which skill they're going to use. They have to have a reasonable way to use that skill. And then they would roll that skill. And then you would add all their numbers together. And then you would have that total of numbers has to beat a certain threshold to win, or to win by a certain amount. You could also allow players to use like character abilities or spells in place of checks. So like, for example, maybe the barbarian says they're going to use athletics check to pound the wheat into flour to make the bread make the flour super good for the bread. Or like maybe the rogue is going to use sleight of hand to steal an ingredient from the other group so that they don't have it and you can use it. Or maybe the wizard is going to use burning hands to char the meat so it has that extra fine char. Stuff like that. Just you want to make it like a group activity. And you don't want it to just be one single role. You want like everyone in the group to be able to contribute something to it. That's what I would say. Also, thank you for the 2. Excuse me. That was my gross cough. You like that my headphones talk to me now? I hate it. I'm glad that you like it. My only hope, the only silver lining to me not figuring out how to fix my headphones is that it genuinely startles me every single time it happens. And I hope that is funny to see. That is what I hope. Next we have ++3, 3Q. Let's pull them in. Hello, how's it going? Ahoy hoy. Greetings and salutations. You gotta unmute. You gotta unmute or I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room. Oh, you almost did.
Hold on, sorry.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good. I just saw
Alright.
your stream. I was like, oh, cool.
Well, it's good. I'm glad. Did you send in something for us to look at, or did you just want to ask a question in chat?
I think I sent it in, yeah.
I don't see it.
I don't think I sent it
Oh, I
in
see
the
it, I
right
see it, I
place.
see it, I 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 see it.
Is it the pack of the weave?
Yeah, I found it. Worried that,
Okay.
okay, let's take a look at it. So I didn't actually read what you wrote. What did you say? What are you worried about for this piece?
I think I missed, but basically, I think the first level abilities are like way too overpowered. And then
Sure.
I'm worried like the later level abilities you get with it is like, this is like useless. I could have done anything else but get this.
All right, so what is the point of this subclass? What
It's
is the
supposed-
vibe?
It's like, hey, I'm a wizard, but I'm not a wizard. Like, I'm a warlock.
Okay, so the most important thing then is you don't want this to just be a warlock that gets a couple wizard features. You want this to be a warlock that engages with the arcane in a way that is maybe wizard-y, but maybe only wizard-y in flavor, but mechanically is very unique. In the same way that a wild magic barbarian doesn't do sorcerer wild magic. This is extra important for this though, because wizards don't have any flavor to them. Wizards are just the most spellcasting. So you have to be really careful not to make this warlock just the most spellcasting, because that's not that's nothing. That's just warlock plus more warlock. And you don't want it to be the same thing where it's just the same as a warlock plus a level of wizard. So you're worried about the first level features being too strong? Let's give them a gander. Arcane magic.
Yeah.
When you choose this patron at first level, your link to the weave allows you to learn spells normally associated with the wizard class. When your packed magic feature lets you learn a warlock cantrip, or warlock first level spell or higher, you can choose a new spell from the wizard spell list or warlock spell list. So you basically just get access to the whole wizard spell list as well as
It's
the
like
warlock spell
Divine
list.
Soul Sorcerer.
Okay. That is not going to be as impactful for a warlock getting wizard spells than it is for a sorcerer getting cleric spells. The difference between warlock and wizard spells is not that big. The difference between sorcerer and cleric spells is a mountain. So just keep that in mind. I don't actually know. This is gonna weirdly. This is almost a flavor feature. Like it's fine, but you get such few spells as a warlock, and you're casting spells so rarely compared to being a wizard that there's not a lot of benefit to all of the super niche spells of a wizard. There are going to probably be some spells that are going to be really good. The thing that I would keep an eye out for this is like, are there wizard spells that are just unquestionably the best spell to take to the point where you're not going to make other options? Because if that's the case,
Like Fireball.
if that's the case, then maybe it's not a super good feature, because it ends up all sort of almost like not being it ends up being like either useless or broken and sort of nothing in between. So I this could work. I think if I were you, I would spend a little bit of time and just see how this actually feels. Like, what would a 10th level warlock with this feature, what would they have at their disposal, and would it all be reasonable to have? Or would it be underwhelming? Would they not feel that different than a regular warlock? Wizards, yeah, dude, wizards have no flavor. Look, I'm sorry. We need to talk to Morian, because Morian is being foolish right now. Wizards have quite a lot of flavor when it comes to the story of wizards. Let's talk about flavor from a mechanics perspective. What is something unique on this table? Let's see. Spellcasting, not unique. Arcane recovery, unique, but also literally just getting spells back. Arcane tradition, that's just your subclass. Oh, look, no features, no features, no features. Arcane tradition, that's just the subclass. No features, no features. Arcane tradition, that's just the subclass. No features, no features. You see what I'm saying here? So to tell me that wizards have flavor mechanically is to tell me that cheese is made of linoleum. And cheese is not made of linoleum. That would hurt my teeth. Wizards have a lot of flavor from a story perspective, but when we're talking about homebrew, where we are using mechanics to uplift story, wizard is not a story to uplift mechanically, because it's just more spells. All right, my rant is over. Let's take a look at this other first level feature. That was less at you and more at chat, but regardless. At first level, due to you gain I wouldn't be that aggressive on the phone with you. That would be mean. I was being aggressive to chat.
I know, because I was just like, whoa.
No, calm down. Everything's fine. At first level, due to you gaining, if we do a stream where I'm doing more of a proper review, where I'm just giving feedback and we're not on the phone and I'm like critically analyzing your homebrew, that is the tone that I look at it with, though. Just to keep that in mind, if you ever want to be one of those, I turn the volume up to 11. Let me look at the other first level feature. At first level, due to you gaining magic from the weave, you cut out half those words. You can instead. Instead of using what the fuck? All right, this sentence is confusing me. Let me read it again. What? Due to you gaining magic from the weave, you can, instead of using your charisma as your spellcasting modifier, use your intelligence. Oh, Christ. I'm so sorry. Okay, so the way that you would write that sentence so that it's clear is you would say, at first level, you can use intelligence instead of charisma for your spellcasting. And just make it that sentence. You're doing too much back and forth, passive voice into itself. It's written like a essay that's trying to fill word count. You don't want to do that. It's a bad writing habit. It's a writing habit that we are all taught in school. Don't do it. I'm gonna be honest, man. This just feels like it's making you a wizard. I don't love it. This doesn't feel like a subclass. This just feels like warlock wizard. In a way that isn't really like doing anything super unique. I don't know, man. I don't know. What about being a wizard do you want this warlock to feel like?
I mean, like, warlock, they don't really get a lot of... Their first level and their lot of later levels, some later level spells are kind of like mid. So I was thinking, wizards get a big spell list. Let's just combine it with that.
Yeah, no, but that's solving a problem that you have for the base warlock. That's not a flavor of subclass. So I say again, aside from casting spells using the same stat as a wizard and getting access to wizard magic, what about, like, if we cut out the mechanics of the game, we are not thinking in terms of game mechanics, what about a wizard do you want this warlock to have that makes them feel like they are getting a side of wizard or a side of the weave? Not from a mechanical perspective. Just from like a vibe, if this was a story.
I was more thinking like, I don't know what I was really going for. I was just more going wizard warlock, and I don't know. I was really going for here.
Yeah, I think if I were you, I would say you want to have a little bit more of a narrative, not a narrative, but you want to have more in mind than that. Because this honestly,
I was more thinking of
this
like,
first level kind of just feels like maybe it's fine. I'm not going to tell you not to do it, but this doesn't feel like a subclass. This feels like a warlock subclass that you take if you want to cast spells using the warlock spellcasting system, but you want to be a wizard. And that to me isn't a subclass. That's just like a different. I don't know. I wouldn't build a subclass. Like it feels odd. It feels odd to me. It's just like I'm not exactly sure if there's enough meat on them bones.
Mm-hmm.
King Crusher points out that switching to intelligence would be weaker. I mean, it depends on the way you want to play your character. I think that there's a reasonable argument for a dungeon master and a player that understand intelligence skill checks being just as powerful as charisma skill checks. Traditionally, charisma is easier to use, but not. I don't know if I agree with that 100%. Yeah, like I sort of feel like getting the spells from the wizard spell list, that is literally all you need to get the vibe of wizard. I don't think we need a whole other first level feature that is now changing your spellcasting modifier. Like that just feels off to me.
If you could look at like the last one, because
Sure.
I was kind of told by some of my friends like this kind of seems underwhelming for a warlock or for a last level subclass ability.
Yeah, this is just a level. This is also just the feature that wizards get at higher levels. This is I don't know if were you watching when I was. It doesn't matter. I was talking to somebody else about the first pieces we looked at was the arcane, the trickster shot rogue. That was the first piece we looked at. And my main feedback for them was make this thing feel uniquely like what it should for its class. Like I wanted them to not, they were pulling ideas from the Battlemaster fighter and the arcane archer fighter, and I wanted them to make them feel like rogue features. These don't feel like warlock features. These feel like you are just taking wizard features and shoving them into a warlock. That's which is like, that's just not gonna feel. I don't know. It just feels a little off. Not most warlock capstone features do one big showstopper move. My main feedback for you is maybe don't think about how to make a warlock get wizard features, because you could just be a wizard. Like this is just gonna feel like a wizard. So I almost like that's why I'm like this needs to feel like its own thing. So maybe instead of building this from the perspective of I want a warlock that just feels like a wizard, maybe I want a warlock that feels like their patron is the weave. You know? Like what would that warlock get that wizards don't get? Because they should be able to do some stuff that wizards can't do. It is not going to feel nice if I don't have any unique features. And if I am playing this subclass and there is a wizard in my party, I am just going to feel like I'm a warlock that has a couple lesser versions of the stuff that the wizard has. And the wizard is just going to be better at all of them. And they're also going to have a whole subclass on top of that.
Yeah.
You know? So I think if I were you, I would think a bit more about how to make this special for the warlock. And take a little bit of time and look at the other warlock subclasses and see what they do. See what kind of features they give.
I'm also kind of worried about what is it? There's when you look back at it, but like there's a 6th level ability where you can add your intelligence modifier. Something I don't know. I forgot about it. Wait,
Magic
I called
smarts.
it. Yeah.
You gain proficiency in Arcana. If you can choose another one. If you don't, you can add your ability modifier to the check. You can add your intelligence modifier to any skill check equal to half your proficiency modifier times per day. That's kind of, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't make it intelligence. It sort of is just. I feel like you're trying to force this. What if somebody wants to play this character and they don't want to be intelligence based?
Fair.
You know? Like I just think that, I mean, you could do a feature like this. I think this kind of feature could work. It's very artificer or wizard feeling. It could be totally fine. I feel like I don't know. I just feel like this would fit so much nicer if there was like, maybe at one of these levels, instead of you trying to force them to be intelligence based, what if you can just add your charisma modifier to, and like, what if this ability just allows you instead to add your charisma modifier to intelligence based skills? Like that could also work just the same. You know what I mean? The Fey Wanderer Ranger is like a Feywild themed ranger, and they're very charisma focused. The way that they make themselves charisma focused is that they allow you to add your wisdom modifier to charisma checks.
Yeah.
So I don't think you need to try to force this thing into intelligence. Again, though, the main feedback here is that this thing needs some unique features that are unique from a wizard. That's the main thing.
Spell imbuement one I just basically copied from the artificer, kind of.
Did you have any questions about it specifically, or you just want to hear my thoughts
I
on it?
wanted to know if it was like be too powerful, like, because what you can do with it is you can imbue like a sword or something, hand off to your fighter, or you can use it yourself. I don't know if you could do some sort of powerful combo with it.
I think a feature like that could work. I would have to. Are you casting the spell when you do this? Are you losing the spell slot?
Yeah, you lose a spell slot.
I mean, I think something like this could work. I would probably make sure that there's language for like only one of these objects at a time. Maybe you can't do this that many times per day. Just because you get your spell slots back on a short rest, that gives you a lot more uses of this than like a normal character could. It's a lot. Like you could put this in a player could very easily be like, cool, I'm going to cast 3 spells, take a short rest, cast 3 spells, take a short, you know, and you could just take advantage of the game that way. So I would limit its use a lot more. But something like that could work.
Well, thanks, man. That's all I really needed to know.
Yeah.
And your advice on trying to make it feel wizardy or ish, but not making it a wizard is pretty useful.
Yeah, that's what I think the most important takeaway here is you don't want too many features that are just there to make one class feel like another class. You want to make your subclass a unique expression of that idea. And the main reason for that is otherwise you end up with something that like doesn't have a unique identity potentially. Very easily potentially. Like if there is a wizard in your class, in your group, then this thing really doesn't feel that exciting. And you want this thing to feel exciting if there is a wizard in your group or not.
Well, thanks, man. I think that's all I really had to show off.
Yeah,
so,
thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Any final
I'm a
thoughts
big
before
fan.
Oh, shucks. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Keep doing videos, and if you don't, I'll cry myself to sleep.
All right, I love a cry. See you later. Click. All right, let us give our dear friend. I don't even know how to pronounce your name because it's just a bunch of numbers and symbols. But I am going to give you a round of applause nonetheless, good friend. You're planning on homebrewing a subclass for what class? Barbarian, duh, the best class. When in doubt, Barbarian. Always Barbarian. Just as a reminder for folks that are just pulling in, if you want to send in some homebrew and join me on a call, you can through my Discord. Just go into the Discord waiting room and you can do that there. Or you can send in some homebrew through the announcement post I just put. If you don't want to do either of those, that's fine. You can just hang out. Or you can ask a question in chat. But I do prioritize the people that are in the waiting room, just so you know. Wonder if a D&D character could do what orcs do and believe something into existence. The closest thing to that in D&D, I mean, you could do that. You could reflavor a sorcerer as doing that, right? Like, just reflavor your magic as believing in yourself or believing in something. There's a species in D&D called the Kuatoa, which are fish people that are crazy, and they believe gods into existence. They're pretty fun. Next is magic paper. Yeah, you could literally just go orc sorcerer and flavor it as your spells come from your belief in yourself. Or honestly, paladin would work really well for that too. Paladin would work really well for that because that's kind of where their magic comes from anyway. They get all these auras, which make them like unstoppable, which feels very much like a orc that's like, I don't believe in getting afraid, so now I'm immune to being afraid, you know? Oh, something just poked me in the eye. I think it was a ghost or it was a bit of something spicy. Let's get magic paper in here.
Oh, hello.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm very nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous. Here, do you want me to say something embarrassing?
Sure.
I can't think of anything. Poopy, 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 butt,
Okay.
poopy, fart, 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 poopy, fart, fart. Hey, did you send in something for us to look at, or did you?
I don't have any homebrew. I'm actually a new DM, and
Hell
I had
yeah.
some questions.
Yes, I love it. Let's chat.
So I just picked up Dragonlance, and
Cool.
I was thinking of doing that with some people who are also new to D&D, who happen to be younger family members.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where to begin or like how to really get them into it because I've tried to play with them before. Like one of my nephews, all he wants to do is just kill stuff, and he has no nuance for like role playing.
Sure.
And I don't know how to like get that into it, change his like mindset.
What are the if you don't mind, I know deets, but what's the age range of people you're gonna be playing with the crew?
My nephews are 15 and 16. Well,
Okay.
turning 15 and
Okay,
16.
so they're not like baby people. They're
No.
They're going to jail if they do something really bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what I would say, and it's just the two of them, or are there other people?
There's a couple others. My mom is part of that. My mom's actually been playing D&D for like 40 years.
Amazing.
So she helped. She's trying to guide me. She's not really a DM though. So there's only so much she can like explain to me.
your nephews that like violence a lot, and you're trying to get them to be more invested in the world and the story. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
So the best way to make someone who's obsessed with violence in D&D more into the world and the story is to give them a taste of something awesome and then have someone evil take that away. I will give you a tiny example.
Okay.
Let's say they go to a town and there is a guy who's an artificer in town, and he is working on some crazy inventions, and he loves explosions. He thinks explosions are the best, and he is really annoyed that people that are all the martial characters don't get to use explosions. Only sorcerers and wizards and stuff. That's not fair. Everybody should get to use explosions. So what he has devoted his time to is creating these little contraptions that you can plug onto the hilt of a sword, that when you hit someone, it can launch it shoots a little cone of an explosion out. But it's a one-time use thing. And he like makes them and maybe he even makes them like extra cheap because he wants them to be used. Like he believes in this. And he doesn't have a lot. He like it takes him a little while to make them, but he's like, "Oh my god, if you guys want these, like have them. Like I'll give you half of the I'll literally give you half off if you just tell people about them to try to get more people excited about them." You know, like just offload them to them. And then whoever the bad guy is that you want the players to hate or care about a little bit, have them kidnap that guy. Now,
so now they don't have a supply.
They not only do they not have a supply, the bad guys have a supply. So it turns into this situation of like the guy that, because players that play D&D like a video game, they do care about stuff in the game, but they don't. If you're playing a video game where you're not role playing, the things that you care about are the things that make you stronger and that give you more resources. So make an NPC valuable to them by making them stronger or giving them resources that directly impact their ability to go kill stuff or whatever they want to do. And then have something happen to that guy where he needs their help. And now they, as a player, are going to feel a lot more inclined to help that guy because they want that stuff. You know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
If Tony Mizuko Explodey Artificer is the only guy that knows how to enchant any weapon, even if it's already a magic weapon, which is something you normally can't do in D&D, to enchant it to make extra explosions, and then the Dark Lord of Hilderstick gets him, they're going to want to go save that guy.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So that's what I would say. The other thing I would say is it is okay, I think, for players to want to just kill everything. What you need to decide is, and you can talk about this as a group, how much they want that to have consequences in their game. And you could even phrase it like that. You could say, like, I know you guys love killing everything. Do you want it to be a game where it's sort of like Grand Theft Auto, where after you kill a bunch of guys, you can kind of escape eventually without it being a big deal? Or do you want it to be the kind of game where you kill a bunch of guys and the town that they are from is impacted because now all those guys are dead? And if you phrase it like that,
that's worth talking about.
Yeah, and if you phrase it like that, I think they are going to be more interested in the second one because it is more satisfying to have bigger consequences that you make. Like that, just you are then changing the world as a character and potentially the story. And if the players all decide that they like that, then you can start leaning into them having consequences for their actions. You know, if they are murder hobos, and if they're not murder hobos, if they're just going out and slaying all the monsters, and they're not really causing problems in towns, then maybe the monsters start to hear about these guys. Maybe certain monster groups start noticing that who they are. Maybe there's some monsters that just run away from them when they see them because these adventurers don't take prisoners. Or maybe there are monsters that hear, these guys love using those giant explodey swords. So we're going to all drink. Now all of us are carrying fire resistance potions so that we are ready to fight these guys because we know what they do, because we have heard about how violent they are with fire. Or, you know, or like if they're being violent in towns, you know, eventually a militia might go after them. It probably is going to fail, but eventually either the towns are just going to literally treat them like raiders, where when they come to a town, the townsfolk are going to run and hide and hope that enough of their town remains once they leave that they can, like, continue their life, like almost like Viking raiders, where it's like, we don't even try to negotiate, we just run because we know you're fucking psychos, and we hope our houses are still there when we get back. And the players are going to have to deal with the world treating them that way, and smaller villages or whatever. And then people with resources and power, they are going to start hiring adventure hunters. And then they are going to have to start deal with not just your average militia, but people.
So it would be more of like a bad guy campaign in that sense.
Not, I mean,
Like,
maybe it could also be shades of gray. Let's say they get hired to go get some money back from some people that owe some money, that are some scoundrels or something. And maybe they're just supposed to get the money back, but they kill everybody because that's easier and more fun. You know, is it an evil campaign if they killed a bunch of mobsters instead of going about it in a social way? I don't think so. But maybe those mobsters' families are still going to hire the Mage Hunter clan to go fuck their shit up.
We've had a couple of sessions, and this is how I know they want to kill stuff.
Mm-hmm.
One of their goals was to sneak into a compound to get a stolen artifact back, and their goal was stealth mainly. If it was broken, it's not the end of the world. Like shit happens, fighting happens in D&D. It's like, you know, the main core. But my younger nephew, 15, was trying to go into every single room and look for sleeping people because they went in at night and like kill them. And some of these people I had tried to explain beforehand, from the I guess I'll call it the quest keeper, that not everyone in that compound is necessarily a bad person, in quotations.
Mm-hmm.
They're not the main target, but he wanted to go in and sneak attack, like stealth sneak attack everyone who was sleeping just because he could.
So here's
what
yeah. What did you say? How did you handle that?
I was like, do you really want to do that? Because I believe sneak attacks have advantage, especially on sleeping people who are incapacitated, I guess I would say.
Sure.
And I was like, if anyone wakes up, like there might be an alarm of some kind that goes off, or more people might come to the area. And he was like, so what? I'll deal with it. Like, okay.
All right. So that's fine. Sorry, keep going.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize.
I was also going to say like I don't know how to stop railroading, because there's a point where I'm trying to get from point A to point B, but I don't want to necessarily stop freedom of choice from players.
Yeah.
But like, I feel like there's only so much you can do before that's like, this is too much railroading.
For sure. Okay, so let's address the psycho killer, everyone in the building, and let's address getting people to follow the rails without it being frustrating. Psycho killer hotel, they want to kill everybody in the hotel. This is what I would probably do in the future if they want to do something like that. I would probably say, we aren't going to sit here and roll the dice for you going into every single room and trying to kill every single person, because that will just literally take too much time at the table, and it's everyone just kind of waiting, and that won't be that fun. Just say that. Just say, we are sharing. That won't be fun for everyone. So what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to roll a stealth check. Depending on how well you roll in the stealth check will determine how successful you are at this. And then you can just sort of window, like in the same way that like a sex scene, you go to the window, you know? You can just sort of glaze over it. You can say, okay, cool, they got a 15. Okay, cool. You couldn't go through and kill everybody because some of them were awake, but you did successfully kill, you know, a third of them or a half of them without being noticed and got away with this much loot or whatever. Like, literally just turn it into a skill check roll that you can sort of gloss over. You could do something like that.
That makes a lot more sense than going individually to each room.
Yeah, because playing through it mechanically is not going to be fun. And honestly, the game isn't designed for that. Like you said yourself, sneak attack isn't an insta-kill. It's really not designed to be an insta-kill. So the other thing that you could say, and I would put this on top of that, is I would say, in addition, I am going to roll a d6. And you do this behind the screen. You can do it in front if you want. If I roll a 5 or a 6, you are going to stumble into the room of someone who would not be instantly killed because they are powerful enough to potentially respond. And if that happens, we are going to go into combat. So that allows you to create a situation where if that happens, they can play out the mechanics of a fight that would be a struggle, which will potentially be a threat where they maybe need to run, where things escalate and they need to get the fuck out of there. Or they get captured or they get killed. You know, like all of those things could happen, but let them know beforehand. Like, don't just say there could be some really strong guys in here. Give it a mechanic, because remember, if you're a player that has a hard time role-playing, you're thinking in terms of mechanics. So make it a mechanic. Tie it into mechanics, so then they can think about, okay, that means there's a 1/3 chance that this is going to maybe go really bad. Not from a perspective of cool or not cool, but from a perspective of, like, my character might lose their items, they might get captured, they might die, like things like that. And you don't even need to kill them, but just letting them know that that threat is there is often enough to make them think about that. And then the other thing that I would say is, if they are really pushing the boundaries of, like, I don't really care about threats. What level are they?
We started at level 3.
Well, are they level? Are they level?
Yeah, they were
right now?
They were level 3. Yeah, they still are.
You know. Have you ever run a combat encounter where you just had, like, 10 peasants versus 2 guys? 10 peasants are going to fuck up a level 3 adventurer. So you don't need to use peasants because they're really weak. You could do something a little bit bigger than a peasant. But if they really want to push the button, then say, okay, we're pushing the button. Roll initiative, and they are now facing off against 7 or 8 guys to the point where just mathematically, they're going to lose if they don't run away or negotiate. Like, it's just a numbers game at that point. Like, there's a certain amount of, it doesn't matter how powerful they are.
Couldn't that lead into the players feeling frustrated that it feels like impossible odds? Or is this just because of the consequences of someone's actions?
I think it is. I think it is frustrating if it doesn't feel realistic. If they go into like a hostel that's like a corner of the road place and there's like nobody there except for like a bunch of wayward travelers, then it would be really unrealistic for them to get swarmed by 7 knights. But if they're in a pretty nice hotel that you make a point at the beginning of the session to say, this hotel has a suite on top and there's some very prominent people staying there. It is not at all unrealistic for a group of prominent people to have like an elite guard, and for that elite guard to immediately and very tactically swarm and protect anyone that's trying to fuck with those people. So if you foreshadow the threat so that they understand how it fits in the world and in a way that doesn't feel like you are forcing it, it's almost like you are trying to prevent it. Like, You know what I mean? Like you're gonna be like, oh guys, this is a really you guys have done a really good job of fucking people up, and that's true and amazing. But just keep in mind, this is the first time you are in a town that is run by magic users. That means that this place has a whole other element of defenses going on and communication going on that you guys are going to need to be careful of. And then if they're not careful of it, you can just decide that there's crazy magical runes that are doing stuff and summoning monsters and sending warning signals. You know what I mean? So like, just as long as you let them know about the threat and give them the opportunity to decide how they want to navigate that threat, whether they want to engage with it directly or try to do different things, then having them be swarmed by 7 guys is not unreasonable. Especially if you're like, yeah, you guys go into this tavern, there's like 7 knights. And then later you describe the knights going to their rooms. Now you know that there's 7 knights staying in there. A knight is a CR3 creature, stat block. That's not an easy fight. You know, they're beefy boys. So I think if you are foreshadowing in a way that is not, if you're foreshadowing enough to the point where like the players kind of have to notice it, then it's really up to them. I'll tell you, the first time I told a player,
Oh, sorry.
No, you first. You first.
I didn't even think of like to foreshadow like that. But that's really smart and something I will be doing from now on because it's way more fair, as you said. To
it also is world building. It's also world building.
Yeah. That too. Sorry, I'm still nervous.
Don't be nervous. I think that will work really well. Because at the end of the day, your job as a dungeon master is to make sure everyone is having fun. If everyone is having fun by just going around like murder psychos, then it's fine. But if you feel like it's taking up too much time or distracting from the game in a way that is not fun for the other players or not fun for you, then you kind of, there's the 2-prong attack is address it not in game, but as players, which is where you basically say, hey, we're not going to play this whole thing out. We're going to do this as a check. And you explain why. You say, because we don't want everyone to have to sit through you going through 16 different rooms. And you explain like the logic. We're all playing together. We're not going to do this for an hour and distract things. And then the other way is you let them know that the world has consequences. And if they are the types of players that like the world having consequences, make those consequences actually happen. You know, also, there's a lot of, you can always, you know, you don't need to kill characters. It's very easy for a character to be kidnapped. They just have to be knocked unconscious. That's all.
Yeah, because, sorry. I was going to say that I feel like that kidnapping or imprisonment would be just as valid instead of just killing because...
Especially if it's like in a town that has like a civil, like any structure of government or law. Like, even if it is like somebody's bodyguard that takes them out, the bodyguard probably doesn't want to kill someone if they don't have to, and they could just knock you out and then call the cops, and the cops will just put you in a prison cell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, Dice Admiral said 1 sleep spell ends this rampage. That's true. A level 1 spell will definitely put that character to sleep.
Is sleep spells by amount
points.
of HP someone has, right?
Yeah, and they're level 3. He's a rogue.
Okay.
He's not. What is he? He has more than 30 hit points. I doubt it.
I don't believe so, but I haven't seen his character sheet in a minute.
Yeah. So I would say let them know if the consequences are real, and then let the consequences be real.
Okay.
The other thing, though, to go to your other point, which was about how do I keep them focused on the plot, make the plot matter. If the plot is that you want them, what can you tell me what you're directing them towards?
So they were trying to get an artifact that contained something that was stolen from not a library, but like a group of people who are like traveling nerds. I guess.
So is that what they're still doing? Is they're trying to find this artifact?
No, well, they got it. I had to kind of. I don't think I'm the best at like trying to on railroad something and like try to fix it, which is why I'm trying to get advice for that. But I just basically had to kind of force them forward, and I don't necessarily like the result how I did that. I basically just said something along the God, what was it? This was like over a month ago. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
That's okay.
Exactly.
Well, that's okay. Let me ask you a different question. What is the goal right now, or do you not have a goal right now?
Right now, They are
Like, what is the next thing you want to get them to? What do you want them? If you could mind control them, what would they be marching towards?
They would be going to the town. There's this tower in the town they're at that they're trying to get into to deliver the artifact. Because that's where the people told them to meet up at, is this wizard's place. And that's kind of like,
are you worried that they're not going to do that?
Yes.
If they don't return the artifact, people are going to come looking for that artifact.
Would you say they would hire someone else to go get the people who had the artifact?
Here's what I would say. The person who sent them on the mission, does that person trust them? And then depending on how much that person trusts them, how long would that person wait before they send some people to figure out what happened?
Okay. I would say, like, just acquaintances. You know, they got hired for the job.
So if the people that hired them feel like they got shafted, how long would they wait before they hired some other people to go after them?
A couple days.
Yeah, so maybe in a couple days they another adventuring party or some adventuring bounty hunters come after them. Or maybe not. Maybe it's like if they're friendly, maybe they just send like a regular guy who's like, "Hey guys, the wizard just sent me. He wanted to make sure you guys were cool and that you're bringing the artifact back because he's looking for it. And if you don't want to, I can bring it back for you." And he's being totally honest. He could have like a signed letter from the wizard that's like official. And then the players can decide, okay, cool, you can do this for us. Or then it just happens. Or they could decide, no, fuck you. And now they're becoming the bad guys.
Okay. That makes sense.
But like, what I was going to say, the larger thing that you should be doing, I think, and it's less of a small plot point thing and more of like a larger next plot point thing, is the way you make the players go in the direction you want is you make the thing that is in the direction you want be impacting the world. I will give you an example. Let's say that you want this first arc to end with the players fighting a demon that has possessed a druid and is now creating like demon plants in the middle of a forest, okay? And like that's where you want them to go. That's what you want them to do. But they're like, yeah, but there's this string of coffee shops that you mentioned and it's really funny, so we're just going to rob them for a month and that's all we want to do. And we're not doing that. And you'd be like, I don't want to deal with this. So what happens if that druid is left to their own devices? The corruption spreads, creatures maybe start leaving the forest and coming into the town. If they choose not to deal with the problem grows. The problem grows to the point where it is affecting the things that they want. Maybe they go to the next coffee shop, and the next coffee shop, they go inside, and all the walls are covered in blood. And the people that they were going to be getting coffee from are all in pieces. And they find some of these weird alien plants growing, like demon plants growing out of the blood, because they didn't go find the druid. Now the druid has moved from affecting the forest to affecting the town. And now it's like getting in the way of the things that they like. Now suddenly if they want to figure out what's going on at the coffee shop, they got to go deal with the druid. So you want to make the world plot that you want them to engage with something that comes across their path. And then the other thing is if you make the plot tied to things that their characters care about. So like if one of their characters is like obsessed with dragons and he's like, he loves dragons and he thinks dragons are cool and he hates that everyone kills dragons. Maybe you want them to go fight some lich or something. Maybe they learn that this lich has been desecrating the graves of dragons and is collecting dragon bones and is on the hunt for the last living dragons. Now suddenly, maybe it's almost like, fuck, that's weird. And also, if that guy finds the last living dragons before I do, I might never see a living dragon. Like, I need to, guys, can we go look for dragons for a little bit? Because, this lich is maybe just going to kill the last one and then maybe make a dragon army. Like, you know what I mean? So,
yeah,
take the things that the characters care about and bake them in too.
Okay. How would you, like, go about that naturally?
1 second. I am going to, let me just say, my dear, listen, you got to stop apologizing. You're very polite.
Okay.
Robert Hartley, GM, you sensual beast, you glorious man. Hello. Welcome to the show, guys. My name is Cinderblocksally. We're doing D&D Homebrew Helper. People are calling in with their D&D questions or talking about homebrew, and we are doing our best to help. If you want to call in, you can do it through my Discord. there's a little link in the announcement tab, or you can go into the waiting room in my Discord, and if you go in that, I'll just bring you on the call and we can chat. And right now we are talking to our dear Magic Paper.
Magic Paper.
Magic Paper, who is dealing with some teenage players who are murder hobos, and we're trying to give some thoughts on to how to get those players to murder hobo in a direction that works with the campaign. What were you gonna ask?
I was gonna ask, how would you go about doing that naturally? Would it just be like trying to pick up on what they're saying in character and out of character, or like look at character sheets? Like, how would you like introduce a plot point that is connected to someone else, like without making it seem forced?
Yeah. So it's all foreshadowing. It's all the way you make everything feel not forced is foreshadowing. So here's how you do that. I would say you need to plant a seed for there being people or things that the player characters care about. And if the players are not role playing, then all you need to do is make them take the first step of role playing. Because if you're not role playing, you can't ask someone to take the third step. They got to take the first step. And the first step is super easy, and it directly answers this question. The first thing you need to do if you're going to role play is you need to think about what your character is thinking about, which is a silly thing to say, but it's actually just the truth of what you need. And you can't role play a character if you aren't thinking about what they think about. So don't do this immediately before doing a thing, but let's say you're doing this wizard tower artifact thing. Maybe before this ends, whenever their next long rest is, this actually works especially well if they ever have like a really intense fight or something dramatic where they're like, you know, almost dead or whatever. Doesn't have to be that. But the next time you have a long rest where there is not a threat, and ideally in an environment that is kind of aesthetically pleasing and sort of quiet and maybe a little bit melancholic, the more outer wilds you can get with this, the better. Then you say, okay, cool. As you guys are sitting around a fire, you've got the artifact. You're trying to decide whether or not you want to give it back to the wizard or you want to do your own things. You have a moment of calm. And in this moment of calm, I'm going to go in a circle and I want each of you to tell me what your character is thinking about. And then they, as players, go in a circle and tell you what their character is thinking about. And literally just that. If they do that, they are going to start thinking about what their characters are thinking about. And then they are going to start making decisions about what their characters are thinking about. And then they are going to care about those decisions, at least a little bit. And what will also happen is if I say that my character is like, well, I guess my character is thinking about his dog. And it's like, that's kind of random. But what it also does is it lets every other player at the game and you as the dungeon master know that even if it seems totally random, that player kind of has that character thinking about their dog. That will encourage, maybe the other players will just have their characters talk about dogs or ask about dogs. Or maybe you as a dungeon master go like, oh, okay, I'm going to start incorporating they're going to meet a dog. You know, there's going to be a friendly stray dog that helps them find the entrance to a weird thing, or, you know, like pull the details from what they say. And in the same way that they can sort of pull those details from each other as they learn them. That's a good way to like get players to start thinking about what their characters are thinking about, but also give you clues about what they're thinking about. You could also say...
That's really smart.
Yeah. Thinking Lincoln over here. You could also phrase it differently. I think what your character's thinking about is really open-ended in a way that I like, because it allows players to have stupid, dumb ideas, or to have kind of serious ones, and they could talk about things that they want or things that they're afraid of. That's very open-ended. If that's too much, it could also be less open-ended. You could also say, you guys just got the artifact for the wizard. When you're done giving him the artifact, you are going to be stronger. You are going to be more powerful. You're going to have connections. The world is your oyster. So I want all of you to go in a circle and tell me what you think your character wants. You know, it doesn't need to be what they're thinking about. It can be what they want. And now you have like a fucking notepad full of things that you can either use. Like, oh, you want all the gold in the world? Cool. I can tie that. I can tie in money I can use finances as a way to encourage you to do the next thing. Oh, you want to find your sister? Cool. Well, I didn't know how she got lost before, but I'm planning this whole underwater campaign. Maybe there's a ship that crashes and you get a letter from that ship and you get a letter where someone's like, hey, this ship crashed, and we found this locket of your sister's. You know what I mean? Oh, then they're like, wait a minute, we got to go to the ocean. We got to find my sister. So you could, like, you know, that it's like you're basically farming for content. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense that I didn't even think to consider this as an option. And
it is.
That's kind of why I wanted to speak with you, because that's something I would have never thought of on my own, I don't think.
I think in a lot of older D&D, older editions of D&D, and older vibes of the game, the plot and the action of the story really was the story. Like, in really old D&D, the only game was the dungeon. Like, you didn't roleplay the downtime. You just, like, talked about what you were buying and getting. So the plot was very dungeon focused, very, very much like, this is the thing that we're doing now, so this is the plot now. I think that D&D has sort of developed into this thing where there are sort of two plots happening at the same time in a lot of games. One is the external plot, which is like the conflict, the demon lord, the corrupted forest. And then the other is the internal plot, which is like the characters' personal stories and the things that they want. And as a dungeon master, you can try to do both, but I think it is more valuable to mix them together. On one hand, D&D is a sandbox universe where you can do anything and anything can happen, and wow, the weird silliness and the randomness, it totally makes sense and is awesome. But on the other hand, D&D is the story of these characters. And if you were making a story, the things that matter to those characters should be the things that are happening in that story. Do you know what I mean? So tying the character's backstory into the main plot really goes a long way to both make them care about the plot more, but also makes them really feel like the main characters of the story and not like random adventurers that have stumbled into greatness. I mean, sometimes that can be the beginning. That can be a whole campaign. That can work fine. But especially if your goal is trying to get players to roleplay more, making the roleplay more tied into the crunch of the game can really help with that.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense, and I've been saying that a lot, but I really appreciate like every single piece of advice you told me. I think it'll really help me.
Sure. And remember, you're on the same team as your players, and you can remind them of that too, especially if you have like your one nephew who just wants to kill everything. Like, it is not game-breaking to say, hey man, instead of role-playing this whole, instead of acting this whole scene out, we're going to sort of montage it just so that we can all keep playing and it doesn't like derail the momentum.
Oh, I actually have one other question.
One other question? Sure. What is it, buddy?
I have just one more. What do you do in a scenario where either you as the DM is rolling horribly, or you as the players are rolling horribly, and things just go one way or the other, and there's nothing you can necessarily do about it? Like, how would you handle a situation where everyone just fails constantly, even though it's like luck based?
If you're rolling terribly as a dungeon master, I say lean in.
Lean in?
Yeah, man. If you are doing this giant boss fight and you expected it to be really hard and you're just rolling badly and badly and badly, let your players feel like fucking Casanova Frankenstein, killers on the mound. There's nothing wrong with players feeling awesome. And it's actually a really good opportunity for you as the dungeon master to subtly remind the players that you're on the same team as them. Because you can equally be excited about their mopping the floor. Internally, maybe you're like, fuck, I really thought this was going to be scary. What? I didn't even get to use my cool powers. But externally, you could be like, you guys wrecked that thing. Like, that was crazy. And your players are going to be like, yeah, we fucking did. They're not going to remember that, like, oh, that monster didn't do anything cool. What a bummer. They're going to think about how fucking awesome it was. So if you are rolling badly as a dungeon master, lean in. You could also have it be like a roleplay thing. Like, if the dragon they're fighting keeps missing on the attacks, maybe it's getting angrier and angrier, and like you lean into it getting frustrated and like stumbling through its frustration. If the players are rolling really badly, I think the thing to do is to make sure that if it's attack rolls, then it's like, you know, you cannot win them all kind of situation. But if it's general rolls, a good way to think about things are, instead of having a success and a failure, having the thing that I want to have happened happens, and something else other than the thing that I wanted to have happen. So, like, let's say, I'm just going to use your murder rogue, for example.
Okay.
Let's say they're going on a murder rampage and everybody's into it. Everyone's having a great time. Nobody is like, oh, this is taking too long. So they're like into it. And they're just failing dex save. They're failing stealth roll. They're just failing and failing and failing. Instead of it being like, instead of them failing that first stealth check and it saying, all right, you failed the stealth check, the guard sees you. Say, as you go to, crack the door open, you hear the guard on the inside sit upright and quickly start to get his stuff together. You have 1 round to hide or go somewhere else before this door opens. Or you instead of making things just fail in a way where you are now stuck, it's like they fail in a way that they derail you. They push you in a different direction. You're still able to take momentum forward, but now there are extra issues you're dealing with.
So it's like they get a second chance almost.
Don't think about it like second chance. Think about it like, because they are not, they lost that chance. They are not sneak attacking that guard. That guard is awake. He is fucking ready. Right. They rolled a 3 on their stealth. That means they rolled poorly enough that guard probably not only heard the noise that somebody was trying to be sneaky. So that guard isn't just going to like kick the door open. They now have to change tactics because the situation has changed due to their failure. So it's not like you are getting a second chance. It's more like the stakes have now been raised, and the issues that you are now having to deal with, there are more of them. They have gone extra.
It's elevated.
Yeah. Or they've just changed. Sometimes just changing is enough too.
Okay. Well, that pretty much covers everything I wanted to ask.
Cool, man.
I really appreciate you answering my questions, and it's really nice to meet you.
Well, you know what they say: if you say too many nice things at me, I'm going to hang up on you. So be careful.
But I think that's about it. That you've covered. You really you've answered more questions than I was going to ask too. I
like having the dungeon master head game conversation, so I don't mind going on tangents. And the issue that you are having of your nephew being a murder hobo and not paying attention to the plot is a common enough issue that I think it is worth taking the time to talk about a little bit more in depth. So I do not mind. It's a pretty common issue also, though, if that makes you feel better or worse. Like you shouldn't feel like you're doing something wrong. That's a 15-year-old's like stabbing thing situation. Yeah. All right. Any final thoughts, yearnings, aspirations before I hang up on you?
Use your Prime subs, guys, on Cinders.
All right. I'll take that. Okay, fine. I love you. Hi. Hanging up on you. All right. That was Magic Paper. Let's give them a little round of applause. They were being brave, guys. They were nervous on the call. They were so good at expressing their issues for a nervous person. The biggest concern that I have when people call in is sometimes they want to spend 30 minutes telling me about their campaign before they want to talk about the issue. That guy you were just boom. You hit right to the meat and the potatoes. We had no time for hors d'oeuvres. Anyway, thank you for sharing. We have 2 more people in the stream waiting room. So we're going to take them on. And if anybody else wants to call in, feel free to hop in. Just go into my Discord, going to the stream waiting room, the waiting room voice channel, and I'll pull you on. And if you don't want to, then you can, what's the word? What was I going to say? You can ask your questions in chat or just hang out here. All right. Let's see. We got 2 more folks. Who's here? Or rather, who was first? Morion is first. Morion, I'm gonna pull you in. Morion, when you're hopefully you see this soon. You gotta unmute and undeafen. Your 30-year-olds are murder hobos too. Listen, to be honest, Morion. Oh, you're here. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Yes, I'm here. Just give me a second, please.
Yeah, no problem. I have players that are murder hobos still. There's one game for people that I don't run with as often, but it's just a murder hobo game. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I just make it so it works because that's what they all want to do. They just want to kill everything. So I just put them in a world where it's reasonable for that to be the plot. It's great. It allows me to do a lot of experimenting with different combat and monsters because they always want to fight things. So I get a lot of playtesting in with them. What can I help you with though today, good sir?
Well, Cinder, first of all, just to explain, my main language is not English. I speak Spanish.
That's
So,
fine. I'm not good at Spanish, but I'll do my best.
It might get sloppy sometimes, but I sent you something about a homebrew adventure I'm doing for my players. I have a 6-man tabletop of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm using the latest manuals, so it's 2024. Right now, I'm writing an adventure called Ashes of Sundrakar. It's basically a dwarf ancient ruined city that has been left to for luck, and the dwarves are taking over again of these ruins.
Okay.
The players need to explore these ruins, and obviously the main antagonist is a fire giant called sorry, I'm a little nervous too, like the last guy.
Here, no, take your time. I'll make funny noises. I'll pick my nose.
Okay, I'm relaxed now.
Good, because I don't want to have to eat it.
The thing is that don't worry. My main antagonist is Lord Brimborlak. It's a fire giant, fallen to madness for his religious fanatism. He wants to bring the Ragnarok to the world and use an ancient forge in Sundrakar that's called Neverember.
Cool.
So the problem here is that I have a lot of how to say it, chapters of adventures. There are 9, and I'm feeling that this Lord Brimborlak, the fire giant, is not a huge challenge for a 15 level characters. So I'm running with this problem that I'm feeling that like the final boss of my campaign is a little bit lame. It can be taken out really quickly. So I'm trying to power up this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if making him like the avatar of Surtur to unleash Ragnarok and have like custom fire skills, or just plain bring some new billion folk to take the reins of the final boss battle.
For sure. Okay, I have a couple ideas. The first thing I would say is he's a king, you said, yes?
Yes. He was like the son of a king, and he killed his whole family in religious fanatism and stole the ancient artifacts of the giants. So he's trying to atone with these artifacts with the ancient forge to bring on Surtur to this plane and bring Ragnarok to this plane.
Sure.
This happens some years after the Tiamat arrives, so everything is a little bit hot on the setting. And I'm using Tiamat on Earth. I'm not using the Forgotten Realm setting. I'm using the Greyhawk one.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so there are a couple things. If you don't want to homebrew something, I want to show you some monsters that I think you could use. If you are comfortable, if you don't want to homebrew, okay, let me start over. One of the best ways to make this final fight really intense, if you want, is to make sure that this guy, aside from him being reasonably strong, is that he doesn't need to be alone. Like, he could have a dragon that's with him. And as soon as you have
he has one.
Yeah, so that immediately is going to up the ante a lot also. If you're worried about situations of, like, he's going to run out of health too quickly if they just target him, and then what's the dragon going to do? You could always throw something in where it's like he has some weird lava magic where, like, his life force is bound to the magma of the dragon. So it's like you have to kill the dragon to kill him. Like, maybe he's literally invincible until you kill the dragon. You could do something like that.
Yeah, that's neat.
Twitch hits me with ad after ad after ad. What is this?
The thing is that I have this huge fire giant that has this, like I told you, dragon pet.
Yeah.
The dragon is chained, and he uses this dragon like a ranger uses his pet. So the point that you say that the dragon can be killed to make Brimborlack weak, it's totally something I haven't think before.
The other thing that I think you should do is you don't need to use the exact exact fire giant stat block. And I just want to make sure you're aware of 2 stat blocks that exist. One,
I know, Sephiroth and Basha.
Okay, so there's the Scion of Surtur, which is a CR 25. Now it's not a giant, it's the fucking demon, it's the creature coming. But there is the Fire Giant Forge Caller. And that is a CR 18 Fire Giant that has a bunch of really cool powers, like a magma wave and heated rock stuff. And it's not exactly a boss monster in that it doesn't have any legendary actions or layer actions. But you could
take one.
Yeah, this could be a really good foundation for this guy. Like, if I were you, I would take this stat block of the Fire Giant Forge Caller and then tweak it so it fits the plot, take out stuff or add stuff that makes it fit more the plot of the campaign, but then give it some legendary actions, give it some layer actions, or maybe not even necessarily layer actions, but something that it can do unique in combat that like changes the battlefield throughout the combat. I think that that's going to be a lot of the times the most impactful things in a battlefield, in a combat, are when the villain dramatically changes. Like they have their "this isn't my final form" type moment, and that could be them changing and growing wings and stuff, or it could be them slamming their hammer into the ground so hard that the hammer breaks, but it splits the ground, and now there's magma shooting out of the ground, and they have the ability, and it doesn't hurt them, and they can like run through it. So there's these walls that it can use that they can't use, and it can like punch. You could have it dramatically sort of heighten the battle.
Like layer action.
Yeah. Like layer actions, or just like a shift in the battle after a certain point. Like, for example, maybe you don't want this to be a layer action thing. Maybe you want this to be a thing that happens when he hits half hit points. Like maybe he has a special move where it's like when he goes to 50% of his hit points or lower, he can immediately use his reaction to break his hammer along the ground and create these cavernous walls of magma. He no longer has his hammer. He now has this furious melee attack, but he also has like the magma that he can use, like that sort of thing. You can have the channel sort of trigger it.
Like attacking with magma.
Yeah, or doesn't have to be that specifically, but something that allows him to become something larger than himself, or something that allows him to enter sort of like a frenzied panic rage mode is also a good way to think about it, I think. But yeah,
like
that's
rage mode.
Yeah, let's say, maybe when he breaks his hammer, just using that example, maybe he's at half hit points, but now he gains essentially barbarian rage. He becomes resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. His melee attacks deal extra fire damage, and maybe he gets some special feature where he can do a bonus action to charge towards people, knocking them down or something to represent him like going into a fury or something,
Like a Surtur rage, something like that.
Yeah.
The chosen rage.
If he's not the type of
Surtur rage.
Exactly, and if he's not the type of guy that would rage, like it sort of depends on his personality, I would pick whatever that form is to fit that. So if he's like very, as far as fire giants go, they can go in a lot of directions. Like if he's much more solemn and focused and precise and like religious and zealous, maybe his final form isn't a crazy rage mode. Maybe he like tears out part of his own soul to like put it to like maybe like part he like becomes part of the forge, like he like sacrifices part of himself like to
like
focus his powers. Yeah, to like he's like, I am going to maybe like it's almost like it's like in did you ever see Avatar, the Korra Avatar show?
Yeah.
So you know how when in the season with the Red Lotus, when there's the bad guy, and it isn't until his buddy dies, spoilers, for season 2 or 3 of Korra. But when his buddy dies, that is the moment where he's like he like snaps, but he snaps in a way where he basically decides, I sacrifice the last of my humanity to gain the ultimate power. He could have one of those moments where he's like, there was a part of him that was maybe not so evil, or there was a part of him that still was mortal or human or giant or whatever that means.
He sacrificed his part.
And he is like, I am burning out the rest of my soul because you are trying to stop me, and I would rather lose the rest of my humanity than have you stop my meticulous plan. So I am going to burn my soul out and become a fire elemental version of a fire giant or something like that.
That's pretty awesome, Cinder. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I just tell me.
No, tell me.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
The thing is that I have this setting, and I have been trying to craft it so it gets dark. I like to play D&D and give a gloom setting to my games.
Mm-hmm.
So people and players always tend to see like the dark things on the setting. Like, for example, dwarves are awesome, but they are also racist against all other races. So that's really present on my tabletop.
Mm-hmm.
And also politic encounters and things like that. I try to not make only fighting. How can I say it? Come on.
Say it in Spanish. Maybe someone will translate.
Yeah. Como momentos de pelea, fighting moments.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that, like the Mad Mage setting where you just go forward and fight and fight and fight and find magic objects and keep fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I like to put some role playing stuff. Like ages ago, my players tend to be really like, for example, they were in front of the king, and they didn't behave like they used to behave.
Mm-hmm.
They started to mocking the king and things like that. And obviously, myself, the DM, as a king, it was like, okay, take them to prison. They cannot behave like this in front of me. And I try to like balance the role playing and the fighting. So I'm trying to make this adventure a little bit more political than a fighting one.
Sure.
So this fire giant is like the cherry pop on the cake. I'm trying to make it a huge fight, so you don't get the feeling that the all the adventure was almost all political. So
Sure.
I don't know how to come close to these political things with dwarves, because they tend to merge in clans. And all the lore wise about the dwarves is a little bit complicated. So I don't know if how can you ¿cómo lo digo? A ver. How could you take the dwarf culture to take new adventures to help them with their forge problem?
Sure.
The ancient forge, I'm telling you.
So you mentioned that your dwarves were kind of like racist, xenophobic in your world.
Yeah.
So what you could do if you wanted to, and I don't know how this would necessarily, I mean, it kind of depends on your players, what they're comfortable with, what they like, but there could be either A, the party somehow ingratiates themselves, whether intentionally or unintentionally, with some prominent dwarves, so that those dwarves could basically be like, hey, basically can act as like the people that are inviting them into the dwarven community to like help. And then maybe some dwarves like that, some dwarves don't, some are more accepting, some more aren't, like, and they could sort of navigate being in a society where maybe the base standard of people don't like them there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's all black and white. Like, you know, there's lots of xenophobic, racist places in the world, and you're going to find people that are the whole spectrum. I don't know how much you want to lean on like that specifically, but
not much.
In terms of making it something like political, do your players like that sort of stuff, or are you needing to figure out how to make them like it?
They like it. It's the first time they are playing a table game like this. We used to play Curse of Strahd, but they went full murder hobos.
Yeah. Classic. Chat. It's so easy to do it in Curse of Strahd, especially spoilers for Curse of Strahd. I'll do this when I'm done them. when you find out that like half of them aren't even real fucking people, it's like, who cares? Murder hobo, baby. All right, spoilers. Spoilers over. What I would say is, even though it's a political campaign, you don't want the politics to be so complicated that the players can't easily keep track of them. So the most important thing is to keep the politics kind of simple and to make the impact of the politics something that the players can almost immediately see and interact with. You know, like if by politics it's like I'm trying to figure out how to help this guy, but he's got connections to these people that I don't like, is me helping him going to help those people? Like that sort of basic level of politics.
That's that's the sort of politics I have in my tabletop.
Yeah. So I think that like the easiest way to make that work is to have the players get involved in a small amount of politics before they get involved in a large amount of politics. Like, it is very easy to understand the complicated political system of a world if you learn a little bit about it and then a little bit more about it. Like, if I deal with a small town because the mayor of that small town is not good and I help a new guy become the new mayor of that small town, I know that guy. And then if that new mayor of that small town tells me that there's like a larger contingency of small towns and they have this big political thing happening and it's really important, now your players have a reason to care about that thing because they know the mayor. And then when that thing, so what I mean, like you can sort of piggy bank up the world building, but you want the players to have something that they can hold on to in that.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you,
Cinder.
That's almost all. Thank you for all your content. I follow you mainly because you tell awesome things about Warhammer 40k. That's the main reason. I didn't know you like it D&D till
I used to be
like
just a D&D YouTuber. That was my main thing for a while. If you go to any of my old shorts, if you go to any of my shorts that are like over a year old, or my long form videos that are a little bit older, they're all D&D. I used to just be D&D boy.
I'll check them, man.
Yeah, no worries.
Your content is awesome.
Yeah, we'll be doing more D&D stuff in the future. All right, buddy. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
No, don't worry, man. Thank you. You helped me a lot, and I want to thank everyone in the chat. They're really nice. You have nice followers, man.
Most of them are great.
Saludos de Chile. Greets from Chile.
Chile? That's fucking cool.
Yeah.
I've talked to a Brazilian or two before, and I've talked to a couple Mexicans. I've talked to one guy from Ecuador, but I don't think I've talked to a Chilean yet. Hello. Very exciting.
Hello.
Also, your English is very good. I don't know if you speak to English to a lot of people or a lot of native English speakers, but your English is just very good.
Games, man. Games.
Yeah, cool. All right, buddy. I'm hanging up on you now. Bye.
Okay,
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Click. All right, that was Morion. Let's give them a round of applause. I smell smoke, and I can't tell if it's coming from my window or my house. So I'm going to take 2 seconds and just make sure my house isn't on fire. I'll be right back. 1 second. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think there is a fire in my neighborhood. I'm trying to see what is happening. 1 second. West Philly. I don't care if you know that. Smoke smell. What's the day? April 7. I don't know what it is. Now I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on in my neighborhood. Give me 2 seconds. This isn't exciting, I'm sorry. I also don't care. I want to figure this out. I want to make sure that it's not something I have to think about. Do I need to make a call? No, I don't think I need to make a call. If my house was on fire, I'd need to make a call. I don't think my house is on fire. It's not. I mean, I can tell it's not. The smell's coming from outside. I just want to see if it's like a... I want to see what kind of fire it is. I want to know what's going on. Give me 2 seconds. New posts. Yeah, I don't know. All right. We're not going to worry about it too much. We're going to hope that it's fine. It's not in my house. I can smell it, though, because my fucking air conditioner. Okay. We are going to grab Thunderwing next. Thunderwing, you've been very patient. Thunderwing, hello. How's it going?
Hello. Going good.
Welcome to the show. What can I do for you today?
So, I sent in a magic item I'm working on. I had you look at it a little bit ago, and you gave me some feedback, and I went on with that feedback and made changes, and yeah.
And, right, cool.
So I want to see what you're thinking about it, and also like tell you some of my ideas of what I'm thinking about going forward and whatnot.
Sure, tell me about it.
So this is an intelligent magic item I'm working on of the Mask of Fear. So this is a entity thing that basically feeds off fear to power itself, and it like when it's being worn, gives some of that power to the person wearing it. And yeah. So,
okay.
I know. I like restructured like all the the very basic mechanics I had for it, because it was not like other intelligent items that are in the game that I actually didn't really know about how they were formatted. So he's like, "Oh yeah, look at these." I'm like, "Oh, okay. So this is the format I need. Let me get that format in."
Yeah, I see. You got it. You got its intelligence, its wisdom, and its charisma.
Yes.
How powerful is the creature that's inside this mask?
So that is one thing I noticed in So that's one thing I noticed that is a little different. There isn't a creature in it. It is it.
Okay. Let me rephrase that. The reason why I ask is because in D&D, having something like a charisma of 24 is really high. A charisma of 24 is like Arc Fae high. Like, yeah. So it just puts it on like a very power. It's like it's upping the. It's really it's a very high number.
Yes, I see what you're saying now. I do intend for this to be like a god level type creature.
Okay, then that is reasonable.
Yeah, like it is meant to be at that high level, because I actually in lore of this, there are things that worship this mask as a god.
Sure, and you want the players to use this, or no? Because right now I'm reading it. This mask doesn't give any benefits. It is just a cursed item.
This is as the first time. I just have the roots of it. I haven't like added any of the powers of it yet. It's just like okay, here's the base of it. I want to make sure the base is okay before I start building on top of it. Because if the base doesn't work, then nothing on top of it will work either.
So that's I mean, having the mechanic of what it needs to eat is not necessarily the most important thing in the world for getting the mechanics that give you good things, because they don't need to be
that's fair
super linked.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a couple pieces of general feedback. I would reword this a little bit, and I would say something like, I wouldn't say per day. I would say every day.
Okay.
The mask needs. How would I phrase that?
I hope the wording.
No, give me a second, because the wording's not good, but that's fine. That's not a
big deal. I'm not sure how to word it to make it make sense of what I want it to do.
You want it to be like a creature has to have the frightened condition for 10 minutes while within some range of it every day.
So I want it so that it okay. So for every creature that has the frightened condition within it, that total amount adds up to 10 minutes.
Why does it need to be so complicated? Why does it need to be that to feel good? Do you think it will feel... Do you think that mechanic will feel different for your players than them just finding ways to impose the frightened condition? Like, do you think is it going to be fun for them to need to do that math? I don't think it is, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Okay. Well, the reasoning for me to think that way is I was hoping to make it so that they could either give the frightened condition to a large group of people and only have to do it for like 1 minute, or they could find one person and give it to them for 10 minutes.
I mean, I see the logic there.
Have it so that they have that choice.
I see the logic there, but I don't know if, unless you are very actively trying to make dealing with this a really big part of your of the game you're running, and like have your players actively engaging with this specific mechanic, like as like a regular part of your game, literally probably every session, I think that doesn't need to be that complicated. The other thing that I would say is I wouldn't have this be related to the frightened condition if your group doesn't have intrinsic ways, more than one, to impose the frightened condition. Because it creates a weird circumstance where, because the frightened condition in D&D is not like being afraid. It is literally a condition. It's a debuff. It's called frightened, but it is not literally anything other than the mechanics that it imposes. And it is really easy to impose it if you have the right tools, but if you don't have the right tools, it is literally impossible to impose it.
So that is another thing. I do plan on baking like 2 or 3 methods into this item of imposing the frightened condition. Like,
gotcha.
One of the big things I was actually thinking about adding to this is I was thinking of adding a thing where I can basically have something make a will save, and it gets basically trapped in cocoon and given the frightened condition where it cannot escape, cannot do anything, but it can also not take any damage, and it just has the frightened condition for like 10 minutes.
So you could do that, but I would say it feels weird to build an item with a very unique problem and then give the item specific tools that just solve that problem. Like, it sort of feels like you're creating a gameplay loop that is unnecessary. You know? Just to clarify what I mean. If I make a magic item where I need to impose the frightened condition for 10 minutes on a creature, and the item has 4 things it can do, each thing requires a charge. One of those things is I can entomb a creature for 10 minutes in a block of ice, they take no damage, and they are frightened. I am just going to use that feature every day to deal with the curse. So I'm just basically, for all intents and purposes, I have an item with 1 less charge, and that's not a feature I need, and the curse isn't a thing I need because it's just canceling itself out, and I just am I have 1 less resource. You see what I mean? Like, you don't want to end up in one of those sorts of circumstances. So I wouldn't make the things, if having the item impose the curse condition or frightened condition, I think works really well. But I wouldn't give it any features that specifically just solve the problem of the curse, unless that is like kind of the only thing it does, and that's like the point. Like it just is hungry and it only helps you feed it. You know?
I could kind of say that that could make sense for this, but you know,
it just depends on how much you want.
What
I think that could work. I think the question you need to ask yourself is, how much do you want this item to be this mini game that you've created of needing to impose frightened and ways of imposing frightened? How much do you want the item to be that versus how much do you want it to be an item that does a variety of things that has a curse associated with frightened? Because it could be either or. It doesn't need to be either. But that is going to have a pretty big impact, I think, on the way you should build those features and the way you should handle this curse.
Okay.
Only because I think that if it'll feel weird if you build this really complicated curse, you give them one feature that really directly solves the problem of the curse, and then a bunch of other features. That'll feel kind of weird. If you give them a complicated curse and a couple items that directly impact the curse, and basically that's it, that would make sense. If you give them an item that does a bunch of stuff and it also has a curse associated with it, I think that also makes sense. But having like a weird mini loop inside of the bigger loop feels off to me.
Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. So maybe like kind of take that out a little bit. I don't know.
I know. I'm saying you could keep it as you want if you want, but like I think I would play around with what this thing needs. Like I go back to, I don't think 10 minutes of the frightened condition is a fun thing to have to keep track of. I think an easier thing to keep track of is frightened creatures. Just make an amount of creatures that need to be frightened. Or amount of times it needs to frighten. Maybe it could be the same creature. Like, this thing needs to... whoever is attuned to this item needs to impose the frightened condition on a humanoid at least 3 times a day. Something like that. It doesn't need to be that specifically, but something like that. That would sort of do the same thing as needing to do it for an extended period of time. You're still sort of deciding, I'm going to impose it on the same person 3 times or 3 different people. But those are my main that's my main thought. The only other thing I would say, and I don't love this, but I do think it's worth thinking about, and I wish I had a more thoughtful way to put it. If I were you, I would think a little bit about if I want this item to require imposing the frightened condition specifically, or if I want to figure out another way to express that maybe isn't less specifically, what's the word? Isn't specifically mechanical. Like, would this item still work? Would this item still work if it said, the mask feeds off of the fear of others, and it uses that fear to fuel itself and become stronger? Yeah. You have to scare, whoever wields the mask must impose fear. Like, you don't need to use the frightened condition, but must literally frighten, a certain amount of creatures a day. It could be kind of open-ended. It could be like, how do you frighten a creature? Well, you could cast fear. I could cast silent image of a giant monster and maybe surprise them. I could jump out from under a box. Like, there's a lot of ways to scare people that doesn't specifically impose the frightened condition. And if you wanted to, you could leave it kind of open-ended in that way too. You don't have to, but you could.
Well, I think my worry is if I leave it open-ended like that, then how can it be? It basically like, how do I know if it was successful or not? Like, how do I what's the measurement?
Well,
I guess
here's what I would say.
Here's
what I would say. It turns it into less. Yeah, for sure. It turns it into what it does. What it does is it makes it so that the solution being one single mechanic is no longer the solution. The solution is coming up with an interesting thing to do. So like there are how do I tell if you did well enough to frighten this creature? What did you roll on your intimidation check? What did the creature roll on their perception check if you were trying to surprise them? If you look at a lot of the sentient items that are in the game, a lot of them are worded in such a way where they basically say, this is the thing that this creature wants. The thing inside this item, or this item, it wants this. If you do not do the thing it wants, it might decide not to help you. And it doesn't tell you specifically what the thing does, but it still has all its powers. Maybe it starts using them on you. Maybe it just decides not to work. Like, it's a little open-ended, but the idea is that you're building an item that is essentially a sentient creature. You have to negotiate existing with that thing. And that could be something that's a fairly simple mechanic, like you have to feed it a soul every day, or you have to frighten a creature every day. Or it could be, this thing has the very specific goal of spreading fear and woe. And if you do something, or if you spend too much time doing things that feel like they are not spreading fear and woe, it might decide not to work for you anymore.
Okay.
And you could make that something where it now just decides it just starts casting spells at random. Like, you know, maybe if it has the fear spell, maybe instead of you trying to cast the fear spell, maybe it decides, no, you don't. And then when you're like traveling with the party, it's like, you know what, I'm going to cast it right now. And it casts fear on your party members and they have to deal with that. Like, it could, there's a monster in the Dragon book. I think it's called the Draconic Shard. Let me show you this thing. And I know this is not what your creature is, what this is going to be, but it's just to give you an idea.
Yeah.
So this is a D&D monster. This monster is a magic sword or magic item that has the spirit of a dragon in it. The spirit of the dragon can emerge from it and be a dragon, but it can also just be inside the sword. Now, whether it is being a big dragon or being inside the sword, it can always cast the spell telekinesis, invisibility, and detect thoughts. So when your players are interacting with this sword, if they figure out that it's sentient and they make friends with it, it's probably gonna let them cast detect thoughts and invisibility and telekinesis. But because it just can do that. But if they're not nice to it or it doesn't want to work for them, it can start just casting these spells in other directions at other things in ways that maybe don't help you, maybe would make you potentially not use it anymore, or get rid of it, or get itself rid of you. So that's sort of what I mean, where it's like, if you don't want to, you don't need to do any of this. This is a very different direction than what you've done. The only reason why I'm bringing it up is because the flavor of this mask, I think, is really interesting and fun. And I wonder if if it's worthwhile to open the flavor of what it wants up beyond the frightened condition. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Like, if your players also like leaning into the more like, I just want to know how it fucking works, then this might work better. Because there's a lot less wiggle room here. It doesn't turn like dealing with your magic item into a role play situation. You just need to literally do this and then it works. And some players will definitely prefer that. So there's not like a right or a wrong answer here. I just think it's worth thinking about, specifically because this item is dealing with fear. And while the frightened condition exists, I don't know if it is always mechanically the best representation of fear, only because there's not a lot of ways to activate it as a person, even though there's a lot of things you could do as a person to frighten.
Yeah. That makes sense. I do like the with everything you're saying of loosening it up. I still think having the frightened condition being something it can do makes sense.
Oh, I think all of it makes sense. I don't think anything that you have here doesn't make sense. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the only reason why I'm making this suggestion is I don't want you to be in a situation where you've created this magic item that's about instilling fear, and your players translate that to, I need to figure out what features I need to use to make the frightened condition. You know, because that's kind of different. That's really gamifying it, which I don't know if is going to be as evocative as it could be. Maybe the frightened condition works. Like, maybe if you impose the frightened condition, that counts for this. But I do think it would be worthwhile to make what you are doing for the creature, the mask, potentially be more open-ended than just imposing the frightened condition.
Yeah. I do know that other editions that I've played, it has the frightened condition has more of like a tier system to it, which is nice, but I do understand that in 5e it's just a on-off switch, rather than a scale like it was in. I know I started with Pathfinder, and in Pathfinder I think it's like a scale with like 3 steps or something.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Listen, there's not a right or a wrong way to do any of this stuff, and I think that realistically something like this makes sense, especially for the more gamified sides of D&D. So if you like it, fucking roll with it. But I would encourage you, even if you don't write it down this way, just when you're running this thing, notice how your players are handling it. And if they are handling it in a way that feels like they're leaning into this thing has to frighten people, then awesome. But if they really start to turn it into a thing where they're just trying to impose the condition, maybe play around with the mask starting to communicate a little bit more specifics of what it wants. Like, it's like, you're just casting a spell on a guy. That's not really frightening him. That's just making him need to run away from you. I want these things to... I want the next person you do this to remember you forever. You know, make it, you know, use the mask's ability to communicate as a way to roleplay, encouraging them to think a little bit outside of the box with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that the way it's written, listen, everything that you've changed so far, it's a lot clearer. Like, I don't know if you noticed this, but like just having all the stats broken out into its own block in the middle makes them so easy to find. And I immediately know exactly how the limits of this thing's comprehension and like awareness. It's just easier to read. One of the things that's very obvious when it is good and when it is bad, but is hard to, it's obvious that it's good or bad, but you don't always know why, is how well organized your homebrew is for usability. Like, a huge part of homebrew is it is a tool to be used at the table, which means that it needs to be clear and like easy to navigate. You really don't want to be in a situation where, in order for your homebrew to be used, the person who's using it needs to spend more time referencing the homebrew than they do using it and looking at the players or the dungeon master as they use it. So the more you can do to make that need to look at the paper as short as possible, the better, which is what you're doing by breaking up the paragraph here. It's also why, like, if you look at most magic items that do a lot of things, they'll have like things that are bolded so you can quickly find them. It almost is like a mini table of contents inside of the magic item, if you want to think about it that way. Like, it's like little radar. I see the bold thing, I know what to read. And that's just like a good habit to form when you're organizing your homebrew in general. Also, like, whether it's for your home game or for public use, if it's for public use, if it's not organized, people just aren't going to read it. But if it's for your home game, it's much... There's nothing wrong with giving someone a magic item and them not understanding it, and you need to clarify how it works a couple times. That's fine. It's not the end of the world. But it is really, really satisfying to give someone a magic item and to not really ever need to clarify how it works and just have them just know how to use it, because it's just organized in a way that it makes sense. And a lot of that is just where things are on the page. The amount of times I started making homebrew the second I started running D&D. Like, I very much trial and error dungeon master. And the amount of times that I unintentionally made players' magic items much too strong because I had something in there that was like at the end of a long paragraph with no breaks that was like, and at the end of the creature's turn, they can remake the save. And it's like, if the player doesn't notice that, the feature just goes on forever. So like, there's like, and I can't really blame a player for missing part of a feature of a thing if I didn't organize it. You know, like, if I wouldn't find it on a read, I can't get mad at them for them not finding it. So it just creates circumstances where, like, sometimes things don't work as intended or players misunderstand. And the more organized your piece is, the more you just don't have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Which is nice. More headspace for other shit. Cool. Do you have any other questions, thoughts, yearnings, aspirations, thing you want to ask about this thing in particular?
I don't think I can think of anything else right now. I think I'll probably just have to really start putting features in so that I can really get the real fun stuff in.
Is this going to be an item that grows over time, sort of like the vestiges of divergence, like the expanding items, or is it going to be like, this is what it does?
I think I'll just have it as a this is what it does.
Cool.
So,
Cool.
yeah.
Cool. I would. This is so pedantic and doesn't really matter, but I might just make it an artifact. I think that a sentient thing that is going to want to do a lot of Let me rephrase that. If you want this to be an item that has a larger campaign implication, like it is something important for the campaign, or you want it to be like a headliner item of your world or of your campaign, make it an artifact and allow it to be as strong as you want it to be. If you don't want it to be that and you want it to be kind of just like a fun, really cool, interesting, powerful item, then legendary is fine.
Oh, I didn't realize that there was a difference between legendary and artifact.
Artifacts are more powerful. Legendary are like really strong, unique items, or the strongest not unique items. Artifacts are like the strongest unique items.
I think that was me making a mistake in not understanding how magic items work.
It is deeply unclear and up to opinion. But the way that I think about it is, if I want to make an item that's stupidly powerful, and it is a unique named item that is like the one of a kind in its world, it's going to be an artifact. If I want to do that, but it's not stupidly powerful, it's just very powerful, then maybe it's a legendary item or a very rare item. But when I want to break the game with power, it's got to be an artifact.
Yeah, no, I was intending on this being an artifact, and I either did not see that option when I was in the drop-down menu, or I'm just silly and overlooked it.
No, don't even worry about it. All right, cool, man. Thanks very much. I appreciate the call, and it's cool to see it growing. I'm excited. If you want to bring this back on stream once you've got some features fleshed out, I'd love to see them.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll definitely be back. I like building this, and I also intend on, once I finish it as an item, I'm also going to build out a monster stat block for it.
Cool.
Cool.
So definitely look up the Draconic Shard, because the Draconic Shard. I don't copy it exactly, but the Draconic Shard is literally like yours is going to be more complicated than the Draconic Shard, I think. But the Draconic Shard is literally a monster stat block that has the rules for it being a magic item inside of it, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm glad you actually brought that up, because as soon as you did, I was like, "Oh, okay, that's something I need to look at."
But remember, you're not giving the characters the stat block. You're just giving them whatever the magic item version of that is. That's where it gets tricky.
I know that I'm going to be like, okay, this is it as an item, this is it as a monster. So
yeah, like when I gave my players,
monster is not it as a magic item.
Yeah, like the one time I used a Draconic Shard in my game, it literally was a magic item that was just a magic sword that did an extra 1d8 damage and whatever other thing it does. And then what I had was a limited number of times per day, you could make a persuasion check, and if you succeeded, you could cast invisibility, detect thoughts, or telekinesis. I didn't explain to them that it was a persuasion check because it was deciding whether it was going to use those powers or not, but I just made that a mechanic of the item. But then that was all they knew about it. So then when it became a creature, that was like cool, but there wasn't anything on the there wasn't anything that like let them know that that was what that was really, other than like a little wink and a nod. All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call. Have a good one. Knock knock. Who's there? Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Not if I go.
Touche. I see you. All right, we got one more person in the waiting room. If somebody else joins into the waiting room, I'll probably keep going. But if not, this may be our last call for the night. We're getting towards 1 a.m. We'll see how long this call goes, and if it doesn't go that much longer, maybe we'll just answer questions in the chat or see if other people have things they want to ask or if I missed anything. Let's get Shades in here. Shades, what's up, buddy? How are you doing?
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
Hi.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm glad to be
you
here.
Posted something somewhere. I saw.
Yes, I did.
All right, tell me what we're looking at.
Okay, so do you know the piety system in Theros?
Vaguely, it's like you do things and you gain piracy points, and then they sort of build into like boons and things that you can get access to, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it's like points that you accrue over a campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing about the piety is it's all listed with a description of each god. And I want to do the same thing with my setting, the Norse myth inspired one that I was talking about a few streams ago.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so this one I have written out mostly, but I wanted to, as well as taking piety, I wanted to copy the format that all the piety, that all the god descriptions use in that book.
Okay.
So the structure that they use is 1 to 2 paragraphs of a basic introduction to the god, 1 paragraph describing how the god appears to mortals, the god's goals and aspirations, the god's relationships, what worshippers of the gods might look like, myths about the god, and then all the piety stuff.
Cool.
So
that's
what I have right now is that. Yeah. So what I have right now is that 1 to 2 paragraph introduction plus how the god appears. Problem is, I don't quite like this introduction, and I'm looking for advice on how to improve it.
Tell me what you don't is. Let me ask you a question. If you don't know the answer to this, that's also fine. This is a hard question. Do you know what you don't like about it?
Not fully.
Okay. Let me read the opening paragraph. Known to most as the Tempest, Torild is the goddess of storms, sailors, in the open sea. In the early days of Midgard, Torild laid only claim to the storm, with the sea ruled by Swell, Torild's only lover. When Swell was consumed by Jormungandr, the world-eating serpent, I apologize for all the pronunciations, Torild took up the mantle of goddess of the sea and has since never romantically loved anyone but Swell. Okay, here's what I'll say. This opening paragraph is a lot of history about the god, but it doesn't really do a lot to tell us the god's nature. I don't know if Torild is kind, if she's rageful, if she's impatient. I don't really know what she wants. And I don't really know what she wants of her followers. I feel like those are important things to get in here. That might be what is happening, why it might feel a little bit off, is that this is essentially a mini history lesson about the god, which is fine, especially for a campaign-specific thing, but it's sort of falling into that. There's something that can happen. Let me think about how to word this. So when I make Warhammer videos, I make them in a very specific way. And my goal with the Warhammer videos is that I want people to be able to think they're interesting, even if they have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. So if I make a video and I say, Abaddon the Despoiler crashed the Black Citadel into Cadia as it was being sucked into the eye of chaos, people are going to look at me like I'm fucking gobbledygook and be like, that's just a bunch of words, I don't care. But if I say, there was this planet that was getting torn apart by a chaos dimension full of demons, and then the guy who was attacking it drove his giant space fortress into the planet, splitting it into pieces so it got sucked into the chaos dimension, that's kind of crazy and cool, because I'm giving context. And what we have here is we have a lot of names, and we have enough history to see the connection, but we don't really have any context. So this, if I were you, I would almost not use this as my opening paragraph. I would have maybe a section that is like connections and history. And that's what this would be. So people can see how this god is connected to other gods or how they're connected to the world. But I would make this opening more about what is this god's nature, or what do people think this god's nature is, and that sort of thing. I would lean into that first.
Right.
That's probably, and you touch on it a little bit when you say Torald laid only claim to Storm. The Storm, like, that speaks to me a little bit about what this character might be like. But when you say, but I don't know who Swell is, I don't really, and after that, it's like, like, when the world was consumed by Jormungr, Torald took up the mantle of goddess of the seas. Okay, so Torald used to be the goddess of storm, and now through unfortunate circumstances, she is now the goddess of the seas. Does she like being the goddess of the seas? Is she happy about that? Like, where is she? Like, what's her vibe? What's the headspace? And I think that in more traditional D&D, where the gods are like very separate from reality, and there's not like physical manifestations of them a lot of the time, having the representation of the god be their actions and people's interpretations of those actions, I think, is enough. But if you're going for like a thing where the gods are like a pantheon and they're like characters, I think that in this we need information about their character, about their nature.
Okay.
That's probably the biggest thing that's standing out to me, is like we could go for that, because you are doing a good job of like hitting the base facts. What you have right here is a paragraph that would be in a very dry but very accurate textbook, or in like a biblical text, both of which do not need to go out of their way to convince the writer of the importance of these things, or go out of their way to talk about like the emotional implications of these things, only because if it's looking at like, for biblical text, like there's people that are interpreting that and they just have meaning because they're tied to people's beliefs that they like intrinsically know. Like if I lived in the world of this might be a really valuable text for me, but I don't. I'm the dungeon master using this. So we need a little bit of that emotional context and emotional grounding, I think. If you don't really care about the gods having a noticeable personality, that doesn't matter as much. But if that is the case, I still wouldn't start with this. I would start with what people think that god is like, and what people who worship that god are like, and the way that god's worship is manifested in the world. Because that is something that also you don't need a lot of context for. I don't need to know any names to know that the people that worship the god of the sea, believe that if you spend more time on dry land than in the sea, that's bad luck. Or whatever. You know what I mean? Like as soon as you start giving us a little bit of tangible way that either that god is, or the way that people think that god is, and how that affects society, I think that'll pull people in a little bit more.
Okay.
I don't think any of this information needs to go. I think it's also super, because you are going to have people that want this. Like there are people, there's going to be people that are using this compendium that are obsessed with the politics, interworkings, history, and they're going to love that. But you're also going to have people that just want a storm god in their Norse mythology section and don't give a shit about the things. They just want a cool sea god and they want to know what she's like. You know?
Yes. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. So I think I can probably fix that a little bit by mostly swapping the first and second paragraph, because the second paragraph is about how people perceive her. That sailors and people in smaller towns look at her more favorably than the wealthy.
I would also split the paragraph. I would split the paragraph into two. Torald is considered a protector of mortals, all the way down to the fierce battles along the sky itself, because that is the way people see the god. And then the next paragraph is sort of the way the god is. It looks like you actually did separate that. I think that the indents are just not indented right now. Yeah, start with the way that people see the god. In fact, I would make the history the last thing, because it's, no offense, the least interesting without context. Like, these two paragraphs are super interesting. I don't need to know shit to think that these are interesting. So get me in with those. Also, whenever you're making something like this, imagine that the person reading it is going to run a good game and is really excited, and imagine they are deeply lazy. So if you know that they're not going to read more than 2 or 3 sentences, make sure that first 2 or 3 sentences are the ones that they need the most. Or better yet, make sure the first sentence of each section are the only ones that they really need. You know what I mean? Like, almost like a good way, like, a lot of monster stat blocks sort of work this way. If you look at monster flavor, where it has like 3 sections where it's got like a bolded phrase and then an exploration of that phrase, you could sort of do the same thing here. Those are my main thoughts, because I now that I'm looking at the whole thing, I do think you have the only information that this is missing, and it is kind of in there, but I think it could be in there more explicitly, is just like, what is her nature? What are her wants? What are her fears? What are her needs? That sort, like almost like like you would give like an NPC.
And the Theros book does have like a whole section for the god's goals and aspirations.
Oh, okay.
That kind of information probably be in there.
It's not necessary, but it's just a good grounding tool to help a dungeon master figure out, like, it's all inspiration. It's inspiration for the more of that kind of, it's inspiration for like, here's how I'm going to have this character, here's how I'll roleplay this character, but it's also inspiration for campaign ideas that you as the creator would have never thought about, but it's connections that they make that are tied to whatever stuff they're connected to, you know?
Yeah, okay.
A good way to you're doing this pretty well, but I think it's worth thinking about. I know we've talked about this before. I don't know if I've said this to you explicitly, but I'm sure you've heard me say this. Like, when you're building a subclass for like let's say you're building like a barbarian subclass or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever uses that subclass is going to think about that subclass more than you ever thought about it, and they are going to think about and they're going to experience that subclass in a variety of settings that you never planned for. So when you're building a subclass, you kind of want to make it a very focused flavor, but you also want to make those mechanics open-ended enough that it's going to work in circumstances beyond what you're thinking about. When you're building world lore, specifically this sort of world lore, where you're getting into like the nuances and personality of big forces in your world, you kind of want to do the same thing, where you want to put things in there that are not necessarily like, this is really important for a plot that you're going to do, but are open-ended enough, they're open-ended sparks enough that a dungeon master reading that is going to start to think about more ways to use it than you have ever imagined, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that is going to come from what you are doing with this middle paragraph, which is the way that people interpret the god, and a lot of it is going to come from the way the god feels. I actually think almost the least of it is going to come from the things the god tangibly can do and their history, because that stuff feels a little bit more concrete. It's the like the other stuff I feel like opens itself up a little bit more to, like, you know, play around with some weird stuff, get in there, try to find a plot you like, mess it up.
Okay.
Were there any other questions or thoughts you had about this opening or any part of this in particular?
Not quite the opening, but I feel like this might be too complicated for a follow-up question, but
Well,
I
let's see.
feel like I've been making this god too goody two-shoes, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Like, she's meant to be the most human god. She interacts with mortals the most. She primarily liberates the downtrodden.
I have an immediate thought, if you want.
Mm-hmm.
If this god is the most human, then they should have some really human flaws. There are a lot of people in the world that have power, that feel like they are doing good because of their personal experiences and personal relationships, but a lot of the time that good ends up being trouble for other people. So maybe she is a little bit not narrow-minded, but short-sighted. You know, if there's a group of fishermen that she has formed a bond with because they worship her in a way that she really appreciates, or like maybe they write cool poems and she's like, oh my god, these guys are like great writers. Maybe she goes out of her way to make sure that they have calm waters, but maybe her making sure they have calm waters leads to other people having rougher waters that she maybe doesn't think about or know about, or maybe they're just assholes to her, so she doesn't give a fuck. Like, there could be an element of pettiness, might not be the right word, but like, one of the most human things that humans have is a lack of perspective. Like, we are all deeply limited by our own experiences. It's like one of the reasons why it's really hard, I think, for people to empathize with people they don't understand, or like lifestyles they don't understand, or countries that they don't understand, just because like it's just we only know what we know. Like, the universe that we are taught it's like when a little kid is growing up and they have to go to bed at 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock, initially they don't think that their parents have decided that their bedtime is 9 o'clock and that is why they go to bed at 9 o'clock. They think that bedtime is 9 o'clock for the world because that's all they know. And she doesn't need to be that limited, but all humans are that. Even as adults we're that. That just limitation is a little bit broader. But if she's the most human, maybe she has sacrificed an element of her omnipotence to be more tied to humans. And it has led to her being less cognizant of things that are not something she's directly interacting with or affected by, you know?
That's pretty cool.
So that could work. Especially, yeah, that's probably what I would lean into, especially if your goal is she's the most human. It's also kind of interesting because she could be genuinely nice, genuinely kind, and genuinely well-intentioned. And if that is her flaw, there could be some real issues that she causes in a way that if she was doing them intentionally, she would just be the bad guy. But she's not doing them intentionally. So there's a little bit of a moral gray. It's like, how do we solve that? What do we do with that?
Mm-hmm.
How do you navigate dealing with a god that is well-intentioned but lacks perspective? That's weird. That's a weird question to answer. I don't know. If that's not at all the direction you want to go in for her, I would say you could also give her, like, pick some emotional flaw and lean in, you know? Like, maybe she is protective, but overly so. So anybody that does bad things to the sea, she, like, overly punishes. Or maybe she is, she's the goddess of the seas, but she loves storms. It's like storms are where she comes from. Storms are her bread and butter. It's like making storms kind of feels like, going home again, eating mama's apple pie. So maybe she just has maybe she's really well intentioned, but like when she gets bored or kind of lonely or nostalgic, she makes crazy storms as like a coping mechanism because it's like that's comfortable for her. So like that could be a direction to go into, I think. Those are the two things that popped into my head. They're both a little gray. Like they're both not super on the nose, but I think that might actually fit this well because it seems like she's gone through a lot of changes, but also I think that's more interesting.
No, I think the lack of perspective thing kind of works perfectly for her. Because another one of her defining traits is there's a big feud between the two major pantheons of the setting, and she's just completely out of the feud. She thinks it's childish. She thinks it's stupid.
Cool.
So I think being unable to see the perspective of others is kind of perfect for that.
Good. Cool. Fuck yeah. Listen, make it a Sunday and put a cherry on top. Are you gonna show me more of the gods that you've been working on when you work on them, or no?
I think so.
Cool.
If
No
I
pressure.
run into no problems.
No pressure, but you've come on stream to discuss this world building thing enough that I want to. However much you are willing and want to share, I'm curious to see how it plays out. I also don't know that much about Norse mythology, so it's kind of fun to just see things and like, I don't know what this is a reference to, but it sounds cool.
Yeah. When I have more of the gods written out, I think I'll make a peer review section for reviewing the piety.
Cool. All right, buddy. If that's it, any final thoughts before I politely hang up on you?
No. I think that's it.
Cool.
Bye.
Thanks for the call. Bye. Click. With Shades. Let's give Shades a little round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Champion. Much love. Oops, did not mean to do that. Boom. Well, chat. Let me just see. There's that. Give me 2 seconds, chat. I want to see if we talked about everything. I don't think we did. Alright, there's 2 things we have not spoken about that people sent in, but they were not able to call in. So I think we will look at both of those. But then we might wrap for the night. Before we dive into those, I just will let you guys know we are streaming tomorrow on let me just check actually, because I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. We are streaming tomorrow. We are streaming, and we are doing specifically a stream similar to this, but focused on magic items. So if you want to call in and talk about magic items, you can. If you want to share homebrew magic items, you can. But while we are waiting to see if people want to do that, we will also be making something on stream together. So it'll be a little bit of me taking your ideas and us sort of building something together with ideally interruptions of people asking questions or calling in with things they want to talk about. Does that sound good? That's tomorrow. And then on Tuesday, same exact format. People can call in, people can send stuff in, we can try to make stuff. But the goal is we're going to be talking exclusively about silly homebrew, but trying to make silly homebrew that we make mechanically sound. Homebrew that conceptually, whatever it's doing is very silly and goofy, intentionally so, but building it in a way that it's actually fun to use, that actually works well at the table, that it doesn't derail the game, but uplifts the game. That's what we're going to be doing on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, I think we're going to stream, and I have no idea what we're doing yet. Maybe something like this, maybe some sort of video game stuff. Maybe that'll be when we have our Outer Wilds spoiler discussion, because I know you guys wanted to do that. So if I make progress on my mask, can I come back tomorrow? Don't feel the need to rush it, Thunder. If you want to, sure. But I would say don't worry about it if you don't have something done by tomorrow, because we'll be doing more of these streams. I don't want you to feel like you have to rush. But also make sure that you have stuff for us to talk about that's new also. Listen, if you have like some game mechanics that you want to talk about, you could write them up and bring them and we can talk about it. That's what we're going to be. Again, tomorrow's focusing on magic items, so I'm more than happy to talk about your magic items. Would an Outer Wilds discussion be a whole stream? I think what I will do for the Outer Wilds stream is I will play through the ending, because I think a lot of people were not present when I finished the game, and I kind of just want to show people the ending if they want to see it. And there's some stuff I want to see in the end that I missed. And then as we go through the ending and afterwards, we'll sort of be discussing theories and spoilery stuff. I don't know if it'll be the whole stream or not. I think it would be most of it, though, depending on how long it takes. Yeah. Boom. We got 2 more things to look at. Unless somebody wants to call in, which you can, but no pressure. So the first one that we're going to look at is this mutating eye. Mutation eye shifting. This is from Florigato. This is the second piece in my series of mutations. My main issue is I feel like it's too bland. It doesn't feel interesting to give, because unless the receiver is a really good role player, it's kind of an afterthought. Whatever helps are all welcome, as well as any general feedback. All right, let's take a look. This is called Mutation Shifting Eye. Your vision blurs and you find your eyes shifting into another creature beyond their new captivating purple-colored irises. The orbs are extremely sensitive and pristine, such as from a hawk or other bird of prey. This sentence is awkward, but that's fine. Your wisdom modifier becomes +0 if it's negative. You get a +2 bonus to your passive perception. Your vision problems are fixed. You have disadvantage on saving throws against the blinded condition, and you gain dark vision. The reason why this feels bland is because it's a lot of random stuff that is sort of dancing around an uncertain idea. The problem is that all of these feel like things tied to other feats. So, for example, there is a feat called Observant. It adds to your passive perception. It does other things that make you more cognizantly aware. There are other feats that are going to do stuff like give you dark vision or expand your dark vision. Having something that makes your wisdom modifier positive if it's negative is weird. I don't know if it's particularly flavorful. And another thing is there is not a single feat in the game that gives you a penalty. I think that having wisdom is that they're thinking about perception checks. I think that's what they're thinking about. But here's what I would say. I think that if you want to do something where you get weird, crazy eyes that let you see in weird ways, I think that's cool. I would drop all the wisdom perception stuff, because that is inobservant. That feat already exists. I would lean into you getting some sort of extracurricular vision. That's what I would do if I were you. Maybe you have the ability to shift between a handful of different types of vision. Maybe whenever you finish a short rest, you can choose between having dark vision out to a certain range, or blind sight out to a certain range, or tremor sense out to a certain range, or maybe not tremor sense, but something like that, or see invisibility. You know, there's some element of that. Like, I would play around with alternative ways of seeing, because if you want to go into just you're super observant, there's already several feats that dance around that idea. And that will help you deal with the fact that I think it feels a little bland, because you're doing a lot of these half measures. Like, neither of these is exciting, and this already exists somewhere else. And dark vision isn't exciting. 90% of things already have it. This is interesting, but kind of just flavor. So again, I would play around with different vision types that you could switch between. I think that would make it maybe a little bit more interesting and dynamic feeling, and also feel like it is its own thing. Like, you don't want to be in a situation where, because what if somebody takes this and the observant feat? You don't want these things to, you don't want this to mush with that in a weird way. You don't want this to mush with it in a bad way, and you don't want to mush with it in like an overpowered way either. Those are my thoughts, my dear Florigato. I hope this helps. We will give you a round of applause even though you're not here, because we don't want to be rude, and you did decide to share. Thank you for sharing! Ooh. And the last piece we have is from our dear Aquamarine Rose. Beyond a general lookover for balance, I'm really not here to do general lookovers, but I accept. I feel like some features can be weird as to whether any real balance issues are there or not. All right, let's just take a look at this. This is called the Hive Sworn. 2.0. Here it is in the chat, if you guys want to take a look at it. I'm not reading your author's note. Okay, let's see. Its size is determined by its subrace. You get 30 feet walking speed. Advantage on saving throws to avoid or end the charmed condition. 4 hours of sleep. When you finish this trance, you gain proficiency in one skill of your choice and one weapon or tool of your choice. This should just be a different feature. The 4-hour trance and the skill thing should be a separate feature. Whenever you finish a long rest, getting proficiency in a skill of your choice is fine. I think the Revenant gets that. There is a race already that gets a version of that. So that's not unreasonable to have. It's pretty strong. Mute. Okay, I mean, here's what I'm going to say. Mute is a take it or leave it feature. This is the same thing as Kenku's, where it's like, are you going to decide that they're going to be mute or not? Because if they're mute, but they can communicate, it just sort of becomes like a roleplay thing. I might just drop this. I don't know if you need this. Telepathic, not telekinetic. Telekinetics is moving stuff with your mind. Telepathy is communicating with your mind. Yeah, this is really strong. Telepathy is a very strong feature. Getting a skill that you can change over the course of a rest is a very strong feature. So we're starting very strong before we even get to the subraces. So your question about balance, I would say I'm teetering, my heart is teetering on very strong. And you get a fucking flying speed? I don't know about that. All of the species bonuses now are much more flexible. You don't need to bake them into anything. Most of them work where you just pick. It's fine. Okay, so here's the problem with this one. I'm not going to go into full review mode, but oh, you're back? Do you want to join me on stream? Because we can talk about this and I can just go through it. I don't want to give you a... Are you going to join me in the call or no? Okay, sounds like you're not going to join me in the call, which is fine. You don't have to. Okay, is this overpowered? Yes. Why is this overpowered? Because we are already getting 2 really powerful features in the skill that can change anything and in the constant telepathy. Getting a fly speed is really strong. And there's a penalty where you can't use armor, but then you immediately avoid the penalty by just giving us armor. In the Discord, go to the waiting room voice channel, which is in the streaming section. If you look, it should be there. Here, I will go to it right now. Do you see me in a voice channel? If you see me in that voice channel, go to it. It's in the Discord. There you go. Hey, how's it going? Hey, wait.
Sorry about that.
1 second. We're gonna go in here so we don't get interrupted. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing well enough.
So your concern is that this thing is too strong? Or
Admittedly, I did end up... Just because I ended up kind of in a situation where there's, like, a lot... Like, a concept that had a lot of things going on. Like, they're bee people. So, like, of course... And also then throwing on, like, a secondary aspect to it. Of, like, oh, they're... Like, oh... I just had a bunch of things in mind for them, which ended up throwing up a lot, and also some things that I didn't really know how to directly balance them, like the idea of like, oh, they don't speak verbally, but because they're like connected to their hive, they have some other form of communication. That was kind of the idea of like the telepathy.
I think doing some sort of telepathy thing is fine. I think the real issue that you have to think about is you just have to be realistic about how powerful the features are that you're giving it to make it the thing that you want. And and if the features are starting to become too powerful, the question you need to ask yourself is how either A, how can I limit them so that it's reasonable, or B, what does this actually need? Like, does this need 1, 2, 3, 4 subraces? Does it need a subrace with a flying speed and a natural armor class? Does it need a subrace with an AC that is as good as the Turtle's AC and also gives you a fly speed? Does it need what do you need here?
Wait a second. What do you mean the Turtle one doesn't give you a fly speed?
I misread it. I apologize. But
okay.
that's what I'm just that's what I'm saying. Like the questions that you need to ask yourself is how much do you actually need? Because you just got to be realistic about how powerful the features are that you're getting.
Yeah, that's fair. And like I'm not like intentionally trying to make it completely busted as much as it's just a sense that like, oh, there's a lot of things that it feels like it ends up needing. Like, oh, they have an exoskeleton. Of course they have a natural armor of some kind, and that like the ones that are weaker have a little bit of natural armor, and like the one that's supposed to be like a big tough guy has...
So let me ask you a question. So how much do you need all of these things to be mechanically represented, and how much do they not need to be mechanically represented? So let me give you an example. You just said that there's one that has really tough exoskeleton and one that has kind of a weak exoskeleton, right?
Yeah.
So does the one that has a weak exoskeleton need a natural armor class? Or could you represent it having a weak exoskeleton by it just not having a natural armor class because it has a weak exoskeleton? Like, does it need a feature for every thing? I think is the good way to think about it.
Fair. I guess I thought of it like, I don't know, like a sense like it feels weird to think of them as wearing armor, I guess. So I thought like, oh, they all need some kind of way to naturally armor themselves.
If that's important for you, you can do that, but then you need to just build it with that realistically in mind. Like, you need to
Yeah.
just decide, okay, that's important enough that this is going to take up a lot of space.
Also, admittedly, the Imperator might be kind of more powerful than it needs to be, but I wasn't really sure what to give them.
So, which one?
Imperator.
Yeah, this one's busted.
Seeing it on the page, like,
well,
yeah, just because I wasn't really sure. Like, I had the basic idea.
Yeah, so here's a good rule. Here's a good rule of thumb. Do not give your species access to a feature that is stronger than a class feature more regularly. So, like, this is just permanent subtle spell. Improved telepathy is better telepathy than anything else a player has access to get in D&D, period. So, like, that could be, if you want to give them a 120-foot telepathy, that's not unreasonable if that is one of the only big things they get. But
yeah, fair enough.
So you can't just, like, you got to be careful about how much you overload it.
Yeah.
The other thing that you want to think about, which I don't know how much you did think about, I haven't super looked into everything aspect of it, but if you're going to be doing a bunch of different sub-races, they all need to be balanced against each other. There can't be one that's stronger than the others. Otherwise, it's not a choice.
Admittedly, the drone was kind of a second thought that I've just randomly was like, oh, wait, hey, what if I did something that's like an undeveloped generalist?
Yeah, so again, you're giving them features that normally are like either, like, so this additional hit point for level, this is a feature that one of the dwarves have, and it is like the only subrace feature they get. They get like one other maybe, and it's like proficiency in something bullshit.
Yeah.
Like being able to cast help as a bonus action, that's a rogue subclass feature.
I was looking at it as the hobgoblin thing as for comparison, but
sure,
yeah, I get
but
what you're saying.
from a power balance perspective, like that's the same as like a sword. Now the rogue that can do that, they can do it infinitely. So maybe that's a little bit more reasonable here. But like, what I would say is this thing is what you've created here is a situation where you have a species that is encompassing sort of the totality of the vision, and
the totality of the vision is a bit big for a player race.
Well, it's not from a game perspective. It is from if you want every single aspect of that to be mechanically expressed. And in this way. Like, the Three-Creen is a good example of this. Three-Creen is a semi-psychic insectoid species that you can pick in D&D. It's a playable race. It's similar to this in a lot of ways, but everything is toned down a little bit more reasonable, and there's not like a billion options going on.
That would have been, I mean, I knew about the Three-Creen, but I literally just went to look at them like, oh, they literally have a rule set for the ability to telepathically speak. It even have 120-foot radius for that, so I wasn't entirely insane for putting that there.
No, but if the goal here is to defend the balance of this, it's not. We don't need to talk.
I understand.
You can just decide you like it.
Yeah.
I'm pointing out.
I understand that it's kind of like.
I think 120-foot radius is maybe okay. I think there's just a lot going on here. I mean, there's just a lot.
Yeah.
I would try to focus it in a little bit. The other thing that I would say is, now that you are aware of the Three-Creen, I would try to make this thing feel more different than the Three-Creen.
Yeah. I just kind of had, like, my own bit, like, just one day, my brain was like, hey, bug bee people. And then from there went psionic bee people.
Mm-hmm. And I think that could
work.
work.
To shove all that together.
I think psionic bee people could work, but it doesn't need to be all of this. A psionic bee person could be, you get a fly speed that is, limited in use, or you just don't get a fly speed and don't worry about it. You get a cool stinger natural ability. You get either a limited telepathy or some, like, ability to sense the feelings of other creatures. And, like, you don't need much more than that. Like, what does it need to be a bee person or an insect person specifically? So I think that, like, there's a lot of stuff in here that works fine. I think it's a matter of, like, tweaking it in, like the whole trance thing where you get a different skill. Like, that doesn't, to me, that doesn't make any sense on this. Maybe that's something for the lore, but, like, I would literally just get rid of that whole thing.
Like,
Because that doesn't say
that
B
was
person
kind of
to
the
me at
idea.
all.
Like early on, when I did my first draft of this, I ended up talking to somebody about the idea of like, yes, they're like psionically connected, like a hive mind, and how would that get a mechanical representation? And they mentioned the astral elf's ability to draw from the knowledge from the astral sea, and so I shoved it in there like, oh yeah, that makes sense to represent that aspect of their.
And I think that totally could. It just depends on what's the most important for you.
One thing, yeah.
Let me look at the 3-screen for a second.
Up shoving too many
they
things
get basic
into a single.
armor. They have advantage on stealth checks to hide in situations if you use your action and it works with that. They have dark vision. They got little arms. They got sleepless. Yeah, so I mean, they have telepathy, but they don't have a lot of other things. They have the natural AC, but it's not that good. It's just 13 plus your dex. I mean, that's really good, but it's also just basically mage armor. They have advantage on stealth to hide in certain types of situations. So again, that could be really good, but it's not just like intrinsically good. And they have these little extra arms, but the little extra arms are basically flavor. Like they can manipulate objects. You can't do much with them. So it's a lot of stuff, but the only thing in this whole subclass that's really strong is basically the telepathy. Everything else is good. Don't get me wrong, it's good, but it's not that strong. And I think that with your piece, I almost feel like it's losing a sense of flavor because there's so many things in so many directions that like I don't know what I feel like you should lean into because there's just a lot of options you have, you know?
Then I guess I would kind of lean then like kind of going back to the drawing board just a bit of like, what are the things that I find important about the Hive Sworn to me? And to me, it's two things.
Mm-hmm.
One, the like non-verbal telepath hive mind aspect.
Sure.
Which is also why I made them mute, but also gave them telepathy to make up for that.
Mm-hmm.
And second, which the idea of sub-races insofar as like they are have specialized roles within the hive that they are created in, which is what the point of the sub-races were. To be like, yes, you are one thing. This one's one thing. This one's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of like seeing that expressed explicitly in a way.
Say that again?
Like, well, kind of drawing from the idea of a hive insect as a player race.
Mm-hmm.
The sub-race is kind of representing the idea that they are, each individual within the hive is specialized. So
gotcha.
Where I just put it down to like three basic specializations of the fast one, the strong one, and the magic one, essentially.
So I think you could do that, but you either need to make their sub-race get a shit ton less, or make their core race get a shit ton less. Like, the sub-race should do one thing. Like, the shifter is a good example of that. Look at, like, the shifters are... Their sub-race basically gives them a cool thing they can do that they shift into. And, like, that's it. That's what their shifter form does for the most. Maybe it does, like, one other little thing. But, like, it's not a crazy amount of stuff.
Wait a second. Which one is this? Is this the...
I don't
Did you go back to the top of the document? Oh, yeah, wait. Imperator. So, yeah, this has to be the second. I just was worried because I have a tab open that's, like, the older draft. I'm like, okay, which one did I actually send for a second there? And I got a little messed up.
No, you're fine. But yeah, I would say if you want to lean into the telepathy thing, the intercommunication thing, I think you could. I think somebody pointed out in chat, you don't want to keep the range on 120 feet. Look at all of the limitations to 3-screen telepathy. You need to be able to communicate. You need to share a language with them. Also, they can't communicate back. No, you don't need to share a language, but they need to at least speak one language. But it's a one-way street. Only you can communicate out. They can't communicate back.
You know what? That's actually a fair point I didn't think of.
So there's
just like a you can't send back unless they also have telepathy. That would make sense.
Or just they can't send back. It's just different. It just works different. So like,
or at least thinking because like, oh, the bees have with telepathy, so like one guy can send in, and then the other guy can use their own ability to send back, but for a fuller conversation.
Yeah,
but, like,
I would
trying to talk to
follow
a human.
what Chaos Rainer said in the YouTube chat. Follow sort of how the Azimar works, where their subrace basically gives them one special signature move.
Okay.
And they're all kind of
that makes sense.
symbolically balanced around each other, you know?
Yeah. I kind of ended up, like, you mentioned about balancing them against each other, which is kind of where some features got weird, where, like the Sentinel getting the buzzing was because I was like, okay, every one of these gets 2 things. And then I had to figure out what those 2 things were going to be.
Yeah. So that can work, but if you're having a hard time figuring out what to do 2 things for each thing, just make each one thing.
Okay.
And don't worry about it.
And then I can shift some things. I think I have a basic idea what I want to do from here.
Yeah, you said the most important thing that you need to do a little while ago, which is figure out what the most important things are that specifically make this species unique amongst all the other species, and make sure that you are doing those things, and you don't need to necessarily do anything else, but do those things first, and then take a step back, look at how powerful that is with just those things compared to everything else, and then figure out how much space you have for, like, ribbon features, flavor things.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. I love a good insect species, especially some psionic space bugs vibe is very satisfying and fun.
Yeah, just because I thought, well, as I kind of mentioned, just the idea of, like, and I had all this lore behind them, and, like, the idea that kind of playing into the psionics, and that they're not quite a hive mind, like, they're not, like, one entity necessarily, but they're like, just, like, constantly relaying back to other members of its hive and to wherever its queen is off at. Like, where an entire hive is just constantly relaying telepathic messages between each other.
Yeah. I think that the other thing that I would say is, and this is sort of what the 3-Creen had to deal with also, because I don't know if they're a hive mind, but they have a similar kind of hive vibe. I don't think it's as literal. What is important for this species if you were going to be writing about them in a book? And what is important for this species in terms of what players should be able to do? Because a lot of the vibe that you just expressed isn't going to like, if you are a character that is playing a species that comes from a hive, I don't actually imagine the hive is going to be a super big part of the campaign outside of your character's role play and story.
Yeah,
like, it's more like your background is the hive. Like, I don't know how much you want to assume that the hive is going to be, like, in the campaign, you know? So I don't.
Valid.
So you can build things to have a hive mind mentality from a monster perspective, but that can be much more focused and profound and impactful. But when you're building it for a player, you always want to keep in mind the point of this is for a player to use this in a D&D campaign that could be any number of things, right? It's not necessarily going to be any sort of campaign. So you want to get the vibe of the hive mind in there, but you also want it to just feel unique and work in, like, a game where maybe they're going to have a bunch of sessions where they're just in a dungeon. And is this still going to feel like itself in that, or does it need to be tied to some larger, you know, like, that's just a good way to think about it. Just remember the goal. When, like, player options, it's always good to think about whether you are making something that is intended for a player to use or for a dungeon master to use. And if it's intended for a dungeon master to use, it can be crazy, have a million different things if it needs, but it also doesn't really need more than what the players are going to feel and notice.
I'll make some comments. Just
and
to
if you are going to, of course,
editing it just yet.
And if
I might keep the charm resistance just because I feel like that.
Listen, literally, if you like the whole thing, keep the whole thing. Don't listen to me if you don't want to listen to me.
I do want. It's just the case is, like, I do genuinely want to bring this into something that could make sense. Or
it makes sense right now. If you just want it to feel. You want it to feel, this is what you want. You want it to feel balanced, and I think that is going to be a thing that is actually not that hard to do. It's just a matter of trimming some things down. But I think the more important thing that you want to do is you want to make sure that the things that remain are the most important things. You don't want to accidentally trim something that is important. You want to make sure that you are uplifting the things that are important and not worrying so much about filling all the gaps. Because the other thing is that a lot of the gaps are going to be filled by the player. So, for example, let's say I'm being one of these bugs in my game, and I want to really lean into the psionic aspect of the hive. Maybe I'll go Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. So my class just gives me a shit ton of psychic powers, so I can lean into that. If I want to lean into the more physical sides of being a bug person, maybe I'll go Fighter or Barbarian, you know? So, like, a lot of the stories of the characters that are going to be told with this species will be uplifted by all of the other options the players are going to make. You don't really need to do things that they could do. You need to do the things that this is the only space that they could have, or the things that are important for the base vibe. Like the Githyanki are a good example of that. Githyanki are like the space pirate aliens. All Githyanki get the ability to cast Mage Hand and Shield and Jump, I think. And it's like, those spells are like very specific spells, and they're very evocative of like some basic telepathic, telekinetic powers, but that's kind of also all they are, right? Like, you don't need a mountain to express that the Githyanki are slightly psionic and that they come from this long line of super psionic creatures, and their swords are tied to the way that they psionically fight things, and they're bound by soul. Like, you don't need to do all of that. You just give it Mage Hand, and now it suddenly feels psionic.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like that. Like, you just got to figure out what pieces you need to punch in the way that it needs to feel that impact, and then you can cut the rest out. And then usually what ends up happening is when you do that, you end up having actually a little bit of space left over, and then you could either fill in some gaps with some unique ribbon features or bump something's power a little bit.
Yeah. I think what's interesting is also, since we're kind of bouncing off to another topic entirely, talking with you about this and also realizing that I'm going to probably end up nerfing the base telekinesis actually ends up giving me an answer to a question of what the heck the Imperator does.
Cool.
As weird as that is.
No, that's
because I realized like, oh, if I make it that they can only send, that if most bees can only send thoughts, what if the Imperator's one feature is partially that they can get people to communicate back with them, to kind of represent that communication relay role they have in the hive? Or is that too much? But like that being like that one feature, get rid of psionic spells.
Say it again. Sorry, I got a little lost in the sauce.
Like, sorry, that's fine. Like, so the Imperator, the subrace that was about increasing their telepathy and gave them psionics, which was a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea. It's just very strong.
Yeah. If we were taking Nimi's suggestion of having it that you can only send thoughts with your telepathy normally, with the Imperators being designed as tacticians and communications relays, they get the ability to have creatures send information back to them.
Yeah, that could work for sure. Something like that could definitely work. That could definitely work.
Kind of like part of their thing, because that represents them being about communication.
That's kind of an interesting way of thinking about it. Like, if you gave the base class a sort of a weaker telepathy, a basic AC, and something else, you could have one of the subraces enhance the telepathy, one of the subraces enhance the AC, and one of the subraces enhance the something else. That would be another way you could do it.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff could work. Genuinely, the only thing that I think is missing from this, and it's not really missing, but it's a little bit missing, is if you want these guys to feel like a bee, there needs to be something about pollinization or honey or stingers.
Admittedly, that was the part where I ended up wondering if that would actually be something that needs mechanical representation, or if that would be more of a lore thing. Or no, I meant the honey part. Sorry.
Oh, that could all be lore, but the stinger.
Yeah.
Stinger, I hardly know her. I would give these guys something that makes them feel like a bee. I don't know what it doesn't need to be a stinger, but you want them to feel distinctly bee-like if you want them to feel bee-like.
Yeah.
If you don't care about them feeling bee-like, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. I guess just like thinking that if the stinger probably would just end up being one of the first things that I would drop if I need room for power in other things, I guess is what I end up thinking. Although I totally get your point.
It just depends on what matters. It doesn't.
It can throw. No.
So the way that the 3-creen handles the ability to communicate without being able to communicate with language is that they only can communicate vocally in 3-creen. If they want to communicate in any other way, they have to use their telepathy. That is what allows the 3-creen to not have to deal with the issues of being mute when it comes to spellcasting. You might want to play around with something like that.
That makes sense.
I don't know exactly.
I just ended up thinking about...
You don't want to copy it too much, but you do want you do have to deal with that a little bit for sure.
Yeah. I ended up throwing, like, because I know that, like, bees usually, kind of, again, going back to the insect part, where, like, they tend to communicate in, like, a bunch of other ways that would usually involve anything but a quote-unquote voice, like their wings,
for sure. They
their
dance,
bodies.
their pheromones, all that stuff, their movements.
Yeah.
It's one
but
of
that
those...
don't really hit vocals.
Yeah,
really.
so that's a great example of a situation that comes up a lot, I think, in Homebrew, which is when you have an idea that you want to bring into the game, and the question you have to ask yourself is, how much of that idea needs to be in the game for it to feel good
mechanic.
versus when is that going to get in the way of the game at large?
Yeah.
And normally
Makes
when we
sense.
see this, I think it comes up with, like, when people want to make Homebrew based on One Piece or JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or Jujutsu Kaisen or some other anime, because they always make it to a million things and be overpowered, and it doesn't work, because that's not what D&D is. D&D is a power fantasy, but it's not that level of power fantasy. This is sort of that, right? Like, if you are really interested in the idea of the bee being used to communicating in non-verbal ways, one way you could express that could be making them mute. That could work, but that brings up a lot of issues for the basic game of D&D that most people are going to be playing. But you could also look at it another way. So, like, with that one, for example, you like the idea that they have all these ways that they communicate that aren't verbal. What if they are innately good at, like, expressing themselves through physical movement? And you could even give them an ability that's just like, they have advantage on any checks they make to communicate ideas non-verbally. They're just extra good at showing what they mean with physicality. And you could just make it that. It doesn't even need to be a bonus. It could just be like, you have advantage on those types of checks. Like, something like that could work too.
Yeah.
Like,
I also
about it,
really
like,
do kind of like the Thry. Obviously I don't want to steal too much from it, but I do kind of like the Thry creator, just like, yes, they specifically speak their language, and they can't speak other languages verbally, and they have to rely on other things. Just because I guess, like, part of me does feel like perhaps, giving them telepathy means they need a significant handicap to make up for it, and being like, you can't talk feels like the most obvious handicap to give there.
Yeah, but that just leads to a bunch of other issues. It's pulling a brick out of a foundation of another building. If I was reading this and you weren't on the phone and we were doing, like, a homebrew review situation,
and I appreciate like sudden that I was even able to get on, because I was like,
no
oh
worries.
crap, they're doing my stuff. I should get in there.
I really changed the format of the show because I want this to be the way that it can happen. I like people being able to just hop on and talk. I think it feels more fun for everybody, and I enjoy it more personally. If this was a piece of homebrew, if we were talking about this from more of a like a critical look, what I would say is, this is what I would say. And you do not need to take this literally because it's an extreme sentence, but I think it's the headspace you should have. You need to prove why this should exist when the 3-creen already exists. If a 3-creen mechanically expresses enough of the idea of the hive swarm that you could basically just use that and it would work, why are you making this? And I don't mean that in a aggressive way or a confrontational way. I mean that, like, literally the answer to that question should be part of your true north in making this. Because it should... Same what I was talking about when I was talking about the warlock that was doing a warlock wizard subclass, where that warlock should feel like it has a unique subclass if there's another wizard in the party. This should feel unique if there is a 3-creen in the party. Like, if somebody plays a 3-creen and somebody plays this, they shouldn't feel the same. So you got to be very cognizant of that as you're pulling features from the 3-creen, because most of the features you're pulling from the 3-creen are very unique features and very unique to the 3-creen, which is okay, but it's like you're still not giving this thing any very unique features.
Yeah.
So that's the thing I would think about is what could you put here that isn't in the 3-creen? And if the answer is, I don't really think anything, then you are in a situation where you don't need to make this. You can just change the lore of the 3-creen in your world to be that, and then maybe make like a special feat that is unique to them that they could take if they want to lean into one of the more powerful psionic or bee or hive things, you know?
Okay.
Because one of the things that I think about with homebrew, and I acknowledge that this is just a me thing, but like I'm a big fan of, I'm very lazy. So like I look at a piece of if I see a piece of homebrew and it's basically the same as something that already exists, I see that as like, that's a lot of time spent doing something that you didn't need to do. Like, that's a lot of work to go to build something that you could have watched The Sopranos, you know? So like, that's kind of my headspace. I understand that a lot of people don't really care about that and just are designing for fun. But especially when I'm in more like critical, like, what are we doing here? It's like, why does this exist? What merits this existing? And answering that question is usually the difference between whether or not the piece is worth putting work into. For me, that is not true for everybody because a lot of people just enjoy the process. And if you just enjoy the process, then that's lovely, and you don't need to worry about it. Because it doesn't really matter. If you're having fun, that is the most important thing. But yeah, those are my main thoughts. I think that this has some solid potential. You really just want to try to find its unique identity.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. Use the 3-creen if you want to copy off of, or to pull ideas from, or to inspire you, or just pull features from. But don't lose this thing's unique identity by overloading it with other species powers.
Yeah, makes sense.
Those are my main thoughts. Do you have any questions, yearnings, aspirations?
I guess nothing too specific right now beyond what we've discussed.
Cool, man. Thank you very much for sharing. From a flavor perspective, it's a lot of fun. I do hope you keep working on it. This was a little bit more of a critical feedback review vibe.
Yeah, which I appreciate that.
But you didn't really have the super specific question, so we ended up just going through all of it. But that's okay. You were the last piece that we were looking at, so it's okay that we took the long road around. But yeah, man, thank you very much for the call. I think that this is a really fun idea, and I genuinely hope you keep working on it. And if you're not sure exactly how to make this thing feel like a unique, I think the question to ask yourself is, what makes a beehive different than a different sort of hive? And I don't know what the answer to that is specifically, but it could be a lot of different things. But that's, I think, another way to think about what you could do to make this thing feel unique. If it's the stinging element, if it's the sort of like working the teamwork element, like maybe they're just really good at teamwork. Odin and I, where have you been all my life? Oh my god, it's been a million years. Honey, yeah. Maybe they get a weird feature where over the course of a long rest, assuming that they have eaten a full day's worth of rations, they can throw up, 1 potion's worth of special honey, and that anybody can eat the special honey, and it relieves an ailment. Maybe it acts as like lesser restoration. You can all sorts of, you can go in very weird directions. So don't limit yourself to stuff that's already out there. Think outside of the box a little bit.
Okay. And that does give me some more ideas as well.
Yeah.
Vindication.
Nimi is just pumped because their ideas keep coming up as good ideas. Nimi, what can we say, man? Maybe you're just smart. Maybe you just got fun thoughts in that fishy brain of yours.
I guess there's a problem like whether some things, because like now I am thinking, because thinking trim down the base race to some more basic features, give the sub races each one big feature.
Here's
that
what I would say:
work
don't worry about the sub races at all. Just build the base race first, and make it have less things than normally would have, so that there's space to make sub races if you want.
Yeah.
But focus on the base one.
I guess
first.
just because I guess I just ended up going off because you saying like, yes, the ability to make honey. I was like, that sounds like it would be a other sub race at this point.
No, the last thing you need is more sub races. I think, if anything, what you need is to see how much of an identity this has with no sub races and start.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
And you could literally start with like, what is something all of these things would be able to do, and just make it those things.
Yeah.
And then the specialization could be one's extra psychic or one's extra strong or whatever. But what's like, what are the what's the base of all of them? It seems like all of them have an exoskeleton. All of them maybe have some flight element. I would not give them full flight just because that limits a lot of the power you can give them.
Fair enough.
Maybe all of them have an element of telepathy. All of them have an obsession with honey. Maybe all of them have a stinger. Whatever the thing is that all of them have. Make a list of it. Write it out. See how it looks. Or just move it around if they're already on this paper and you don't need to rewrite them. And see what that feels like as just a core race, and see if you need sub races. And if you still feel like this isn't enough, then start building sub races and make them, just don't overdo them. You don't. I would say limit yourself to 3 to start if you're going to be doing sub races. Don't worry about doing more than 3, and try to limit what they are getting to roughly the power level of 1 power and 1 skill proficiency. It doesn't need to literally be a skill proficiency, but roughly that element of power. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Cool. All right, man. I don't really have any more thoughts. If you have any other things you'd like to say, ask, aspire for before I hang up on you, let me know.
I'll see if I can pin down more with this later, but
cool.
Or I say later insofar as like, yeah, we're going.
Word. Yeah, listen.
Thank you for the time.
Homebrew ain't a rush, my man. We got time and time again. We can wander the world of uncertainty and exploration for as long as we want. It only matters when we're trying to sell it or run a deadline. Even if you're using it for your home game, you can always change it. You can always just say, hey guys, I made this. I don't know if it's too powerful or not. If you want to use it, we can, but we might need to tweak it up or down depending on how. Make your players a part of it. Let them know if things feel overpowered or underpowered. That's a big part of playtesting, is getting your group involved and getting feedback from your players. Because that's the other thing, is a lot of this stuff is, I can give a certain amount of general advice and experiential advice and just like neurotic, angry brain advice, but at the end of the day, what matters the most is how it feels at your table.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, I'm going to hang up on you. Do you want to say anything before I do?
I don't got anything specific in mind.
All right, love you, bye, click. All right, that was our dear Aquamarine Rose. Let's give them a little round of applause. I think that was their first time calling in. I don't remember speaking to them before. If I did speak to you before, my memory isn't as good as it used to be, and I apologize. Thank you for the call. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Wow, wow, wee wah. So what are you guys gonna be when you grow up? Huh? You think you're cool? What, 1 second. Man, it fucking smells like smoke in my neighborhood. It's like my windows are closed and I can smell it through the windows. I hate it. I'm gonna have to deal with that when I get off stream. There was a fire near where I live, and it's the smokes be blowing over my neighborhood. What track is this music? This is called The Wooded Trail by a group called Descant, Deskant, and they do a lot of music that is this vibe. They are very good casual adventure fantasy music. There's like 5 or 6 songs of theirs on this little playlist I made. Woo! All right. I think we did it. We answered every question that was posted in the Discord and addressed every piece of homebrew that was posted in the Discord. I think we call that a victory. The question is, who should we raid? Let's keep it in D&D. Is anybody doing anything fun? The dreaded what's Is Dread the DM different than the Dreaded DM? Oh, that's... Dude, there's a guy called Dread the DM. There's another guy called the Dreaded DM. Those names are too similar, guys. Get your shit together. I think... Alright, do you want to raid into another D&D channel, or do you want to raid one of my friends that's not doing D&D stuff right now? What do you want? Twitch, you're the ones that are picky. YouTube, we're not raiding anybody because YouTube sucks for that. It doesn't know how to do it. Friend? Alright, do you want to raid Sachi or Rin? I have a buddy named Rin Vixen who's awesome, and she's... Oh, I think she's doing a cosplay stream where she's streaming... I don't know who she's streaming as. Is she ending stream?
Thank you again for this opportunity.
She's ending stream. Alright. If she raids me, I'm going to be so annoyed. Who should we raid? Let's see. We could raid Sachi. We could raid... Oh god, she better not fucking raid me. Let's raid Sachi, and we'll do it before Rin has a chance to potentially raid into my channel. 1 second. Alright, y'all. Oh my god, I forgot something. If you guys have never been on this channel before, you have to be here for how the show ends. You ready? Here we go. This is how the show ends. Don't be sad that it's over. Be glad that we got to share the time. Look at all these beautiful people supporting us.
I don't think about it.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being positive. Thanks for being awesome. You're the best.
I don't know who I'd be.
We'll be back tomorrow night at similar times as we were tonight. I love you guys. Thanks again for being great. Be good to each other. Love you. Bye. YouTube, it's just us now. But you get a special goodbye. Goodbye. Special goodbye for YouTube. You guys have more subscriptions to me right now, so you get more of a goodbye. Woo, goodbye.